Chapter 51-100. The idiot Wen Dongjun. Hey, come quickly. There are a group of ducks here. Wen Dongjun lying in the bushes and waving at Feng Yu. Persuaded by Wen Dongjun, Feng Yu stole the shotgun from home again to go hunting with Wen Dongjun hunting. Only this time, Lu Jiquan is not around. He had joined the army. Feng Yu always wanted to ask Lu Jiquan if, on that day, Feng Yu did not go along, did not encounter the bear, will he harm Wen Dongjun? But in any case, the tragedy in his previous life did not happen and also allowed Feng Yu to earn a large sum of money ahead of time. Feng Yu decided to let this matter pass. Perhaps, even Lu Jiquan himself also do not know the answer. When people are impulsive, they do a lot of things which they regret after. Aim properly and at the count of 3, we fire together. Are you ready? 1, 2, Feng Yu said. Bang, bang, 2 shots were fired, one after another. Wen Dongjun stood up and cheered. Feng Yu was very pissed off. I said at the count of 3. I had only counted to 2 and you fired. Feng Yu said angrily. When Feng Yu fired, the other wild ducks had already flown off. What did you say? I didn't hear you. See, I shot a duck. I am a sharpshooter, Wen Dongjun said proudly. Feng Yu, this idiot. Wen Dongjun strode over and picked up a wild duck with half a body left. Shit, both rounds hit the duck. The duck, which weighed about 1 kg, was left with half a kg of meat. Ha ha ha, with this duck looking like this, how are you going to eat it? Even if you are able to clean it, can you even make a dish? Feng Yu mercilessly ridiculed Wen Dongjun. At least I am better than you. But this duck, forget it, leave it here. Wen Dongjun hesitated and decided to throw this duck away. This gun should be used on a big animal and not on birds. Feng Yu said. Hunting birds is not fun. Well, there will not be any prey coming over for the next half hour. I saw there were many dandelion and mushrooms near the woods. We cannot go back empty-handed, Wen Dongjun said. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun and thought, what sort of odd thinking is this? Have you ever seen a hunter go hunting and comes back with wild mushrooms? I am someone who is earning millions by the minute and I am here accompanying you to hunt. Now you are asking me to go pick wild mushrooms. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Wen Dongjun said. Wen Dongjun dragged Feng Yu back to the woods. Wen Dongjun was picking wild mushrooms happily while Feng Yu was looking around lazily. Whose land is this? There are watermelons. There are watermelons over there. The weather is so hot now. Let's steal a melon to quench thirst, Feng Yu said. Wen Dongjun's eyes were shining brightly. There is a watermelon farm. Let's go. Watermelons freshly picked from the farms is sweeter than those bought from the stores. Wait a minute, I think this land belongs to Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian is very fierce. If we are caught, it will be hell for us, Feng Yu said. I saw Uncle Tian in the morning. He went to the village to sell his melons. There should be no one in the farm. I tell you, I am an expert in picking watermelons. I will pick the best melon for you, Wen Dongjun said proudly with a, trust me, look. Snapped. Using the shotgun butt, he started breaking open watermelons. Not ripe, change to the next one. Snapped. Another watermelon was smashed. Not ripe, don't want. When Wen Dongjun starts smashing the 8th watermelon, Feng Yu hurriedly stopped him. Is he really the expert he claims to be? Even if he had smashed up all the melons on the farm, he also can't find a good melon. Stop, that one is ripe. Let's eat quickly and then go back to see if those ducks came back, Feng Yu said. Okay, we will just eat this. A few days ago, I came here with Liang brother. The 3rd melon I picked was the best one, Wen Dongjun said with a proud face. Feng Yu wanted to ask him, what is there to be proud of? When these two were each holding half a watermelon and eating, a small figure appeared behind the farm shack. Tianji was sent by his mom and dad to watch over the melon farm. He was about to take a nap when he heard some voices outside. Thieves stealing melons. Everyone was from the same village. If one was thirsty and picked a melon to eat, it was fine. Tianji will not stop and will even help them cut the melon. Tianji had decided to ignore Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun at first, but Wen Dongjun started to smash melons after melons. This guy was not here to eat melons. He was here to create trouble. Tianji mustered up his courage and went over. Those two were still eating the melons and did not notice him. You are stealing melons. Tianji suddenly jumped out and shouted. Wen Dongjun quickly dropped the watermelon, turned and pointed his shotgun at Tianji. Tianji was shocked. Do you need to bring a shotgun to steal melons? The dark muzzle was pointed at him and his legs grew soft. Feng Yu quickly pushed the shotgun upwards. You crazy? How can you point the shotgun at people? Wen Dongjun laughed and said, it was not loaded. He then pulls the trigger to prove it. That is not right also. You look at Tianji. He is so scared and is about to cry. Feng Yu put the shotgun down and walked to Tianji. Wah! Tianji began to cry. He was too scared and forgot to cry just now. Less than half a minute, Tianji's small face was covered in tears. Wen Dongjun was stunned. He only wanted to frighten this little kid. Who knew that this kid will get so scared? When Wen Dongjun was young, he even dares to light firecrackers in his hands. Don't cry, I was only joking with you. Wen Dongjun tried to comfort Tianji. Wah, wah, Tianji was still crying. Wen Dongjun began to panic. If Tianji complained to his dad, he will get a beating. Stop crying, tell me what do you want? Wen Dongjun said impatiently. Daddy asked me to watch over the melons and you smashed all the melons. Tianji said while crying. Don't cry, I will pay for all these melons. I will give you 3 cents per half kg. All these melons, we will round off to 50 kg. I will give you 5 RMB for these melons. Wen Dongjun took 5 RMB from Feng Yu and put it into Tianji's hands. Feng Yu turned to look at Wen Dongjun and thought, why do I need to pay? Forget it, it was also my idea to steal the melons. Tianji stopped crying, and hold on to the money with his small hands. No, you two are going to hunt. Take me along. Can you even lift this shotgun? Even if you are able to carry the shotgun, can you handle the recoil? Hurry and go back, we will be going off. Wen Dongjun replied. Suddenly, there was the sound of a vehicle coming. Not good. Uncle Tian was back from selling melons. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun looked at each other and started running. This was not the time to think about hunting or picking mushrooms. They ran back to their car. In the afternoon, Tianji and his father went to Feng Yu home. After listening to the whole story, Feng Xingtai kept apologizing to them and beat up Feng Yu with the feather duster. After Tianji and his father left, Feng Yu laid down on the sofa and let his father apply medicine on him. Feng Yu felt he was innocent. He did not bully Tianji and the 5 RMB was from his pocket. Why must he compensate them again? That little brat must have pocketed 5 RMB. But the next day, Feng Yu felt much better after he saw Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun was hung up and beaten by his father with willow branches. He was also slapped repeatedly till his nose bled. See if he still dares to point a gun at others. Most importantly, Wen Dongjun's mother did not stop his father this time and also helped to beat their son together. The couple had a good time playing mixed doubles. They even broke a few willow branches. You think you got into the 3rd high school in the city and you can do whatever you want. If your character is not good, no matter how much you studied is also no use. Both of the shotguns from both families were smashed and it seemed that they would never go hunting again. The next day Li Shijiang called and said that the cars were ready. There were even people asking about the prices. He needs Feng Yu back at Bing City. Feng Yu finally found an excuse to escape from the farm. He got to stay away from this idiot Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun always get him into trouble. Translator notes. Pointing a gun, loaded or not, at anyone is not right. In fact, guns should only be used under the supervision of a responsible adult. Although Wen Dongjun is an idiot who does things without using his brains, he is still Feng Yu's best friend. Chapter 52 Increasing the Brand Recognition. Xiao Yu, you are finally back. What is the selling price of these cars? There are several people asking about the price of the cars. Li Shijiang said. Have they left their contact details? Feng Yu asked. Yes, but why you don't allow us to sell? Won't the value of the cars depreciate if we hold on to them? Li Shijiang asked. Feng Yu glanced at Li Shijiang and said, who said that? Didn't those people offer a price for those cars? Are the prices they offered very high? I guarantee that the prices will be even higher within 3 days. According to Feng Yu's request, every model of the cars must have one that was refurbished. Feng Yu wants to push the selling price of these cars up. What were the luxury cars in China now? 2 brands, Mercedes-Benz and BMW, had just gained some popularity in China. Toyota's popularity was also increased from the south to the north. The most popular model is the Toyota Crown. The brand recognition of other automobile brands in China was still relatively low. Although there were some luxury cars in China, there were not many people who knew about them. For example, Other than Rolls-Royce, which was still a bit well known, the other British luxury cars which Feng Yu imported were still relatively not known to many. Majority of the rich people in China now were newly rich tycoons who had not much education and liked to compare and show off extravagantly. But there were only a small number of imported cars in China. Many times, they can't even get their hands on one imported cars even if they had the money. Furthermore, there were a large number of those, tycoons who were just rich but not particularly rich. These people desperately need a good car to show off their status and they can't afford imported new cars. This is the market segment which Feng Yu wants to target. Those who know how to drive come over. Your job for the next few days will be stationed outside of those big hotels and companies. Go there and brag, Feng Yu said. Everyone was stunned. What type of work is this? Today, two very special cars appeared at the entrance of the Bing City Hotel. The cars were very eye-catching and very low. One blue and one red. Everyone that walked past couldn't help but take a second look at them. The two drivers got down from the car and got into an argument. How you drive? Do you know how to drive? My car is worth more than 1 million RMB. Jaguar. Have you ever heard of Jaguar? Can you afford it? A young man wearing big sunglasses came down from the blue car and pushed the young man from the red car. The young man had deliberately mentioned Jaguar twice loudly. You think you are the only one who drives a good car? My car is also more than 1 million RMB. Lotus sports car. Do you know about Lotus? The red car's driver retorted loudly. Mine is a sports car. If I step on the accelerator, you can only see my taillight. The Jaguar driver said. Lies, you carry on lying. I still have not seen any cars that can outrun my car on the streets of Bing City. Not happy? How about a race? The Lotus driver said. Sure, you think I am scared of you? The Jaguar driver replied. These two drivers turned, got into their cars and started their engines at the same time. Swish, and suddenly they were gone. Wow, the onlookers gasped in shock. These cars were really fast. No wonder it cost more than 1 million. But none of them noticed that neither of the cars had any license plate. Buy a car for more than 1 million RMB. If one had so much money, he can deposit in the bank and interest alone can allow him to last his whole lifetime. Just then, a big boss came out of the hotel, pointed to the direction of those two cars and asked his followers, what cars are those? Quite fast, even faster than my Volga. Boss, I don't know too. I will go and ask. His follower replied. The follower came back after a while and told his boss the name of those two cars. Jaguar and Lotus. Both are sports cars. Sports cars. Sounds like the cars are fast. Go and find out where can I buy one and how much are they selling. The boss said. The same thing happened at many high-end places. The cars were cars which were not heard or seen before. But these cars were very beautiful. Some looked elegant, some looked prestigious, some luxurious, and some were domineering. And these cars were not seen before in Bing City. But from the arguments between the drivers, they learned that these cars were all imported luxury cars and very expensive. There were some who liked to show off, sent people to ask around. They wanted to know who owns these cars and where to buy them. If they were the ones who drove these cars around, others will know that they were rich. For 3 consecutive days, Feng Yu sent his staff out in the afternoons and evenings to promote his cars. On the 3rd night, someone finally, accidentally, mentioned that Taiwan Trading Company was selling these cars. Taiwan Trading Company. All the people who wanted to buy these cars were looking for Taiwan Trading. News in their circles spread. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are nothing. These are British cars. You know the Queen who had sat face to face and argued with the Great One. She also sits in this car. Is this Taiwan Trading? Who are you looking for? Wu Zigang asked. I am the general manager of Dintai Garment Factory, Zhao Dintai. This is my business card. Zhao Dintai said. Clothing factory. We don't buy clothes. Wu Zigang said and tried to show Zhao Dintai out. I'm not here to sell clothes. I heard that your company have British cars. Can you show me? Zhao Dintai replied. How did you know? But the quantity is not many and many people are looking at them now. You got to wait for them to finish first. Wu Zigang said. Please brother, I am in a hurry to buy one. I can give cash, Zhao Dintai said. The day before yesterday, he had some business negotiations with a neighboring province boss and the boss took a look at his car, an FSO Fabrica Samo Chodo Osoboich, and left. The boss said that Zhao Dintai cannot even afford a decent car, which also means that he was not financially stable. That boss was only driving a domestic-produced Audi 100. Zhao Dintai had heard that Taiwan Trading have a batch of imported, almost new second-hand luxury cars. These cars, after refurbishments, looks exactly just like new. If he bought an imported luxury second-hand car, and who will know if he did not say that the car was second-hand? This way, when others look at the car he drove, they will know that his company is doing very well. People don't know the brand of this car. It doesn't matter, as long as he, accidentally, mentioned that the car is more than 1 million RMB. Wu Zigang brought Zhao Dintai to the motor factory. Feng Yu had instructed them to bring these people there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. Let these people know that there are many others who were interested in their cars. This was to prevent these people from bargaining. At first, many of them, like Zhao Dintai, wanted to negotiate about the price. A used car for more than 500,000 RMB. But Taiwan Trading Company's staff were firm. If you are not willing to buy, there will be others who are willing to pay this price. These people also test drive the cars and they themselves know the condition of the cars. They look at the attitude of Taiwan Trading. Taiwan Trading was being very firm with their prices and confident of the quality of these cars. Forget it, no point trying to bargaining. These cars were still much cheaper than an imported Mercedes, and the handling was really good. Also, the exterior looks new. Who will know that these cars were second-hand? Just like this, the 8 people gathered on the first day bought the cars. Taiwan Trading Company's account got 4 million RMB cash. The next day, they sold 7 cars and the third day 5 cars. The rest, including the several Toyota Crowns, were sold on the 4th day. However, Feng Yu kept 1 Land Rover for himself. Seeing his business was so good, Feng Yu immediately called Kirilenko to ask him when can the second batch of cars arrive. Chapter 53 Song Zhaofeng. When Kirilenko learned that Feng Yu had sold all 30 cars in less than a month, he was shocked. He was still in the process of acquiring the second batch of cars. There were not a lot of British luxury cars around Moscow. According to Kirilenko, the most he can acquire was another 100 cars, and this was still under the name of the Soviet Union Army. Otherwise, he might not even acquire so many cars. Feng Yu was not satisfied. He wanted to earn 1 billion RMB with this used car business. Now, it seems that after deducting the cost, taxes, etc., the most he can earn was 10 million RMB. If others knew what Feng Yu was thinking, they would have vomit blood. 10 million RMB was still considered little. Now, there was not even a lot of millionaires in China. There was also good news. Kirilenko and his partners must had made a lot of money. This month, they wanted 1 million rubles worth of goods. Feng Yu had already asked Li Shijiang to contact the suppliers. With Li Shijiang around, Feng Yu can just throw all these tasks to him. However, this good mood did not last and trouble came knocking on Feng Yu's doors. At first, Feng Yu thought it was from the government officials. Could it be the government does not allow him to do second-hand car business? But after listening to his staffs, he got the whole story. There were some people who wanted to buy their cars but all their cars were sold. Why bother him with these small matters? Just tell these people that the cars were sold out and they have to wait for a month. Although Feng Yu was grumbling in his heart, he still drove to the company. He wanted to see who this arrogant customer was. He wanted to show his staff how he handles this type of customer. At the company, he noticed some things were off. How come there were so many people and his staffs were so scared? His staffs were children of the workers in the motor factory. Since young, they had been causing troubles and fighting. What were they frightened of? Wu Zigang, what's going on? Feng Yu asked. So, you are their boss? Feng Yu, an arrogant voice came out. Feng Yu turned and saw the one who spoke was sitting looked on a chair. This is too arrogant. My people were all standing and you are seated on a chair. You think you own this place? You are, Feng Yu asked. You don't even know Master Song and you dare to do business here in Bing City. A man standing behind the chair shouted. His tone sounded like there was no one in Bing City who didn't hear about Master Song. Feng Yu really do not know who is this Master Song. He had asked about all the leaders in Bing City and the province. He never heard of anyone with the surname Song. Wu Zigang moved to Feng Yu's side and whispered, Manager Feng, this is Song Zhaofeng. He is the nephew of Song Laosi. People called this Master Song as Longjiang #1 young master. You should have heard of Song Laosi. Song Laosi? Feng Yu was surprised. Song Laozi was a resounding figure in Bing City. He was one of the top 10 triad bosses in recent history. Many years after he was shot, there were still stories about him. Song Laozi was a common bricklayer and later, he did only demolition works. Using his violent methods to evict and demolished buildings, he quickly gathered a group of followers. He now monopolized all demolition works and even constructions projects also needed his approval. If he does not approve, no buildings can be built. The most famous rumor about Song Laozi was that when he began to do demolition, the residents are unwilling to relocate. Song Laozi gathered those residents together and in front of them, chopped off his own little finger. He then told the residents, if any of them was able to do what he just did, they do not need to relocate. The residents were shocked. No one muttered a single word and the relocation and demolition works were quickly completed. Song Laozi's reputation quickly spread. Relying on his men and ruthless ways of doing things, he chased many demolition companies away. During every fight, Song Laozi was always at the front and he was detained multiple times. But every time he was released, he became more popular and arrogant. Later on, he hooked up some connections with the city's government officials and from then, no one dares to provoke him. After Song Laozi got rich, he had a second legend about him. Tearing down old houses every day and being a groom every night. Rumors said that Song Laozi was a lecher. When he saw a woman he fancied on the streets, he would directly pull that woman into his car and rape her on the spot. After the deed was done, he would throw the woman and a stack of money off his car. A lot of women dare not to speak up. But there were some women who report to the police and the outcome was always insufficient evidence or someone taking the rap for Song Laozi. Those that reported him ended up with broken bones and their families were not spared too. There were many other rumors about Song Laozi. For example, some said that his followers dared to shoot people and Song Laozi owned more than 100 hunting rifles. Although these rumors were a bit exaggerated, Song Laozi was no doubt the biggest boss of the northeast provinces. This Song Xiaofeng was Song Laozi's only nephew. Song Laozi also does not have any sons and he will be passing his territory to him in future. No wonder this Song Xiaofeng was so arrogant. Feng Yu suddenly smiled and warmly walked over to Song Xiaofeng. He held Song Xiaofeng's hand and said, I humbly welcome Master Song. If you need anything, you can just pass a message. You don't need to come down in person. It was not Feng Yu eating the humbly pie. If he remembered correctly, in another 2 months' time, there will be a gang clash between Song Laozi and another Bing City gang. Song Laozi did not die from this clash but his nephew passed away in the clash. With someone about to die, Feng Yu don't mind being humble. Song Xiaofeng nodded his head. Everyone in Bing City had to give him face. He had come down to this small trading company and waited for half an hour. But since this kid was so humble, he decided to let it go. I heard your company are selling sports cars. I want the one which the logo is a leopard. Song Xiaofeng asked. That brand is called Jaguar. British manufactured and was the favorite with the British royalties. You like that car, but all my cars were secondhand. Feng Yu replied and deliberately stressed that he was selling used cars. With Song Laozi's status, Song Xiaofeng still need to buy secondhand cars. What secondhand or first-hand? You think I care about this? New cars need to book and will take a few months before the car is delivered. You give me a second-hand Jaguar now. Don't worry, I will pay you. Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song can't wait, but all my cars were sold out. The earliest I can get you the car is about 2 weeks later. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu doesn't care who the cars were sold to. If he had any cars in hand, he will definitely sell to this short-lived Master Song. Feng Yu was not ready to confront Song Laozi. There will be someone else to deal with him. 2 years later, Song Laozi will be caught and sentenced to death by the firing squad. Feng Yu just want to keep a low profile and build his own empire. But the biggest problem Feng Yu faced was that he had no car now. If this Master Song had said so earlier, he would have kept a good car for him. I come to you for the car and you must give me the car I want. Song Xiaofeng shouted. Chapter 54 Nightclub. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed and his expression turned back to normal. He continued to smile and said, people always praise Master C. Feng Yu is referring to Song Laozi for having loyalty and will never suppress normal commoners. Seems like these rumors were false. You dare to speak ill of my uncle. Song Xiaofeng suddenly stood up and grabbed Feng Yu by the collar. If you want a car, you have to wait. There is nothing I can do if all my cars were sold. However, I still have a Land Rover. If Master Song doesn't mind, I can give it to you in exchange for a promise. Feng Yu said calmly. Ha ha ha, you are an interesting young man. You got guts, but you said was right. We, from Zhonghua Company, are reasonable people. Where is the rover car? I would like to see if it is worth a promise from me. Song Zhaofeng said. Song Zhaofeng was influenced by Song Laozi and spoke like a gangster. Song Laozi had always taught him to be reasonable to others. But if the other party doesn't listen to their reasons, then use fists, knives, and guns to speak to them. Since this Feng Yu was being so reasonable, and even want to give him a car, he will not beat Feng Yu up. Here it is. Feng Yu pointed to the Land Rover parked outside the door. This Land Rover looks nicer than the Jeep, but it is still a big Jeep. Why should I drive this car? Since you don't have any sports cars, then get me a luxury car. I heard you are able to get Rolls-Royce. Don't tell me you are keeping the Rolls-Royce for yourself. Song Zhaofeng asked. Big Jeep. Land Rover really can be considered as big Jeeps. But this Jeep is not for the average people. In the United Kingdom, only the royal guards can drive this Land Rover. This Land Rover is very sturdy. Master Song is driving a BMW, right? I bet you if these two cars collided, the BMW will fall apart and the Land Rover will just get scratches. Feng Yu said. Are you serious? Song Zhaofeng asked. If the Land Rover was really so sturdy, he would want to get one. The last time he went to catch a rival boss, his car was crashed by his rival and the rival boss escaped. If he were to encounter such incident again, he will just drive the Land Rover head-on. You, go and try if this car is really so sturdy. Song Zhaofeng handed the key to one of his followers standing behind. Crash. Feng Yu's heart skipped a beat. This fucking madman. Song Zhaofeng asked his follower to drive the Land Rover into Taiwan Trading's rented warehouse Big Iron Gate. Luckily Feng Yu intended to dive this Land Rover and he had reinforced the front bumper deliberately. The Land Rover was really unscathed from the crash. Ha ha ha, good car. This is a really good car. I will accept it. What promise do you want from me? Song Zhaofeng said happily. He decided to accept the Land Rover without hesitation. Feng Yu pointed to his staffs and said, these are my staffs. I hope that if they inadvertently offended Master C or Master Song's followers in future, you will go lightly on them. Song Zhaofeng raised his eyebrows and asked, only this? He thought Feng Yu would have what difficult conditions. He never expects that Feng Yu only wanted some protection from him. If Feng Yu don't provoke them, they are also lazy to create trouble for Feng Yu. That's it, Master Song, you agree? Feng Yu replied. No problem, there is a newly opened nightclub not far from here. I will treat you tonight. Song Zhaofeng said. Song Laozi liked to go to nightclubs, bar and other places. Song Zhaofeng used to go with him to such places and he had got used to these places. Master Song, I don't know how to dance. Feng Yu said. You are rejecting me, Song Zhaofeng sneered. No one in Bing City can reject his invitation. No, I really don't know how to dance. Okay, I will be there, Feng Yu replied. Ha ha ha, that's right, you guys will go too. 7 o'clock today, I will buy you all drinks. Song Zhaofeng said happily. After Song Zhaofeng and his men left, Wu Zigang and the rest crowded around Feng Yu. Manager Feng, we should be mixing around with this kind of person. Song Laozi did all sorts of bad things and will definitely be shot if he was caught. This Song Zhaofeng is also not a good person. This will affect the company. Wu Zigang said. Feng Yu waved his hand to stop Wu Zigang. Feng Yu also know about this, but can he really not go? These people are lawless and they even dare to beat up government officials. Feng Yu is just a small businessman. Feng Yu is starting to miss his previous life. At least, his previous life was a much safer place and there were not many triads around. But since Song Laozi and his nephew were not far from death, Feng Yu will just stay low and let them do whatever they want. We will just go and play tonight. Just treat it as some form of relaxation. But don't mix with them too much. Treat them as strangers. This Land Rover in exchange for a peace of mind. At least, if you guys inadvertently offended their gang members, we can look for Song Zhaofeng for help. Feng Yu said. After dinner, Feng Yu and his staff went to the nightclub. Song Zhaofeng's men had been waiting at the door. They had bought the 10 RMB tickets for them and when Feng Yu arrived, they were led inside. This nightclub was much better than what Feng Yu imagined. He could see hints of the future nightclubs in his previous life. There were long rotating lights, mirror reflective ball, scanning lights, lantern chain, mushroom lights, UFO lights and strobe lights. There were many sofas surrounding the dance floor and stage. There was also a live band and dance performances on the stage. Many young men and women were dancing on the dance floor. At one corner, there was a bar counter selling drinks and finger food. Song Xiaofeng was sitting in a corner. There were many empty sofas beside him. No one dares to sit near to him. Come, sit down, just order what you want. Today, I am buying. Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Yu was very uncomfortable. The Land Rover was worth at least a few 100,000 RMB. Treating them to drinks and food here only cost a few hundred RMB. Song Xiaofeng was still acting generously now. Go and dance, I will sit here for a while. Feng Yu told his staffs. Feng Yu was not very fond of such noisy places, especially the dance floor. So, he was not interested in joining them. He asked for a glass of orange juice and drank slowly. A heavy makeup girl suddenly sat beside Feng Yu and held onto Feng Yu's arms. Why are you sitting here? Come and dance with me. Feng Yu pulled his hand from her and said, you go and dance. I don't know how to dance. It's easy, you just twist about, I will teach you. The girl pulled Feng Yu's hand again. Brother Feng, you must be open at this sort of places. You don't like this girl? Never mind, just tell me which girl you like and I will bring her over. Song Xiaofeng said while hugging a girl. The girl beside Feng Yu looked at him imploringly. Master Song had asked her to accompany Feng Yu, and if she does not do a good job, the consequence will be dire. Feng Yu sighed and put his hands around the girl's shoulders. Master Song, this girl is fine for me. I will drink something first, and then dance later. The girl beside Feng Yu was just a teenager. At her age, she should be still schooling and not be here. It seems that there was no difference in these types of places between now and the future years. Brother, it will be dancing in the dark soon. Come and dance with me. The girl said to Feng Yu. Author's notes. Airbags were only installed in cars after 1988. Europe's earlier models of Mercedes-Benz were the first few models to be installed with airbags. Chapter 55 Yuan. Dancing in the dark. Feng Yu was not interested in dancing, but when he heard dancing in the dark, it sounds interesting to him. The girl pulled Feng Yu to the dance floor. Seeing Feng Yu follow the girl to the dance floor, Song Xiaofeng smiled. He had not seen any guys who didn't like dancing in the dark. Song Xiaofeng also pulls the girl beside him and headed towards the dance floor. The girl placed Feng Yu's hands on her waist and her hands on the Feng Yu's shoulder. The girl was not tall and she needs to tilt her head upwards to look at Feng Yu. Both of them danced slowly on the dance floor. Feng Yu was looking around and everyone was in the same position as them. So, this is dancing in the dark. What's your name? Feng Yu asked. You can call me Yuan and I will call you brother, okay? She looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent. The music suddenly changed and the lights on the dance floor slowly become dim. There was only strobe lights, one dim and one bright. Brother, let's dance. Yuan said. Yuan stepped back, held Feng Yu's hands and starts to twist her body. To say this was dancing, in fact, it was just randomly twisting and turning their bodies. Feng Yu was also affected by the surrounding atmosphere and began to twist his body. Feng Yu had been exercising and compared to him in his previous life, he was healthier and stronger. Feng Yu remembered some dance moves he saw in his previous life. Although those were not complicated dance moves, Feng Yu seems natural and confident. Brother, you dance very well. Yuan said. You are also a good dancer. I don't know how to dance. I am just a beginner. Feng Yu said modestly, but in his heart, he wanted Yuan to carry on praising him. After 5 minutes, Feng Yu started to become a bit breathless and sweaty. Yuan had already stopped dancing a long time ago, but Feng Yu was still dancing and she dared not to go off. Yuan, we had danced for a while. I'm tired. Let's go and drink some juice. Feng Yu said. The music changed again. This time, it was classical jazz. The strobe lights suddenly stopped flashing and there were only some dim lights on top. The visibility was only about 1 meter. Yuan suddenly pulled Feng Yu's hands and came close to Feng Yu. Feng Yu still don't know what's going on and soon, the lights became dimmer till they were all out. Feng Yu felt a soft body leaning against his chest and a pair of arms hugging him around his waist. Brother, this is the dancing in the dark. Yuan said softly. The voice of Yuan sounded in his ear and exhaled her hot breath. What surprised Feng Yu the most was Yuan placed Feng Yu's hands from her waist to her butt. Feng Yu's hands became stiff and he moved his hands back to her waist. In both his lifetimes, he still had not experienced something like this. Brother, am I not pretty? She felt Feng Yu's hand move away and couldn't help asking Feng Yu. No, I am just not used to this. Feng Yu replied. Brother, you listen carefully to your surroundings. Listen carefully, Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu heard the sound of rubbing and moaning all around him. Those who came here for dancing in the dark were mostly couples, those looking for excitements, and there were also some hostesses. When the lights were off and everyone was out of sight, all the men were no longer restrained. These men really wished that they were born with 4 hands. The women, who were willing to dance in the dark with these men, were used to these touching and rubbings. Maybe there were not any real actions happening there, but there will definitely some touching here and there. It was summertime and everyone don't wear much clothing. Most of the women were wearing skirts and dresses, giving these men easy access. In less than a minute, Feng Yu heard some heavy panting. Perhaps, some couples were doing more than kissing. These sounds stimulated Feng Yu. Just by listening to these sounds was unbearable to him, not to mention he was still hugging a young girl. Yuan suddenly placed her small hands under Feng Yu's shirt and started to caress his back. Brother, I am wearing a short skirt and my top is loose. You can place your hands under my top. Yuan said. This was no longer hinting. This was an invitation. Feng Yu can no longer control himself. His hands slowly moved under her top. Yuan was leaning her head on Feng Yu's shoulder and a soft moan came out from her mouth. Feng Yu can feel the heat from her breath through his clothes. Feng Yu's hand slowly probed upwards. Although Yuan was still a teenager and her body was not fully developed, she still has a shapely body. She was not wearing a bra. Feng Yu's hand moved upwards and there was no obstruction. Seems like Yuan was prepared when she came here. Song Zhaofeng had asked her to accompany Feng Yu and to give him a good time. She dares not go against his order. Her skirt was soon raised up by Feng Yu. His hand was caressing and squeezing her butt. Yuan's butt was very smooth and Feng Yu can't take his hands off her. Everyone around was doing the same thing. Some even moaned loudly. The sounds from around him and the temptations from Yuan were stimulating Feng Yu even more. Brother, I think you are uncomfortable. I will help you unzip. Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Before Feng Yu can refuse, Yuan unzipped Feng Yu and her small hand snaked her way into his pants and inside his underwear. Feng Yu could not help but stepped back and accidentally brushed against others. No, it was not brushed against someone. Feng Yu had accidentally brushed against someone's head with his butt. The people behind were. Yuan's hands were very gentle and skillfully slid into Feng Yu's underwear from the waistbands. Yuan, let's stop now. If they turn on the lights, others can see what we are doing. Feng Yu tried to stop Yuan. Brother, dancing in the dark normally will last for about half an hour and before they switch on the lights, the music will stop first. No one can see, Yuan replied. Yuan was so familiar with this. It seems that this was not the first time she came here to dance in the dark. Why are you here? Why are you not at school? Feng Yu asked suddenly. Why are you talking about this now? Besides, I need to be able to pass my exams if I were to be admitted to a school. Furthermore, my family cannot afford to send me to school. Yuan replied. Feng Yu was tongue-tied. He didn't know what to see at that moment. Yuan suddenly turned around with her back leaning against Feng Yu. She tiptoed and used her thighs to clamp Feng Yu's manhood. She then slowly moved her perky butt to the music. Brother, you are still not coming. Or, should I use my mouth to help you? Yuan asked. There was such service in this era. A groan escaped from Feng Yu. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to come to the nightclub today. With a more than 40-year-old mind and a teenager's body, it was impossible for Feng Yu to reject Yuan. Li Na was still young and Feng Yu does not intend to touch her now. But today, things had escalated to this point. Feng Yu was reluctant to push Yuan away. When Feng Yu finally pressed Yuan's head against him, he shivered and jerked a few times. Yuan slowly stood up and helped Feng Yu tidy up his clothes. Just then, the music stopped. Feng Yu took out a 10 RMB note from his pocket and gave to Yuan, you go and play yourself. I will chat with my friends for a while. Chapter 56 Too much. Feng Yu was in a good mood. He thought that this Song Xiaofang was actually not bad. If not for Song Xiaofang dying soon, they might even become friends. After all, Song Xiaofang was the first person to invite him to such places. When Feng Yu went back to the sofa, he saw Yuan waving the 10 RMB note proudly at Song Xiaofang. Feng Yu's good mood was instantly gone. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, they made a bet with me just now. I said that you were someone with strong determination and will not submit to their temptations. But it seems like they were right. Men are all the same. Song Xiaofang said. Feng Yu smiled and said, yes. Men are all the same. How can you compare yourself to Master Song? He came here is only to drink and dance. If he wants to play, we will get to a hotel later. The girl sitting beside Song Xiaofang said arrogantly. Brother, was it comfortable? Do you want me to accompany at night? Yuan asked happily and stretched out her hands to touch Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu's face turned red. He had never expected that with his 40-year-old mind, and yet he was fooled by a teenage girl. Feng Yu find this humiliation harder to swallow than someone spitting on his face. Fortunately, the rest of the company did not come over, or perhaps still do not know what happens. If they were to know what happened, the trust and respect towards Feng Yu will be gone. Feng Yu had thought that Yuan was some pitiful girl who must do such things at this age to survive, but it seems Feng Yu was wrong. Yuan was actually proud of what she did to Feng Yu and even made fun of Feng Yu. Feng Yu had some good feelings towards Yuan, but it was gone in an instant. Master Song, I am tired from dancing. I want to go back first. Feng Yu pushed away Yuan and wanted to leave that place. So early, it seems that you are not as fit as what you appear to be. Yuan said. She was still making fun of Feng Yu. Song Xiaofang and his girl also laughed loudly. Song Xiaofang asked, Brother Feng, do you want to eat some good stuff to increase your stamina? Feng Yu replied, I got something on in the morning. I need to go off first. Feng Yu got up to leave. He wants to go back and think of the ways to get evidence against this Song Xiaofang and let him go to jail for the rest of his life. But Song Laozi was good friends with the police chief from the city. So, it will not be easy to touch him. Wait, did I said that you can go? I am still here and yet you are leaving. Are you disrespecting me? Song Xiaofang said arrogantly. Master Song, what do you want? Feng Yu asked. Nothing much. Today, I had treated you to food, drinks and even get you a girl. Don't you think you should give something in return? Song Xiaofang said. Feng Yu thought, fuck. Today you took my Land Rover which was worth more than 500,000 RMB. 500,000 RMB. There are lots of people who can never make 500,000 RMB in their whole life. The drinks and dance were only worth a few hundred RMB. Got me a girl or got me a girl to humiliate me? Okay, today is my treat. Here is 1,000 RMB, Feng Yu said. Feng Yu had afraid that things will go wrong, so he brought more money. He needs to get out of this place and find a way to get back at Song Xiaofang. Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? How can I ask you to pay? Song Xiaofang asked. Feng Yu's heart sank. 1,000 RMB was too little. This was too much. Master Song, what do you mean? Feng Yu replied. Nothing much. Recently, my company is not very busy. My staffs had nothing much to do. I heard that Taiwan Trading's businesses were not bad. I intend to ask my staffs to go over to help you. You don't need to thank me. Your company have 10 staffs. I will also send 10 staffs over to help you. Then the profits we will share 50 to 50. Isn't this fair? Song Xiaofang replied. Sure enough, this was Song Xiaofang's agenda for this invitation. He wanted Feng Yu to give him half of his profits. Without coming out with a single cent, and wants to spilt half of his profits. Impossible. But Song Laozi's men were all used to using violence to settle things. Even weapons were used and people had been disabled and some even disappeared. If Feng Yu does not agree, this Song Xiaofang will be going to use force on Feng Yu. Initially, Feng Yu intended to wait for 2 months. This Song Xiaofang will be killed by Song Laozi's enemies anyway. But now, Feng Yu changed his mind. This Song Xiaofang was digging his own grave. Took his car, humiliated him, and now want to take away his goose which lays golden eggs. Feng Yu can no longer tolerate him. Master Song, send your men to my company tomorrow. We can discuss further, Feng Yu said. Ha ha ha, good. Here, let me offer you a toast. Song Xiaofang said happily. Feng Yu finished a mug of beer. Very good. Brother Feng, one more mug. Toast to our business, Song Xiaofang said. Song Xiaofeng is too much. Song Xiaofeng's actions lead to Feng Yu's face became gloomier. Feng Yu decided to fall out with Song Xiaofeng tomorrow and he is not going to entertain Song Xiaofeng anymore. Master Song Les, I am a bit drunk. Tomorrow I will be at my company waiting for you. Feng Yu said and stood up. Feng Yu got up and went out. Wu Zigang and the rest of his staffs followed. The smile on Song Xiaofeng's disappeared and he threw the mug he was holding onto the ground. The girl beside him was startled. She tried to wipe the beer on Song Xiaofeng's clothes with her hands. Get lost, Song Xiaofeng shouted. Song Xiaofeng kicked the girl. The girl sat on the ground but she did not dare to go off. Instead, she crawled back and continued to help Song wipe his trousers. Master Song, do we need to teach this Feng Yu a lesson? His company only had so few people. Tomorrow I will bring a group of people over and smash up his company. If he still doesn't relent, we can burn down his company. One of Song Xiaofeng's followers came over and said. Nonsense, we own this company too. Tomorrow send someone over to negotiate. We are able to get quite a big sum of money every month from them. This type of smart people who can make money must be pulled over to our side. If he is disabled or died, who is going to make money for us? Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song is right, so I will go over tomorrow. The follower asked. Okay, you will go, I trust your ability. Song Xiaofeng nodded and turned to the girls, go to the hotel. I will teach you all a lesson today. We were all waiting for Master Song to punish us. The girls laughed. After leaving the ballroom, Li Shijing walked over and asked, Xiao Yu, I saw you and Song Xiaofeng quarreled. This Song family are crazy. You have to be careful. Crazy. One might be afraid of a living madman, but a dead madman. It is not so scary. Brother Li, I remembered our company's warehouse is located in Crippled Wang's territory. Feng Yu remembered that in Bing City, there were another two gangs around. Although these two gangs were not as powerful as Song Laoci, they were not afraid of them. According to what was about to happen from Feng Yu's previous life, Song Laoci's nephew was killed by Crippled Wang in 2 years' time. Now, Feng Yu wants to bring forward this event. Chapter 57 Making Use of Others Part 1. In Bing City, other than Song Laoci, there were two other forces. The two forces were Crippled Wang and Brother K. Song Laoci mainly does demolition business. Crippled Wang focuses on nightclubs, bars and massage parlors. Brother K's business was mainly gambling. These three gangs had lots of men. There were rumors that they even had hitmen and they own more than 90% of the hunting rifles and pistols in Bing City. Ironically, it was also because of them, the law and order were much better than before. Normally, these three gangs were at peace with each other. But since the beginning of last year, Song Laoci started to frequent nightclubs and bars. To Cripple Wang, there was a sign of Song Laoci stepping into his territory. Although Cripple Wang was crippled, he had a large number of ruthless people under him and he was also not afraid of Song Laoci. If Song Laoci wants to be the biggest boss in Bing City, he will have to eliminate Cripple Wang and Brother K. Now, Brother K was being neutral. He does not mention anything about surrendering to Song Laoci and he was not willing to have any confrontation. But Cripple Wang was not happy with Song Laoci. He wants to challenge Song Laoci. The grudges between these two were said to have started because of a cinema ticket seller. Both men had liked that cinema ticket seller and when Cripple Wang was about to make his move, Song Laoci sent his men to abduct that girl. After Song Laoci raped her, he gave her 10,000 RMB and left. Cripple Wang felt insulted. The girl had told Song Laoci that she was Cripple Wang's girl and yet, Song Laoci still raped her. This was a slap to Cripple Wang's face. Cripple Wang was also ruthless. He sent his men to kill Song Laoci's brother. This brother of Song Laoci was the only surviving brother of his. The rest of his family were killed by his other enemies long time ago. Of course, Song Laoci had his revenge on his enemies. Song Laoci had no concrete evidence that Cripple Wang was the one who had instigated the killing of his brother. He also does not want to have a confrontation with Cripple Wang, especially he had his only surviving family member, Song Xiaofeng by his side. Song Laoci intends to slowly erode Cripple Wang's turf. But first, Song Laoci needs the support of Brother K. However, Brother K still remains as a neutral party. Feng Yu also did not know that it was Cripple Song who had killed Song Laoci's last family member, Song Xiaofeng, in the future. There was another rumor that it was Brother K, who had killed Song Xiaofeng and then framed Cripple Wang. In any case, Cripple Wang and Song Laozi were enemies. Feng Yu does not need to join Cripple Wang's gang. All he needs to do was to create some coincidental events between both parties and there will be an all-out war between the two fractions. These three bosses had an unspoken rule between them. They can have guns, but the other smaller gangs can't. They can fight and slash each other, but the other smaller gangs can't. They also seldom target the innocents. Instead of targeting these people, they even offered protection for them. In their words, these innocent people were for them to make money from. As such, these three bosses will help out if they encounter any problems. For example, Song Laozi had a business. 100,000 RMB for a leg. As long as one has the money and the other party does not have any backings, Song Laozi will make sure that person will become crippled. This business also angered Cripple Wang. Although Cripple Wang's condition was due to congenital paralysis, he hates people calling him a crippled. Crippled Wang prefers everyone to call him Master Crutches. However, every time he met Song Laozi will purposely address him as Cripple Wang loudly. When Li Shijiang and the rest learned of Feng Yu's plan to borrow the power of Cripple Wang, they tried to persuade Feng Yu to give up. Anyway, the Land Rover was given to Song Zhaofeng and he had promised to create trouble for them at Taiwan Trading. Feng Yu smiled and shook his head. This Song Zhaofeng will not be coming to create trouble for them. But instead, he wanted half of the company and money. If they were to give Song Zhaofeng half of the company's money, the company will close down. When Li Shijiang and the rest heard this, they also can't accept this. Their days just have gotten better and 2 days ago, Feng Yu had brought everyone lots of rice, flour and cooking oil for everyone as company's reward. Now someone is taking away everything from them. Only Li Shijiang does not think like that. He advised Feng Yu, Xiao Yu, you can make use of Cripple Wang to drive Song Laozi away. But what if Cripple Wang turns around and bites you? Feng Yu winked and said, what if we did not ask Cripple Wang for help and he came over on his own accord? Cripple Wang come over on his own accord? Li Shijiang didn't get it. Feng Yu asked everyone to come over. Today they got to sleep later. They must plan well and let Cripple Wang come over to their company tomorrow. If Song Zhaofeng's men did not come over tomorrow, then it's fine. But if they really appear, then the fun will begin. Song Zhaofeng woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, he had 3 rounds with this girl. They only fall asleep in the early hours. Song Zhaofeng slapped the girl's butt and said, go out. I got things to do today. I will look for you another day. The girl got up and hurriedly got dressed. She doesn't even dare to wash up at the hotel and left. She knows that Song Zhaofeng was ruthless and she will be in big trouble. Song Zhaofeng gets unhappy. Although the girl was not paid for her services every time she accompanies Song Zhaofeng, she dare not reject him. Her only hope was for Song Zhaofeng to get a new target and forgets her. Song Zhaofeng washed up and ate his breakfast downstairs. His followers had been waiting at the door for him. Good morning Master Song. Good morning. Have Toad come back yet? Toad was his follower which he had sent to Feng Yu's company. Master Song, let's talk about it in the car. His follower said. Song Zhaofeng looked at this follower suspiciously. Did something happen to Toad? From Feng Yu's attitude yesterday, he doesn't seem to be the type that dares to go against him. In the car, the follower quickly said, Master Song, both of Toad's legs were broken. He is not lying in the hospital. Who dares to touch my men? Call everyone here. We will now go and smash up that company. Song Zhaofeng shouted. He didn't expect Feng Yu to have this courage. Master Song, I have not finished. Toad's legs were not broken by Feng Yu. It was Cripple Wang who did it. The follower said. What? Cripple Wang? How did Toad offend Cripple Wang? Could it be that Toad did not pay for last night at the nightclub? Song Zhaofeng asked. He was not afraid of his uncle, Song Laozi, and the police. But he was afraid of Cripple Wang. This Cripple Wang was someone who dares to go against his uncle and he had lots of grudges with his uncle. Could it be that Cripple Wang intends to have an all-out war against Song Laozi? Of course, we paid yesterday. Old Master Song had instructed us to pay when we go to such places. We must not be looked down by others. Not only we got to pay, we got to give them more. The follower replied. All right, then why did Toad offend that Cripple Wang? Song Zhaofeng asked. I heard that Toad went to Taiwan Trading this morning and was ready to collect the first sum of money from them. But he got into an argument with Feng Yu. Toad claims that he wants to break Feng Yu and make him a crippled for the rest of his life. Just happened, Cripple Wong walked past and heard what Toad said. Crippled Wong got angry and got 4 of his men to pin Toad down. Crippled Wong then personally used his iron clutches to break both of Toad's legs. Crippled Wong even announced that, in future, that warehouse area will be his territory and Song Laosi men are not allowed to enter there. Toad was the first example for the rest. The follower said. Cripple Wong, we'll see about this. Chapter 58 Making Use of Others Part 2. Cripple Wong was awoken early by his men early in the morning. His men had told him that Song Laosi's men had come into his territory to collect money. Cripple Wong did not really care. Both parties just had a talk and Cripple Wong agreed to not go into construction and demolition businesses while Song Laosi will not touch nightclubs, bars and bath centers. But Cripple Wong did not expect Song Laosi men to come and collect money from a trading company. This made Cripple Wong unhappy. If everyone behaves like Song Laosi, the economy will collapse. It was not that Cripple Wong is worried about the economy. But, if the economy collapsed, who will patronize his entertainment businesses? Cripple Wang's men explained the whole situation to him and he found out that it was not Song Laosi but Song Zhaofeng. If it was Song Laosi, Cripple Wong might let this matter go. But Song Zhaofeng was just a young punk and him coming into Cripple Wang's territory to create trouble was a slap in his face. Cripple Wong also added that he was not sure if it was Song Laosi's idea. After all, Brother K had promised to stay out of all these and recognized Song Laosi's position as the leader in Bing City's underworld. Could this matter a form of testing by Song Laosi, to see Cripple Wang's reaction? Cripple Wong was still hesitating. What if Song Laosi and Brother K joined forces? He will be in big danger. But at this juncture, another Cripple Wang's man told him that Song Zhaofeng was at one of their nightclubs last night. Song Zhaofeng proclaimed loudly at the nightclub that if anyone dares to go against him, he will break anyone's legs and let them be a cripple for life. This sentence completely irritated Cripple Wong. There were only a few people who dared to call him cripple in Bing City and even the Longjiang province. He was afraid that his man had heard wrongly and he will end up with a reputation for bullying the young. Since his men had said that Song Zhaofeng will be going to Taiwan Trading Company today, Cripple Wong will also make a trip there. If Song Zhaofeng were to apologize to him, he will let the matter rest. But Cripple Wong did not expect that he had just arrived at the door of the Taiwan Trading Company. He heard someone shouting loudly about breaking one's legs and making him a cripple for life. He also heard rude remarks about him and said that sooner or later, he will be killed by Song Laosi. Cripple Wang's anger went out of control. He ignored the other guy's explanations and ordered his men to pin that guy down. Cripple Wong personally broke both of that guy's legs. Said that I am a cripple on crutches. I will let you be worse off than a crippled. I will make sure you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. ... Toad woke up early in the morning. He will be representing Song Zhaofeng to go to Taiwan Trading Company to take over 50% of the company's shares and make sure the future profits will go to Song Zhaofeng. However, at Taiwan Trading Company, Toad heard from Feng Yu and the rest that they will be closing down the company. That means that Taiwan Trading will not be providing Song Zhaofeng 50% of their profits. Toad was furious. He had promised Song Zhaofeng that he will get this matter done and will bring back the money. He thought to himself, fine, since you want to close down your company, then give us your last month profits. We got people working in the banks. We are able to check how much were their profits last month's. Little did he know that Feng Yu would be so stubborn today. Not only he refuses to pay Toad the last month profits, Feng Yu also said that he will not be giving Song Zhaofeng a single cent in future. Toad was furious. He pointed to Feng Yu and the rest of the staffs, swearing and cursing like what he used to. In the heat of the moment, Toad accidentally mentioned something about breaking their legs and making them cripples. Toad seldom said threats about breaking legs. But he was not scared. Even the police cannot do anything to him. But he was unlucky today. Cripple Wong just happened to be there. Just when he finished saying that sentence, Cripple Wong came rushing in and without any words, broke both of his legs. This time, Toad was finished. Not only he couldn't complete Song Zhaofeng's task, he also offended Cripple Wong. He was also unsure if Song Zhaofeng will help him get back at Cripple Wong. Even if Song Zhaofeng was willing to help him get his revenge, Song Zhaofeng was also no match for Cripple Wong. ... Since last night, Feng Yu had asked his men to spread rumors at many nightclubs. The rumors were, recently, Song Zhaofeng likes to break people's legs and let them be crippled. 8 out of 10 nightclubs in Bing City were owned by Cripple Wang. These rumors can easily make their way to Cripple Wang's ears as his men were stationed at all these nightclubs. Wu Zigang and the staffs also exaggerated that Song Laozi will be taking over the whole of Bing City's underworld. Song Laozi will also be collecting protection fees from businesses in Bing City, and they were expanding their territory into Cripple Wang's area. Wu Zigang made sure Cripple Wang's men heard these rumors so that Cripple Wang gets to know about it. Early in the morning, Song Zhaofeng's man, Toad, came over. He had thought that everything will proceed smoothly and fast. But Feng Yu delayed his time by offering him cigarettes and tea. When Feng Yu heard that Cripple Wang had left his house, his attitude changed and rejected Song Zhaofeng's proposal. Feng Yu rejected to give them money straight in Toad's face. Sure enough, Toad was furious at that time, but if it wasn't for Feng Yu got more people at the company, Toad would have thrown the stool at Feng Yu. When Cripple Wang's car reaches the warehouse door, Feng Yu began to lead Toad to say the words he wanted him to say. I have 2 legs. Even if I offend Master Song, I am still able to run and hide. I am going to close my business now. What else can you all do to me? Feng Yu said to Toad. So, what if you have 2 legs? I am telling you, today you will have to agree to our terms even if you are unwilling. Do you believe that I will break your legs and make you a cripple for the rest of your life once you step out of this door? Toad shouted. Even you break my legs, I can also be successful like Master Crutches. Feng Yu replied. Crutches your ass. You think this is Cripple Wang's territory and we don't dare to touch you. Let me tell you, Cripple Wang is also afraid of our old Master C. Maybe next time, there will not be any more Cripple Wang. You better. Who are you guys? What are you all doing? Crippled, Master Crutches, Toad shouted. Cripple Wang did not give Toad the opportunity to explain and he directly asked his men to pin him down. He swung his iron crutches and break both of Toad's legs. He then instructs his men to throw Toad at Song Laozi territory. Now even a small fry from Song Laozi's gang dares to insult him, the rumors might be true. Seems like Song Laozi wants to swallow up his territory. You are from Taiwan Trading Company. Who is the boss here? Cripple Wang asked while sitting on a chair. Good morning Master Crutches. I am the person in charge of this company. You can call me Xiao Yu. Feng Yu said while passing a cigarette to Cripple Wang. Yo, so young and you were running a business. Not bad. What's your relationship with that guy just now? Cripple Wang asked. Feng Yu had reminded him of his past when he started his first business. That person was Song Zhaofeng's follower. Yesterday, Song Zhaofeng took a car from me and now, he wanted to take away my business. That was the reason we got into an argument just now. We had just started arguing and you arrived. Feng Yu replied. Well, rest assured, this area is my territory. I will take care of you. Song Laozi will not come again. You just mind your own business and earn as much as you can. If there are people who don't follow rules and force you to do businesses against your wishes, you can come and look for me. In your free time, visit my nightclubs more often. Young people should frequent such places more. Cripple Wang said. Cripple Wang left and Feng Yu and his staffs were relieved. This Cripple Wang was the same as the rumors. Although he was a gangster, he will not suppress ordinary folks and other businessmen. He only focuses on his entertainment outlets. From the incidents that happened today, the war between Song Laozi and Cripple Wang looks set to begin. Translator notes. Thank you Josue for the support. I will do my best. Chapter 59 Opportunities to Create Trouble. Feng Yu instructed everyone to not go out for the coming weeks. If they have nothing to do, stay in the company or at home. His staffs were the family members of the motor factory and they stayed at the factory's dormitory. Song Laozi doesn't dare to go to their dormitory to create trouble. The dormitory had security guards and there were those jobless young lads, which numbered close to 100 staying there. These young lads were fierce when it comes to fighting. Also, the motor factory produces products for the military and had close ties with the military. Song Laozi dare not to offend the military. Feng Yu also went back to his apartment in the city to avoid Song Zhaofeng's revenge. Feng Yu believed that the crippled king will start the war soon. When that happens, Feng Yu will find ways to report this matter in the newspaper for the higher authorities to take note of this matter. After Cripple Wang crippled Toad, he was still not satisfied. He waited for Song Laozi to give him an answer for his men's actions but to no avail. However, Song Laozi was still in the dark of what had happened. Song Zhaofeng had kept this matter from him. Toad had been by Song Xiaofeng's side all this while, and if Song Xiaofeng didn't report this matter, Song Laozi also won't know. Song Laozi was not a low-key person. He had built a large villa in Zhongbei last year. The villa was more than 1000 SQ per meter and the construction cost alone were more than 5 million RMB. There was ballroom, bar, chess room, saunas, gym, etc. in his villa. With the renovation costs included in, the total cost for the villa was astronomical. Song Laozi was playing mahjong with 3 other triad bosses from other provinces at his villa when someone entered the room. Song Laozi looked up and saw his nephew Song Xiaofeng entering the room. Xiaofeng, come over and meet your uncles. Song Laozi waved. Song Xiaofeng greeted Song Laozi's friends obediently and stood behind Song Laozi. Song Laozi saw Song Xiaofeng's actions, and he knew that Song Xiaofeng had something to tell him. Guangzhong, come and play for me. I am going to the toilet. Song Laozi said to his right-hand man. Song Laozi's right-hand man sat down at the mahjong table while Song Laozi left the room with Song Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, today so many uncles came to see me. You should be happy for me. Song Laozi said. Song Laozi was very happy. These triad bosses came to see him today means that they had acknowledged him as the underworld leader in Longjiang province. He will be the one and only triad boss of the whole province soon. Uncle, Toad's legs were broken today. Song Xiaofeng said. Toad, the one who had been following you. Who did this to him? Song Laozi's face changed. It doesn't matter if Toad was in the right or wrong. Toad was a member of his gang and his follower. For someone to break his legs, it means that someone was not respecting him. Those that do not respect him must be taught a lesson. It was Cripple Wang, Song Xiaofeng said. Cripple Wang. Song Laozi lit a cigarette. Cripple Wang was a ruthless person. During their last meeting, they had both agreed to not meddle with each other business, and Cripple Wang will not vie the #1 position in the underground world with him. Why did Cripple Wang break Toad's legs? Song Xiaofeng explained the whole matter to Song Laozi. Of course, Song Xiaofeng had exaggerated the story and missed out some portions of it. He said that Toad had gone to Cripple Wang's territory to help him buy a car and Cripple Wang broke both of his legs without listening to his explanations. Additionally, Toad had said that it was a misunderstanding and he was Song Laozi's men and Cripple Wang still carry on breaking his legs. Song Laozi's eyes narrowed and pressed out his cigarette in the ashtray. So, that Cripple Wang wants to start a war with me. It must be Cripple Wang had heard news of these bosses visiting me today and he was not happy. The timing was too coincidental, which resulted in Song Laozi to misunderstood Cripple Wang. Actually, Cripple Wang knows that these people will be visiting Song Laozi today. But he doesn't care. Cripple Wang's business was mainly in Bing City and he doesn't care about the other cities in the province. He also doesn't have the intentions of expanding his territory to other cities. He was not like Song Laozi, who was in construction and demolition business. Song Laozi wanted to expand his business throughout the province and slowly enter other provinces. As such, Song Laozi needs to have a title, such as Boss of Longjiang, in order to expand his territory to other provinces. Song Laozi knew that Cripple Wang had been unhappy with him. Although Song Laozi's power was bigger than Cripple Wang, he could not eliminate him in one go. Also, he can't use his close ties with the government against Cripple Wang. If he asked the government to act against Cripple Wang, he would lose the respect of others. Song Laozi had just come to an agreement with Brother K with regards to his position as the #1 boss of Longjiang, and now, Cripple Wang is creating trouble for him when bosses of other triads came to visit him. If the bosses from other cities knew that he can't even take care of his own backyard, they would not acknowledge his status as the #1. Song Laozi proclaimed that everyone is afraid and respected him in Bing City. He even has the intention to get a position in the provincial government in future. But now, Cripple Wang came and gave him a slap on his face. This matter will not be forgotten so easily. Cripple Wang needs to give him an explanation. Okay, I know. You go back first. I will not let this matter rest so easily. I will personally get revenge for you. Song Laozi said. Song Xiaofeng said. Thank you, uncle. Okay, no need to thank me. Later accompany those uncles for a few drinks. In future, you might need their help. Song Laozi said. That night, Song Xiaofeng drank till he was drunk and he instructed his men to smash up Taiwan Trading Company. He was in no position to meddle with the issues between Song Laozi and Cripple Wang, but he can just vent his anger on a small trading company. What? The company was smashed. Don't be anxious. We will split into 3 groups. Brother Lee, you go and report to the police. We had sent gifts to the police station and they are obliged to act if we encounter any trouble. We might not expect them to arrest anyone, but they have to protect us from this happening again. We can promise them to sponsor more money in future. Ask Wu Zigang to look for Motor Factory's Director Lee. Just tell him that the corporation between Taiwan Trading and the Motor Factory will stop because our company was smashed and we will close our business. The Motor Factory still have some authority in Bing City. If the Motor Factory is able to get the government to act, then Song Laosi might not dare to create any more trouble. Ask Sun Liang to come to my house. He will accompany me to look for Cripple Wong and ask Cripple Wong to deal with Song Laosi. I want to see what can Song Laosi do to us. Oh yes, we need to rearrange the warehouse. Smash those empty bottles all over the warehouse and make our warehouse look worse than before. Feng Yu instructed. Feng Yu and Sun Liang went to 7 to 8 entertainment outlets before he found Cripple Wong in a bath center. Master Crutches, I came to you to ask for your help. Feng Yu said with a sad expression. Cripple Wong thought for a while and said, You are Xiao Feng from the trading company in the warehouse area. What happened? Did someone create trouble at your company? Cripple Wong was surprised. Yesterday he had instructed his men to keep low and don't create unnecessary trouble. But the next day, something happened. Who was the one who had to defy his instructions? Master Crutches, I had prepared a 100,000 RMB red packet. Please help me to talk to Master Song. We did not do anything to Toad and there was no reason for them to smash up our warehouse and company. Feng Yu said. What did you say? That bastard Song Zhaofeng sent his men to smash your company. Cripple Wangs trembled in anger. This Song Zhaofeng, instead of coming over to apologize to him, he still dares to create trouble in his territory. This means declaring war on him. Yes, we suffered great losses. All my goods in the warehouse were destroyed. Master Crutches, I'm unable to continue my business. Feng Yu said. He took out a stack of 100,000 RMB notes and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Cripple Wong. However, Cripple Wong pushed the stake of RMB back to Feng Yu. If he accepted this 100,000 RMB, it would be against the rules he set. How will he command respect from his followers in future? You take this money back. I promise you I will settle this matter for you. Cripple Wong said. Chapter 60 Amulet. Song Laosi had just sent the bosses from other cities out of his villa and was about to go look for Cripple Wong. His right-hand man, Li Guangzheng, came up to him and told him that Cripple Wong sent his men to notify them that he will be waiting for them tonight at Jinli nightclub. Song Laosi's expression became gloomy. He had yet to look for Cripple Wong and Cripple Wong came to look for trouble with him. Seems like keeping low for the past few months had led to Cripple Wong thinking he was weak. Although Jinli nightclub was Cripple Wang's territory, Song Laosi was not afraid. He had more men and his men were fiercer than Cripple Wang's men. Furthermore, Jinli nightclub is also in Bing City. In Bing City, Song Laosi is afraid of no one. If Cripple Wong dares to fight it out with him, then he shall see who dies first. Feng Yu was accompanying the police officers at the scene, calculating his losses. The warehouse was almost empty in the first place. There were not many stocks other than a few samples. Also, Song Zhaofeng's men did not enter the warehouse. They did not even break the lock outside. All they did was to splash paint on their doors and used stones and iron bars to damage the doors. But Feng Yu let his men create a fake crime scene. His men broke the lock with a sledgehammer from outside and smashed all the samples on the floor, making the warehouse messy. Officer Xie, look at these. Look at all the damages done to our warehouse. I believed that these 2 months, we had done our part. We had sponsored food and clothes to your station. Now our company becomes like this, someone has to account for this. Li Shijiang said loudly. Feng Yu secretly nodded his head. The previous 2 deals with Kirilenko had led to a good partnership with his suppliers. Every time the suppliers send their goods, they will also send some free gifts or samples to them. Feng Yu will then let his staff split these samples and gifts among themselves. Those remaining, he will send to the police stations. Although these gifts were not expensive, they were practical. Those gifts were mainly food products such as rice, oil, cigarettes, etc. In this era, most people were poor. When the police chief gave out these free gifts and samples to his men, he also felt proud. Xiao Li, Xiao Feng, don't worry. Did you all offend anyone recently? We also need a direction if we were to investigate this case. The police chief, Officer Xie said. He had received gifts from Taiwan Trading Company and he felt embarrassed that such things happened to the company. How would I know? We are doing business and we don't offend people easily. Officer Xie, can you get more people to patrol this area? My request is not too much, am I? Feng Yu said. He said there was to prevent Li Shijiang from saying anything about Song Zhaofeng. Even if Feng Yu or Li Shijiang mentioned anything about Song Zhaofeng, Officer Xie also don't dare to do anything about it. The most, he would get someone to take the rap. There will be repercussions if this were to happen. Song Zhaofeng will take revenge on them again. If Feng Yu were to act against Song Laozi, he will not want to give Song Laozi to have any opportunities to return to power. Okay, I'll go back and speak to the rest. Officer Xie said. Officer Xie wanted to leave but Feng Yu stopped him. Officer Xie, I have a small request from you. Can we have a signage from the police? A signage? What signage do you want? Our police station does not give out signage. Officer Xie replied. He was feeling puzzled. Feng Yu sighed. In the future years, placing a police signage with the police logo and contact number on the door, there will be lesser people creating trouble for that household or business. Many people will think that this business is affiliated with the police. Now to ask for a picture was not realistic. But to get a sign from the police and on the signage wrote the following words, partners of the police, together we will build a safer country, would let others think that this company is under the protection of a certain police chief. People who want to create trouble would think twice. Officer Xie, it is just an ordinary signage. Just like an amulet to ward off people who want to create trouble for us. Oh yes, I had prepared 50 wind and rain fans for your station to improve your working environment. Feng Yu explained. You don't really need to do this. Officer Xie replied, smiling happily. His office still has no fans and their budget had been tight. No, we are partners to the police and we are building a safer nation together. This is the least I can do to show my support. Feng Yu said. After Officer Xie left, Feng Yu called Li Shijiang over. Although he had pulled the police chief over to their side, they also have to take care of the people under Officer Xie. Especially the patrol officers. These officers should be entitled to night patrol allowances. These allowances will help these officers to get something to eat during their patrols. It would be best if Song Laozi misunderstood that they have strong connections with the police. Also, they have to build their relationships with the officials above of Officer Xie. After settling Officer Xie, Wu Zigang and another staff returned. They had ridden bicycles and they were sweating. Zigang, what did Director Li said? Li Zigang asked before Feng Yu can open his mouth. Director Li is not willing to get involved in this. But they were willing to give us a signage based on Manager Feng's instructions. I will put up the signage now. Look, this is the signage. Partner of Bing City Motor Factory. But Manager Feng, how can this signage be useful? Wu Zigang pointed to the signage and asked. Feng Yu smiled and said, of course one signage might not be useful. But when we have a lot of signages, then it will be very useful. These signages were equivalent to an identity. In the future years, many companies wanted to get some form of recognition from the government bodies, such as People's Representative, member of some government committee, etc. These recognitions act as some sort of amulet and also proved that the company was doing well. As long as there were a lot of signages and awards from government bodies at their door, there will be lesser people creating trouble for them. There was another advantage. These awards and signages will show that the company have lots of connections and will give them more bargaining power when it comes to business negotiations. But Feng Yu was a bit disappointed when he heard that the motor factory had refused to come forward to help him. A large hydropower station had just been completed and the motor factory will be collecting the payments from them. For time being, the motor factory was not short of funds. If the motor factory was willing to help Feng Yu, all they have to do was to let their superiors in the government know about this matter and someone will warn Song Laozi to stop. But Feng Yu had other ways. He can get another amulet from the city government. Deputy Chief Zhang, am I disturbing you? Feng Yu asked. Oh, it's Manager Feng. Come in. What brought you here today? Zhang Reiqiang asked. Chief Zhang, I am here to let you know that I will be closing down my trading company. What procedures do I have to do? Feng Yu said. Zhang Reiqiang was surprised. Taiwan Trading was one of the companies which his department helped to get the permits. 2 days ago, the chief still praised Taiwan Trading. This month alone, there were already more than 3 million rubles worth of trades. The department still has the intention to make Taiwan Trading as an example for other trading firms to learn from. Manager Feng, what happened? Did that Russian cheated you? Zhang Ruiqiang asked worriedly. No, that Russian will not do this to me. My company was very profitable. But I am not sure who did I offended, and yesterday, my company and my goods in the warehouse were smashed and destroyed by someone. The police still had not found the culprit yet. Rather than worry day and night, I would rather close down my business. I am preparing to move my business to Shen City. Although it will be a bit troublesome, it will still be better than now. Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, Shen City is quite a distance from the Soviet Union. Furthermore, you will have to start all over again there, and it won't be as convenient as Bing City. You rest assured, I will call Chief Zhao of the provincial government and tell him about your problem. He will take note of it and will not let some gangsters harass you. Zhang Ruiqiang said. This, all right. By the way, the police station gave me an idea. If I am able to put some government awards on my door, it will be very effective against these troublemakers. Can your foreign trade department give me any awards? Feng Yu asked. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. This should be his real purpose for coming here. But never mind, they had been giving out these types of awards and signages all this while. Also, he had heard about the triads and gangs in Bing City. His superior had the intention of putting him in charge of getting investments in the city and promote international trade. Zhang Ruiqiang had long wanted to drive these gangs and triads out of Bing City. Okay, I will get my men to send it over once it is ready. In future, if Manager Feng needs to procure anything, remember to support our state-owned enterprises. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Try, of course, I will take note of it. Thank you, Chief Zhang. Feng Yu replied. The two exchanged some greetings and Chief Zhang also put across some requests to Feng Yu, which he agreed willingly. After leaving the foreign trade hall, Feng Yu felt refreshed. With so many amulets, Song Xiaofeng will not dare to touch Taiwan Trading Company again. And a few more days, Song Xiaofeng will be in an urn. Chapter 61 Small Tricks. Feel free to donate to me using this link: PayPal, Meet Noob Translator, or Patreon. After waiting for a day, there was still no news of Song Xiaofeng's death. Feng Yu can't stand it anymore. He was the target of Song Xiaofeng, and being a target does not feel right. Especially when Song Xiaofeng was someone who would try all means to get even and doesn't follow any rules. Feng Yu was not sure when will Song Xiaofeng attack him. In a few days, the second batch of used cars will arrive at Bing City. What if Song Xiaofeng sends his men profits? Kirilenko had told him that there were not many luxury cars left. After this incoming batch of cars and another batch sometime later, Feng Yu might have to wait up to 2 years. The timing for the next 2 batches of cars was just lovely for Feng Yu. These 2 batches should take the whole year for Feng Yu to sell. Next year, there will be an excellent opportunity for Feng Yu to flip his assets a few folds. But for that to happen, Feng Yu needs to make money from the next 2 batches of used cars. If Song Xiaofeng were to take away half of his profits, Feng Yu would be losing money. He might as well give up on this business and concentrate on doing exportation business. Feng Yu was scolding Cripple Wong in his heart for being so slow to act. At the same time, he was also thinking of ways to add oil to the fire. It turned out that Cripple Wong was furious when he learned that Feng Yu's company had been smashed by Song Xiaofeng's men. He was not mad because Feng Yu's company was destroyed. He was furious because instead of Song Xiaofeng going to apologize to him, Song Xiaofeng still dares to create trouble in his territory. This had made him lose face. Cripple Wong had already sent his men to inform Song Laozi to bring Song Xiaofeng to apologize to him. But Song Laozi already had the support of other triad bosses from other cities, and he had self-proclaimed to be the #1 boss of Bing City. How can the #1 boss bring his own nephew to apologize to his enemy? Song Laozi only sent 100,000 RMB to Cripple Wong and said that Song Xiaofeng was drunk when he gave the order. The 100,000 RMB was sort of payment to settle this matter. Song Laozi doesn't care if Cripple Wong keeps the 100,000 RMB or the money goes to Taiwan Trading. He sent the money was just to shut Cripple Wong up. Under the persuasion of his men, Cripple Wong kept the money. This was considered an act of goodwill from Song Laozi. If Cripple Wong did not accept and kept harping on Song Laozi, they would eventually have to fight each other head-on. Now, Brother K was keeping quiet and waiting for the chance to eliminate both of them. Having a war with each other would just benefit Brother K, and he will eventually take over Bing City. As for Taiwan Trading Company, Cripple Wong just sent one of his men to bring 10,000 RMB over and said that the 10,000 RMB was Song Xiaofeng's compensation for the damages. Feng Yu looked at the 10,000 RMB on the table with his eyes twitching. Let the matter rest. How can he let this matter rest? Why did Cripple Wong kill Song Xiaofeng in his previous life? Why did Cripple Wong not kill him this time? Song Laozi can still live for a few more years, but Song Xiaofeng must die now. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked Wu Zigang to follow him to look for Cripple Wong. He also brought 100,000 RMB with him. Why are you here again? Didn't I send the compensation to you? Why, you think the compensation was too little? Cripple Wong frowned. No, I am here to thank Master Crutches for helping my company. I had received the compensation from Song Xiaofeng. This is our thank you gift for Master Crutches and your men. Feng Yu said while pushing the bag containing the 100,000 RMB towards Cripple Wong. The bag does not have any zipper. The 100,000 RMB can be seen by Cripple Wong and his men without opening the bag. Cripple Wong looked at Feng Yu. What is this kid thinking? I sent him 10,000 RMB, and he came back to give me 100,000 RMB as thank you gift. What do you mean by this? Cripple Wong asked. Master Crutches, I shall be honest, all I wanted was a peace of mind. I know you had already sent words to Song Laozi. I believe Song Laozi will not find trouble with my company because of you. But this time, my company had offended Song Xiaofeng. He is arrogant and does not abide by the rules. I am afraid that he will seek revenge again. Feng Yu said. Cripple Wong stared at Feng Yu. In his heart, he thought, what do you mean? You think that my words have no weight? But he thought about what Feng Yu said and found that Feng Yu actually made sense. Song Laozi was someone that will still abide by the rules of the underworld. But Song Xiaofeng's reputation was horrible. Furthermore, he was also unhappy that Song Xiaofeng did not even come personally to apologize to him. If Song Xiaofeng really came back and create trouble for Taiwan Trading Company, it will really cause Cripple Wong to lose face. Does Song Xiaofeng dare to go and find trouble with Feng Yu? No one can be sure. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng will never come to you again. Cripple Wong said. Thank you, Master Crutches, I am relieved to hear that. If you need me for anything in future just let me know. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu left without even taking a second look at the 100,000 RMB on the table. Master Crutches, this kid is not bad. But he is worried about nothing. Song Laozi had already given us the compensation, what's there for him to worry about? Cripple Wang's follower casually said. Hearing what his follower said, Cripple Wong was not happy. Song Laozi had only sent his men over and not come to him personally. At least Song Xiaofeng should make the trip. This Song Laozi was getting more and more arrogant. If he still doesn't do anything, Bing City will fall into Song Laozi hands within 1 year. On the way back to the company, Feng Yu kept looking at Wu Zigang. Wu Zigang felt uncomfortable from Feng Yu's actions. He asked, Manager Feng, if you have anything on your mind, you can say it to me straight. You are making me uncomfortable. Feng Yu said. Zigang, I have a task for you, but I am afraid that you are not willing to do. Wu Zigang tapped on his chest and said, Manager Feng, just let me know what you want me to do, and I will do it. It doesn't matter if your task is related to the company or your own personal things. One word from you and I will complete it. I want you to get beaten up. Feng Yu said. Wu Zigang asked with an awkward expression, Manager Feng, don't tell me you want me to be a sandbag for you to vent your anger. Feng Yu shook his head. The one hitting you is not me. You need to be beaten up by Song Xiaofeng. Why would his men hit me? Didn't Cripple Wong said that Song Xiaofeng will not come and disturb us again? Wu Zigang asked. If he doesn't come and look for us, we can take the initiative and look for him. Sorry, Zigang, but you will have to suffer a bit. When this thing is over, I will give you 10,000 RMB. Manager Feng, I will not accept your money. It is just a beating. I can still take tea. But why do I have to be beaten up by them? Wu Zigang still doesn't understand. It doesn't matter. As long as you promise me to complete this task. You have to keep the money. This is to compensate you. Tonight, we will go and have fun at the nightclub ballroom to play. Don't tell anyone about this. Including Brother Li, Feng Yu instructed. There was an old saying in northeast China. It is either peaceful and quiet or blows up and make the matter worse. Night, Feng Yu and Wu Zigang drove out. Li Shijiang thought Feng Yu was going to the motor factory and didn't ask anything. Remember, later when you are getting beaten up, scream loudly. Scream as if you are in great pain. Feng Yu reminded Wu Zigang. Rest assured, I know what to do. Wu Zigang replied. You must not fight back and protect your head with your arms. Curl your body up, Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, you had repeated 6 times. Wu Zigang said. Do you remember? Feng Yu snapped. Yes, I remember, Wu Zigang replied. After driving to a few nightclubs, Feng Yu found his Land Rover. Autumn nightclub. Feng Yu walked in front, and Wu Zigang followed. He gritted his teeth. Getting 10,000 RMB for a beating was not the main reason he agreed to this. It was doing Feng Yu a great favor that was the main reason. He helped Feng Yu, and he knows that Feng Yu will take care of him in future. The nightclub was very crowded. Feng Yu scans the area and saw Song Xiaofeng at a corner with his men. Feng Yu chatted with Wu Zigang and walked towards Song Xiaofeng's direction. It was as if they did not see Song Xiaofeng. Chapter 62 Everyone can act. Feel free to donate to me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Song Xiaofeng was grounded at home for the past few days by his uncle Song Laosi. Although Song Laosi's villa has everything, he still felt bored. Today, he was finally allowed to leave his uncle's villa, and he immediately brought his men to the nightclub. He just likes the feeling of playing with different girls. In his words, every girl has her own flavor. Just when he saw a target and was about to send his men to pull the girl over, he saw someone that was in his mind for the past few days. Since this kid appeared in front of him, it would be a waste to not get some money out of him. Song Xiaofeng still has to pay for Toad's medical expenses. Since he happens to meet Feng Yu here, he decided to ask Feng Yu to pay for Toad's expenses. Anyway, Feng Yu had indirectly caused Toad's legs to be broken by Cripple Wong. Feng Yu was looking for a place to sit with Wu Zigang when he saw 2 men appeared in front of them. You too, Master Song asked you to get over there. One of the 2 men said. Feng Yu and Wu Zigang's eyes met and without uttering a word, followed Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng was leaning back into a sofa with crossed legs. He was holding a glass of whiskey. Isn't this Brother Feng? How come you are here today? Song Xiaofeng asked. I just happened to pass by and decided to come in for a drink. Master Song, you are here too. Bring the tab for Master Song's table to me. Feng Yu said enthusiastically. No need. I, Song Xiaofeng, don't have the habit of letting others buying me drinks. But my brother, Toad, was injured at your office a few days ago. How are you going to settle this matter? Song Xiaofeng said while shaking his rock glass. He doesn't even look at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked over to Wu Zigang, and he knew what to do. Wu Zigang stepped forward and shouted. He is not injured by us and our company was trashed by your men. Song Xiaofeng coldly glanced at Wu Zigang. He doesn't need to say anything, and his men rushed up. All it takes was 1 glass bottle, and Wu Zigang was on the floor. The 4 men surrounded him and start raining blows on him. Wu Zigang already knew he will be beaten up. With the protection padding protecting his stomach area, he wrapped his arms around his head and curled up to defend himself. Even if he is injured, the injuries will also not be too severe. Wu Zigang screamed loudly when on the floor. He shouted for mercy. Feng Yu also shouted at Song Xiaofeng. Master Song, ask them to stop. How much compensation do you want? Just let me know. If I can afford it, I will give it to you. He is going to die soon. Song Xiaofeng closed his eyes. One hand holding the rock glass and the other swaying around in the air. His expression was like he is enjoying some music and his hand swaying to the rhythm. He likes to listen to the screams of those who don't obey him. The more miserable, the more excited he is. The satisfaction he got from these screams is far better than sex. The beating carried on for about 5 minutes. Wu Zigang's cry was getting weaker. Suddenly, Song Xiaofeng raised his left fist, like the ending movement of a music conductor. His men stopped and stood back behind Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu hurriedly went over to check on Wu Zigang. He started to regret. This was not what he expected. He thought Song Xiaofeng's men would just beat up Wu Zigang for a while and stopped. He did not expect the beating to carry on for so long. Wu Zigang was beaten up severely. His face is full of blood, and his body was trembling non-stop. When Feng Yu looked at Wu Zigang's eyes, the latter was still able to blink, and his eyes were still very clear. Feng Yu felt relieved. At least, Wu Zigang had not injured his brain. Earlier you said you wanted to compensate for Toad's injuries. How much do you think a man's leg is worth? Song Xiaofeng asked slowly while slipping on his whiskey. 100,000 RMB, Feng Yu quoted a price. Now the average annual income in Bing City is not more than 1,000 RMB. 100,000 RMB is the lifetime wages of many people. 100,000 RMB. Humph, you think we are beggars? At least 400,000 RMB. I will not bargain with you. 2 legs and the other injuries, total 1 million RMB, and I will let this matter rest. Song Xiaofeng sneers. He knew Taiwan trading had made a few million last month. 1 million RMB shouldn't be a problem for Feng Yu. 1 million. Feng Yu sucked in a deep breath and said, Master Song, isn't 1 million too much? Too much. Then how much do you think your 2 legs are worth? Why not I break both of your legs, and we let the matter rest? Song Xiaofeng said with disgust. Some people just can't grasp the situation. Feng Yu still wanted to bargain with him. If Feng Yu always behave this way, he will break his legs now and still ask for compensation. Fine, I will pay 1 million. Give me 3 days to raise the money, and I will send it to you. Feng Yu said unwillingly. Looking at Feng Yu, Song Xiaofeng was elated. He was able to vent his anger and still got a sum of money coming in. After paying Toad's medical expenses, he will even have at least a few 100,000 left. Like swiping a fly, Song Xiaofeng waved his hands to ask Feng Yu to get lost. He then pointed to a pretty girl who was leaving the dance floor. Tonight, she is the one. The nightclub business was not affected even when Wu Zigang was beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's 4 followers. Everyone pretended not to see. Only a few more daring customers looked over to find out who was the one who had provoked Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu really despised these twisted people. They thought that people like Song Xiaofeng were very awe-inspiring. When he is in prison or dying on the streets, they will understand that these are all stupid and not prestige. Feng Yu helped Wu Zigang out of the nightclub. When their car had left the area, Wu Zigang began to groan. How are you? Do you have any fractures? Don't worry, we are reaching the hospital soon. Feng Yu said. It's okay, I got the padding on. Wu Zigang said and pulled out 2 plastic boards from underneath his clothes. Luckily Song Xiaofeng's men had used their legs to stomp on him. If they had used their fist, they would have felt the plastic paddings. With the paddings protecting him, Wu Zigang did not sustain serious injuries. After the hospital examination, Feng Yu was relieved. Wu Zigang only sustained minor injuries. After 2 injections, he is allowed to go home. All he needs was to recuperate at home for 2 months. Zigang, don't tell anyone about what happened. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng is finished. Feng Yu said. That night, Feng Yu went to a few places to look for Cripple Wang. He finally found him relaxing in a pool of a bath center. Cripple Wang frowned when he saw Feng Yu. This kid again, did he think that after giving me 100,000 RMB, I am to solve all his problems? When Feng Yu saw Cripple Wang, he put on a pitiful look on his face and said, Master Crutch, you got to help me. What's the matter? Crippled Wang asked. Master Crutch, today I went to the nightclub with a friend to relax, but we met Song Xiaofeng there. He asked his men to beat up my friend and me for no reasons. My friend is seriously injured and is currently still lying in the hospital. I was also beaten. You look at my injuries. Feng Yu said. He beat you for no reasons? Cripple Wang asked. He did not believe what Feng Yu had said. We were at Autumn nightclub. You can ask your men. We had just entered the nightclub, and we were immediately beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng also said that even if Toad's legs were broken by Master Crutches, but it happened at my company. So I have to pay him 1 million RMB as compensation. My company is still new. Where can I raise such a big sum of money? Feng Yu replied. Cripple Wang's face changed. On the surface, Song Xiaofeng had beat up Feng Yu and his friend. But actually, it was a slap in his face. Humph, Song Laoci, this time it is your nephew that didn't play by the rules. I will not hold back on him. Chapter 63 War Part 1. Feel free to donate to me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Cripple Wang asked Feng Yu to go back first. He will investigate this matter first before giving Feng Yu an answer. He cannot believe Feng Yu's one-sided claims. He asked his men to get those who were watching over Autumn nightclub over. The circumstances were indeed what Feng Yu had said. Feng Yu and his friend had just entered the nightclub, and they were beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng even asked Feng Yu to compensate him 1 million RMB, using Toad's injuries at Feng Yu's office as an excuse. As to how seriously injured was Feng Yu's friend, it was needless to investigate further. To be beaten up by 4 men for 5 minutes, he must be seriously injured. Furthermore, Song Xiaofeng did not pay for the damages that day. The follower, who was relating the circumstances to Cripple Wang, had eyed the girl which Song Xiaofeng brought back that day first. As such, he exaggerated a lot. For instance, Feng Yu had mentioned the name of Master Crutches, but Song Xiaofeng still ignored and even asked his men to hit them harder. Cripple Wang can no longer keep quiet this time. Even this Song Xiaofeng dared to be so arrogant in his territory. This shows that Song Laoxi's power had increased a lot. If he were to keep quiet and let this matter rest, within 1 year, there would be no Master Crutches in Bing City. Useless. What did I say before? At our nightclubs, there must be no fights. If there are fights every day, who will come to our nightclubs? Where can we earn money? No money, what are you going to eat? Cripple Wang scolded the follower responsible for that nightclub. That follower was smart and asked, Master Crutches, do we look for Song Xiaofeng with regards to this incident? Of course. By creating trouble in my territory means not giving me face. Go and bring him over. Let Song Laoxi come over personally to bring him back. Feng Yu spent the whole night at the hospital taking care of Wu Zigang. Wu Zigang does not want to notify his family for the time being. The next morning, Feng Yu saw a familiar person appearing in front of him. That person is one of Cripple Wang's men. Manager Feng, I represent Master Crutches to visit your injured friend and also bring you a message from Master Crutches. Song Xiaofeng was captured by Master Crutches. We are waiting for Song Laoxi to come over. Cripple Wang's man looked over at Wu Zigang, whose whole body was covered in bandages. Song Xiaofeng's men were merciless. But what he did not know was that the bandages were requested by Feng Yu. There was no need for these bandages. But Feng Yu gave them red packets money and said that the more bandages, the faster the wounds will heal. The doctors after receiving the red packets used a lot of dressings on Wu Zigang. They hoped that they could meet these types of ignorant patients more frequently. Help me thank Master Crutches. This money is to treat you and your brothers to drink. Feng Yu said. After sending Cripple Wang's man out, Feng Yu woke Wu Zigang, who was pretending to be in a coma, up. Feng Yu took out the 2 electric fans from under the bed and started blowing at Wu Zigang. Under this summer heat and thick bandages, it will be easy to get heat rashes. Manager Feng, you go back first, I am fine. Wu Zigang said. Feng Yu had not only personally taken care of him for 1 night and even arranged a single room with toilet for him. This was the treatment for government officials. Feng Yu had spent a lot of this type of treatment. I will stay and take care of you. You can't even go to the toilet yourself. Feng Yu said while looking at the mummy on the bed. Time for injection. Turn over and show your buttocks. After this injection and 2 bottles of drips, you can be discharged. You are his brother. Don't interfere with the doctors next time if you don't know anything. There is obviously nothing wrong with him, and yet you ask the doctors to bandage his whole body. You even brought 2 fans for him. Do you really have too much money to burn? A young nurse came in and started criticizing Feng Yu while preparing the injection and drips. Feng Yu suddenly saw Wu Zigang's eyes brighten up and started wriggling his body to expose his buttocks. Feng Yu shook his head. He finally understood why Wu Zigang wanted him to go back first. After injection and hanging the drips, Feng Yu went over beside the nurse and said, Sister, I would need to trouble you to take care of my friend for the next 2 days. Our hospital treats all patients the same. There are no special treatments. The nurse said. Feng Yu whispered, I will tell you the truth. My friend is here for you. I know his injuries are not that serious. Under this summer's heat and wrapped in thick bandages. All these are just for him to stay in the hospital for a few more days so he can get closer to you. The young nurse's face turned red and secretly looked at Wu Zigang. She thought this guy was an idiot. So, it was because he likes her. For someone who can afford to stay in this type of ward, have 2 electric fans blowing at him and came to the hospital in a car, his family must be quite well off. She heard from other nurses that Wu Zigang is not bad looking and his height is about 1.8 meters. Feng Yu took out a few hundred RMB notes and handed over to the nurse. What do you mean by this? The young nurse asked unhappily. Nothing much. If my friend wants to eat anything, please help him. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu returned to the ward and smiled at Wu Zigang. Okay. I had found out that the young nurse is single and she will be on the day shift this week. I had asked her to take good care of you. Whether if you can get her, is all up to you now. I am going back now and visit you later in the evenings. Song Xiaofeng was captured by Cripple Wang, and Cripple Wang even sent word to Song Laozi. If he wants to rescue Song Xiaofeng, he will have to go and see him personally. This incident was shocking to Song Laozi. He tried to find out what had happened, but he soon found out that Song Xiaofeng and his followers were all captured by Cripple Wang. He had already given Cripple Wang 100,000 RMB last time. Cripple Wang had also accepted the money. What did he want now? Song Laozi was furious. His nephew is his only family member left and his Achilles heel. He will not forgive anyone that dares to touch his nephew. He called a few dozens of his men and left to look for Cripple Wang in his Mercedes-Benz. Cripple Wang knew Song Laozi was on his way over and he was prepared too. In Autumn nightclub, there were over 30 men, metal pipes, machete, shotgun, and pistons. If Song Laozi wanted to get Song Xiaofeng back by force, then it will depend on whose life is harder. A few vans parked at the entrance and a few dozen men alighted from the vans. Despite the summer heat, they were dressed in long sleeves clothes and their clothes were all bulging. A Mercedes-Benz then came, and the front passenger door opened. Song Laozi's right-hand man, Li Guangzheng, alighted and opened the rear passenger door. At the same time, he opened an umbrella. Song Laozi slowly alighted from the car and looked at his men. He was quite pleased with what he saw. So what if this is Cripple Wang's territory? I had brought so many men with me. If he does not release Song Xiaofeng today, then there will be bloodshed at this autumn nightclub. Song Laozi thought to himself. A few of his men were instructed by Li Guangzheng to enter the nightclub first. Song Laozi and Li Guangzheng slowly walked into the nightclub. Cripple Wang was seated at a table in the middle of the nightclub, drinking beer. When he saw Song Laozi entered, he looked up and sneered, "Song Laozi, you have been too busy. I had invited you over a few times, and you finally show up." Song Laozi sat down opposite Cripple Wang, took a gulp of the ice-cold beer on the table and said, "Cripple Wang, just because I turned down your invitations, you captured my nephew. You better give me a good reason for this." Hearing the way Song Laozi addressed him, Cripple Wang banged the table with the beer bottle and said, "You want me to give you an account? Your nephew had created trouble multiple times at my nightclub. How are you going to give me an account for that?" Chapter 64 War, Part 2. Feel free to donate to me using this link: PayPal, Meet Noob Translator, or Patreon. The two underworld bosses from Bing City sitting at the opposite end of the table. They looked like they were just casually chatting in the neighborhood. But each word that was spoken had murderous intent. Cripple Wang, my nephew, was drunk, and it's normal for drunk people to behave this way. You can just send someone to pass a message. You think I will not compensate you for the damages? Now you ordered your men to capture him, it is a slap in my face. Song Laozi said with a gloomy face. Cripple Wang had captured his nephew because of such small matters. He is too arrogant. Drunk, humph, got drunk after one glass of liquor. Song Laozi, can you use your brains when you speak? You care about your face, then what about mine? Cripple Wang replied. Fine, I am not here to argue with you today. We can talk about who's right and who's wrong another day. You release Song Xiaofeng first. Not harming family members is the rule of the underworld. Song Laozi said. He was a bit wary of Cripple Wang as Song Xiaofeng was still in Cripple Wang's hand. Cripple Wang waved his hand, and his men brought out Song Xiaofeng and his followers. Other than Song Xiaofeng, the rest had both their legs broken. Although Song Xiaofeng's legs were not broken, he was beaten up. When he saw Song Laozi, he struggled and shouted, "Uncle C, Cripple Wang sent his men to capture me and beat me up. You have to revenge for me." Hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, Song Laozi's face changed. This nephew of his was not very smart. Not to mention that he had only attended a few days of school, he still doesn't know how to analyze the situation. You are still under Cripple Wang's control, and you are still shouting. Sure enough, Cripple Wang was furious when he heard what Song Xiaofeng said. He was already angry when Song Laozi called him Cripple Wang, and now, this Song Xiaofeng dares to call him Cripple Wang in front of so many people and still wanted revenge. No respect for your elders. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of Song Laozi. Crippled Wang said. Just after Cripple Wang finished his sentence, his men gave Song Xiaofeng 2 tight slaps. Song Laozi felt like these 2 slaps were on his face. Song Laozi stared hard at the one who had slapped Song Xiaofeng. He was Cripple Wang's close follower and his bodyguard. His status was similar to Li Guangzheng. Song Xiaofeng opened his mouth and still wanted to say something, but Song Laozi shouted, "Shut up. If not for Song Xiaofeng still being held in Cripple Wang's hands, Song Laozi would have ordered Li Guangzhang to kill Cripple Wang immediately. Cripple Wang, you had taught him a lesson. I will bring him back and educate him properly. Let's forget about everything and let this matter rest. Song Laozi said. I taught him a lesson is because of what he said. But my nightclub had suffered losses, and you still need to compensate me. Not much. 100,000 RMB should be enough. Cripple Wang replied. With so many followers here, he should give some money to everyone, and Song Laozi should be the one to come up with this money. Each man will get about 2 to 3,000 RMB. Rewarding them with this money can also gain their loyalty. Song Laozi suppressed his anger and nodded. Fine. I will send you the money later. Release him first. I will not release him if I don't see the money. Cripple Wang had long wanted to talk down at Song Laozi. You think people are looking up at you and you are the big boss. Furthermore, if Song Laozi doesn't pay him later, what can he do? Since it was only a matter of time they go to war, why not get some money first? Cripple Wang, earlier the police had seen me coming over to your place. If we were to have a showdown today using firearms, it would not be nice. Song Laozi still wanted to create a clean image for himself. He doesn't want any bloodshed here as this will destroy the clean image he created for the past 2 years. Threatening me? Ask your men to go get the money. I shall wait here. Even if the police is here, so what? I own this place. What wrong with having a little chat with my friends at my own place? These knives are for cutting watermelons. Cripple Wang replied happily. Song Laozi also have today. Song Laozi looked at Li Guangzhang, and Li Guangzhang walked out to Song Laozi's Mercedes-Benz. He took out 100,000 RMB from the boot. The money in the boot was Song Laozi emergency cash. Earlier, Song Laozi did think of not paying Cripple Wang after he rescued Song Xiaofeng. He must teach Cripple Wang a lesson. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, his position as the leader of Bing City's underworld might be in jeopardy. The money was handed over to Cripple Wang and Cripple Wang was smiling happily. He waved to his men, and they released Song Xiaofeng. Song Laozi turned and left the nightclub with Song Xiaofeng. Li Guangzhang followed closely behind, walking backward, without taking his eyes off Cripple Wang. Song Laozi entered his Mercedes-Benz with his nephew, and he made a cutthroat gesture to Li Guangzhang. His nephew's injuries were more severe than it looks. When he thought of Cripple Wang's arrogant and proud look, he could not endure any more. When Song Laozi's car left the premises, Li Guangzhang rushed back to Autumn nightclub with his men. But Cripple Wang had already gone through the back door. The only ones waiting for them were his men. Li Guangzhang was Song Laozi's right-hand man and the best fighter. It was reasonable to say that he had single-handedly helped Song Laozi occupy half of his current territories. If Li Guangzhang dies, then Song Laozi's power will drop by half. Both sides did not use their firearms but wield knives and metal pipes instead. It was a mess with both sides clashing together. The fight did not last long. The doors to Autumn nightclub opened after about 15 minutes. Li Guangzhang walked out, covered in blood, and drove away. Inside the nightclub, about 60 to 70 men were lying on the ground injured. Some of them had broken arms or legs, some had deep cuts, and there were some with stabbed wounds. Cripple Wang threw the beer bottle on the floor when he heard Li Guangzhang had escaped. Useless. Everyone was incompetent. He had over 40 men, and they were outmatched by less than 30 men. They even allowed Li Guangzhang to escape. Li Guangzhang's escape made Cripple Wang worried. This Li Guangzhang seems to be better than the rumors. Master Crutches, if I had stayed behind, I would have killed that Li Guangzhang. Cripple Wang's right-hand man, Lang Qing said. Cripple Wang shook his head and said, you cannot go. Even if you kill Li Guangzhang, you can also not stay by my side. Even if we eradicate Song Laozi, we still have to be wary of Brother K. Just when Cripple Wang was discussing with his men, someone knocked on the door and told him that Feng Yu is here again. Master Crutches, I passed by Autumn nightclub just now, and I saw Li Guangzhang running out. Don't tell me that Master Crutches had clashed with Song Laozi because of me. Feng Yu asked with a deeply touched expression. Cripple Wang did not reply Feng Yu but only smiled. Master Crutches, because of me, your men were injured. I must do something for them. This is 100,000 RMB. Master Crutches, if you think this is not enough, let me know how much is needed. I will find ways to raise the money and send it over. Feng Yu said while patting his chest. Feng Yu wanted not only Cripple Wang to see him as someone loyal, but he also wanted Cripple Wang's men to know. In future, when Cripple Wong got into trouble, he does not wish Cripple Wang's men to think that it was him that backstabbed Cripple Wong. Brother Feng, Master Crutches will not take your money. But we were unable to kill Song Xiaofeng today and even let Li Guangjung rescued him. Because of you, Master Crutches had put in a lot of efforts. Now there is a chance for you to repay Master Crutches. Will you do it? Lang Qing interrupted. Feng Yu is dumbfounded and thought to himself, fuck. Don't tell me he wanted me to go and kill Song Laozi. Fuck your sis. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. Chapter 65 Serious Issue. Feel free to donate to me using this link PayPal. Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Lang Qing scoffed and despised Feng Yu when he saw his terrified expression. You think I am asking you to kill Song Laozi? With your terrified expression, even if I give you a gun, you also don't dare to fire. I am talking about finding professional killers to kill Song Laozi. But the fees for professional killers is not cheap. Lang Qing said. Feng Yu was relieved. Anything will do, as long as he does not need to kill Song Laozi himself. But these people were really lawless. Initially, he just wanted these two gangs to blow up this matter. The bigger, the better. Feng Yu will even think of ways to make matter worse. This would let the provincial government take note of this matter. If the higher-ups act on this, these two gangs would have no chance to escape. And these two groups of people would rat Brother K out to save themselves. When that happens, Bing City will go back to its peaceful days. But now, he found out that things had gone beyond his control. These people were going all out to kill each other. They even told him about it, and Feng Yu cannot feign ignorance. Master Crutches, I did not hear anything. But I think this small incense burner looks good, must be an antique. Why not sell it to me? I offer 300,000 RMB. Feng Yu said. He was now thinking of ways to get out of this. He only wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. Cripple Wong looked at the small incense burner in front of Guan Yu's statue on the altar. The incense burner was given to him by one of his men. He estimated the cost to be about 10 or 20 RMB. Since you like it, then I will sell it to you. Lang Qing, get someone to clean it up. Master Crutches, I will send the money over tomorrow. I do not know about anything else. Feng Yu said. He made it very clear that he does not want to get involved in this matter. Cripple Wong nodded and said, we are only making a normal trade. At the bank, Feng Yu looked for Manager Zhu to withdraw 300,000 RMB. Because of Manager Zhu, the withdrawal was expedited. Back at his office, Feng Yu put the incense burner at one corner and sat in his chair. He began to think of ways to get rid of all these people at one go. The key was to get evidence. Without evidence, these people would still be at large. But in this era, the camcorder was too big, and cameras were not small either. Carrying these around would be too conspicuous, and no one would dare to do such things. Even if he hides in one corner and take pictures, he might not get any useful pieces of evidence. Feng Yu can only pray that these two groups of people would fight each other to death. It would be better if they use their firearms and the higher-ups would act earlier to confiscate all hunting rifles. Rebirth into this era, making money would be much more comfortable than the future. However, it was much more dangerous. Especially guns. Even his house has shotguns. One can imagine how lax the gun control laws in this era. An old broken incense burner sold for 300,000 RMB. Master Crutches was still very satisfied with Feng Yu's attitude. This 300,000 RMB would be enough to compensate his followers. As for the money to hire the professional killer, he had prepared long time ago. There were 7 Southerners in Bing City. Their leader is called Western Bun. It was said that he likes to eat Western bread with stuffing and his surname happens to be Yang, same pronunciation as Western. Thus, it became his nickname. Western Bun most famous battle in Bing City was he alone, armed with only a handgun, killed a rich and powerful boss in front of more than 10 followers. He does not do business, collect protection fees. He, along with his 6 other brothers, did some kidnappings, extortions and revenge killings. In less than 2 years, he became notorious and was named the 4th boss of the underworld. As these 7 men don't occupy territories or fight with others over territories, they were only considered as ruthless outlaws and not a fraction. Song Laozi, Cripple Wong and Brother K had wanted to recruit them, but Western Bun was not interested in working for others. Even though they only had 7 men, no one dares to eliminate them as these 7 men had guns and were ruthless. If any one of them escaped, he would be a threat to the one who tried to remove them. This time, Cripple Wong wanted to hire Western Bun and his men. If these 7 men attacked Song Laosi, Song Laosi would either be dead or severely impacted by the attack. When that happens, Cripple Wong will take the opportunity to swallow Song Laosi's territory and become the leader of the whole Longjiang province underworld. Cripple Wong had thought of this plan a long time ago. Even if he were to be caught by police, he could feign innocent. The most, he would be locked up for a few days to assist in the investigation. But what he did not expect was that Western Bun was not interested in this business. Western Bun might be ruthless, but he is not brainless. Song Lasoi had so many men and not easy to kill. Even if he is able to kill Song Laosi, some or even all his brothers might die in the process. Cripple Wong had offered a considerable sum of money for this task, but Western Bun was not short of cash. Furthermore, he was the only one that had killed someone. The rumors that all of them had killed people were spread by them to make others fear them. However, they often beat up people. Western Bun not taking up this job made Cripple Wong very helpless. His men, under the leadership of Lang Qing, had no problems clashing with Song Laosi. But to assassinate him, other than Lang Qing, no one else dares. If Lang Qing left him, he would have no usable men by his side. Even if he were to kill Song Laosi, how would he compete with Brother K? Brother K runs gambling dens and does loan shark businesses. He even pushed people off buildings when they failed to repay their debts. He is a genuinely ruthless man. Lang Qing reminded Cripple Wong that Western Bun dare not kill Song Laosi was because he felt that he had no chance to escape after he killed him. But what if we asked Western Bun kill Song Xiaofeng? Song Xiaofeng is Song Laosi's Achilles' feet. Once Song Xiaofeng is killed, Song Laosi would be affected and can no longer think straight. When that happens, he is bound to make mistakes, and furthermore, his right-hand man, Li Guangzheng, was severely injured now. That will be the best chance to kill Song Laosi. Sure enough, when Western Bun heard 300,000 RMB for Song Xiaofeng's life, he hesitated. Song Laosi is a challenging target, but Song Xiaofeng is easy. Song Xiaofeng frequents bars, nightclubs, and night spots. Any of these places would be suitable for them to act. Also, after killing Song Xiaofeng, they can just reveal Cripple Wong as the mastermind and they can escape to other provinces for a period of time. They can come back after Cripple Wong kills Song Laosi. Western Bun asked for 500,000 RMB to kill Song Xiaofeng. 500,000 RMB and he guaranteed to kill Song Xiaofeng. Cripple Wong thought for a while and agreed. This is an excellent opportunity and cannot be missed. After he killed Song Laosi, he can take over his business, and 500,000 RMB can be recovered in no time. Feng Yu waited for 2 days and still did not receive any news about Song Laosi's death. This made him quite worried. Why was the fight not started yet? They have to fight and make it on the headlines. This way, all the triads and gangs will disappear from Bing City. Especially Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu wished Song Xiaofeng would drop dead now. These few days, Feng Yu got to know a police bureau deputy chief of Chief Xie. Feng Yu spent another sum of money to increase the police presence in his company premises. He believed that he would be able to talk his way out if he was caught by Song Laosi. But the rest of his staff can't. He cannot take the chance, and if anyone got hurt, he would regret for the rest of his life. After another day passed and Feng Yu finally got good news. Song Xiaofeng was grounded for a few days in his uncle's mansion again, and he couldn't stand it anymore. But his uncle wanted him to recuperate from his injuries, and furthermore, Li Guangzheng was also injured from the fight with Cripple Wang's men. Recently, it was very dangerous outside. At first, Song Xiaofeng thought his uncle was right. But after 2 days, he noticed that nothing had happened. Cripple Wang did not create any trouble when Li Guangzheng was injured, and his uncle, Song Laosi, did not seek revenge on Cripple Wang. He thought things were the same as before and both sides had come to an agreement to let the matter rest. The clash 2 days ago had attracted the attention of the provincial government, but his uncle had connections with the officials inside. He just said that was just a small fight and did not affect other citizens. There was also no complaints, so this matter was dismissed. Based on the past experiences, after attracting the attention of the police, they would lie low for a while. Song Xiaofeng had endured for several days and just happened that Song Laosi had gone out that day. He decided to sneak out to get some girls. The followers, who were supposed to look after him, were threatened by him and had no choice but to accompany him out. One of his followers drove his Land Rover and sent him to the city. Song Laoxi's mansion was in Zhongbei north of the river and the city is in Zhongnan south of the river. On the way, Song Xiaofeng began to ponder. Today, he wants to get a coquettish girl to satisfy his pent-up energy. But he and the driver did not notice that after they left the mansion, there was a jeep following them from Zhongbei to Zhongnan. They reached a nightclub which was not opened by Cripple Wong, and Song Xiaofeng, as usual, sat on a sofa at a corner. There were 2 to 3 men guarding the doors at the nightclub. Although they were Cripple Wang's men, Song Xiaofeng doesn't believe that these 2 to 3 men would dare to touch him. Soon he found his target. A 20-plus hot chick dressed in a body-hugging cheongsam. With only one glance, Song Xiaofeng could felt he was getting hard. One of his men went over to the girl and told her that Song Xiaofeng wants her. She was brought over to Song Xiaofeng, and Song Xiaofeng did not stay long in the nightclub. He went back to the Land Rover with the girls and instructed his follower to drive them to a hotel. They were still in the vehicle, and Song Xiaofeng started to touch the girl everywhere. Upon approaching the hotel, passing across junction, a tipper truck suddenly appeared. Boom! The Land Rover was hit on the side and hit the railings by the road. The tipper truck did not stop and collide onto the Land Rover for the second time. When Song Xiaofeng was still in a daze inside the vehicle, the tipper truck reversed into the Land Rover and dumped a whole load of gravel onto the car, burying it. The driver of the tipper truck then alighted and fled into a dark alley. On the other side of the alleyway, his brothers were waiting for him. Song Xiaofeng was feeling hurt all over his body, and just when he wanted to scold the driver, he noticed the darkness outside. What happened? How did outside become dark? When the gravels and sand slipped into the vehicle through the half-opened windows, he realized that his vehicle was buried in sand and gravels. Someone wants to bury him alive. Song Xiaofeng nearly pissed in his pants. This is Bing City. Who dares to mess with him? Could it be Cripple Wong? He really wants to go all out against his uncle. He started to dig the sand and gravels with his hands. He wants to get out. He wants to live. Song Laoxi was returning home after drinking with his friends. When he passed by a cross junction, he noticed there seems to have an accident in front. He wanted to tell the driver to make a detour, but the driver suddenly shouted, "Master C, that car seems like Master Song's." Song Laoxi was shocked. That was Xiaofeng's car. Song Xiaofeng now only uses this red Land Rover, which was said to be the only one in Bing City. Half of the bonnet was not buried, and the driver recognized it at first glance. "Stop the car. Go down and check." The driver got off and ran over. He began to dig through with his hands. Song Laoxi and another of his men also got off and helped to dig with their hands. Even though it was a fully loaded tipper truck, there was not enough gravel to bury the Land Rover entirely. The gravel was not too thick. In less than a minute, the driver felt a moving palm. There was a sapphire ring on one of the fingers. The driver recognized this was the ring which Song Xiaofeng wore daily. With the effort of these 3 men, they dug out Song Xiaofeng's head. But Song Xiaofeng was barely conscious. When they opened the door and carried Song Xiaofeng out, he was already unconscious. The follower and the girl were not so lucky. They were suffocated to death in the vehicle. Western Bun left with his number 3 in a car. His number 3 had crashed the tipper truck onto Song Xiaofeng's Land Rover and dumped a full load of sand and gravel, burying him. All it takes was just 10 minutes to kill Song Xiaofeng. Also, it was a stolen vehicle. No matter how one investigates, no one will not suspect Western Bun and his brothers. Song Laoxi might even think that this was indeed an accident. 500,000 RMB in his pocket so quickly, and they don't even need to leave Bing City. It was all thanks to his 5th brother for coming up with this idea. Can kill Song Xiaofeng and not being suspected. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He made a phone call to Cripple Wong and informed him that he had completed the job. He asked Cripple Wong to send his men to verify. He did this was also intimidate Cripple Wong. If Cripple Wong wants to turn him into Song Laoxi, he would have to think carefully. If Western Bun is able to kill Song Xiaofeng silently, he can also do the same to Cripple Wong. Feng Yu got the news about Song Xiaofeng's accident. Song Xiaofeng is currently in a deep coma, lying in the hospital. Feng Yu prayed non-stop for Song Xiaofeng to never wake up from his coma. It would be best if he just dies. It was a pity that the driver and the girl were killed in the accident and Song Xiaofeng was still alive. Later, after finding out the details, Feng Yu learned several reasons why. Firstly, the Land Rover was supposed to be driven by Feng Yu, and he had modified and reinforced the vehicle. If it were Song Xiaofeng's previous Mercedes-Benz, he would already be crushed to death from the first collision. Secondly, during the impact, Song Xiaofeng's head was buried in the girl's breasts. Nevertheless, the girl's figure was stunning. Especially the pair of big bunnies in front cushioned the impact on Song Xiaofeng's head. Thirdly, after the vehicle was buried, Song Xiaofeng was still conscious and started to dig himself out. Just happened Song Laozi passed by and rescued him before he was suffocated. But it was also because he blocked the only hole, the driver and the girl suffocated to death. Feng Yu wanted to cry when he heard that Song Xiaofeng survived because of his Land Rover. If he had known earlier, he would not have modified and reinforced the exterior. He remembered in his past life, all of Song Laozi's family members had died, but now, Song Xiaofeng was not dead and in a coma. It seems that history was changed. Chapter 67 Eunuch Song. Support me by using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Feng Yu was deep in thoughts. History was changed. Was this a good or bad thing? On the one hand, perhaps the triads and gangs would disappear earlier. But on the other hand, Feng Yu was worried about the world economic trends. Would there be a butterfly effect because of him? But after a while, Feng Yu was relived. Although he was not a famous investor in his previous life, he still has about 20 years of investing experiences. He might not be the best in this era, but he was confident that he was better than most of the people. Moreover, if the economic trends were altered because of him and he could not make use of his knowledge from his previous life, he still has a few million RMB now. Even if he conservatively invests in a building, he would have no worries for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he monitored the stock market recently, and it was the same as his past life. This year, China had just started the stock market, and there was no stock exchange yet. The stocks were still pieces of paper like treasury bonds. Although Song Xiaofeng is not dead, this should be a severe lesson for him. Not to mention, now the city's leader had spoken, Song Laozi would have to lie low, let alone Song Xiaofeng. Soon, Feng Yu received another good news. Kirilenko had informed him that the second batch of used cars was ready. Once Feng Yu wired the money over, he would send the cars over. As usual, a 10% deposit and the balance to be paid after receiving the goods. Later, Feng Yu thought for a moment and knew that the prices quoted by Kirilenko must be high. But since they were doing business, both sides would need to make money to last a long time. Furthermore, these prices were still acceptable by Feng Yu. The last batch of cars were all sold out in just Bing City, and he hasn't even ventured out of Bing City. Feng Yu was thankful to the bank. If loans were readily available for these small business owners, most of them would have taken a loan from the bank and buy brand new cars instead. Kirilenko also ordered a batch of domestic goods, mainly textiles and food products. He also let Feng Yu decide the goods for the remaining 20,000 rubles. Kirilenko really trusted Feng Yu now. It seems that whatever goods picked by Feng Yu would sell for a high price back in the Soviet Union. After meeting Feng Yu, Kirilenko felt his luck had changed overnight. He was making money way faster than before. His reputation rose within the circle of the Soviet Army's second generations, and even his father had benefited from him. Song Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes and felt his whole body in pain. He looked down and saw his body covered in bandages. Even though it was not to the extent of a mummy, there was still too many bandages. Master Song, you have wake up. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? My whole body is uncomfortable. Where's my uncle? Is the driver of the tipper truck caught? Song Xiaofeng's first thought was to kill the driver of the tipper truck. Not yet. That truck was a stolen vehicle, and someone was helping the driver to escape the scene. Song Xiaofeng was shocked. You mean they planned to kill me? That follower nodded. If that was not planned, why would the driver steal the tipper truck and fled the scene? He even dumped all the gravel on the Land Rover before he fled. It's clear that he wanted to bury him alive. That follower went out to call Song Laozi. Song Xiaofeng was currently at the mansion. Song Laozi had converted a room into a hospital ward. There were doctors and nurses too. Song Xiaofeng struggled to sit upright when he saw Song Laozi entering the room. He immediately asked, "Uncle, was it Cripple Wang?" Song Laozi shook his head and said, "I am not sure. There is no evidence. There were rumors that it was done by Western Bun and his brothers. But Western Bun had no reason to kill you. Don't talk so much now. Let the doctors check on you first." Although Song Xiaofeng's injuries may look serious, but in fact, it was not too severe. His injuries were mainly abrasions, a bit of concussion, and he had no fractures. Looking at him able to think clearly, he should be fine. Master C, there should be nothing wrong with Master Song. The nurse will change his dressing, and there is no need for injections. Just some oral medication will do. The doctor was relieved. Song Laozi had said that if there were anything wrong with Song Xiaofeng, he would be buried alive. Song Laozi and the rest left the room. Only a young nurse remained in the room to change Song Xiaofeng's dressing. After the bandages were removed, Song Xiaofeng was naked. He stared at the nurse and felt that this nurse is not bad looking. He started touching the nurse's hips with a lecherous smile. The nurse dared not to make any noise or resist. She knew this would happen the day she was forced to come over to the mansion. Song Xiaofeng was still smiling happily, and his expression suddenly changed. What is happening? Previously, he would get hard when he saw a girl like this, but why was it that after touching her for so long, he still does not have any reaction? Refusing to believe this was happening, he put his hand under the nurse's skirt and underwear, but he still did not have any reaction. Go and get the doctor. Song Xiaofeng shouted. The nurse ran out to call the doctor. Master Song, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with your body? The doctor rushed into the room and saw Song Xiaofeng naked on the bed. He was not surprised as he had seen the look on the nurse. This Song Xiaofeng must have done something to her. Why I have no reaction? What? The doctor did not understand Song Xiaofeng's question. Song Xiaofeng beckoned the young nurse over, and she lowered her head and slowly walked over. Song Xiaofeng lifted her skirt and pulled down her underwear. The doctor's eyes widened and felt himself getting hard. But when he saw Song Xiaofeng staring at him coldly, he immediately looks away. It was now he understood what Song Xiaofeng meant by no reactions. Master Song, you really have no reaction? The doctor asked. You see for yourself. Song Xiaofeng shouted while mercilessly fingered the little nurse. The little nurse dared not make any noise but to bear the pain. That part of yours was not injured in the accident. Oh yes, at the time of the accident, what were you doing in the vehicle? The doctor suddenly thought of something. Song Xiaofeng remembered he had buried his head in between the breast of that girl at the time of the accident. He had an erection, but because of the shock of the crash, he became soft immediately. Could that be the reason why he can no longer erect? After hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, the doctor concluded that this was a psychological problem. He asked Song Xiaofeng to try other types of stimulations. If the problem still persists, then he can try some traditional medicine. Get the hell out of here. Song Laozi pushed open the door when he heard his nephew shouting. He stared coldly at the doctor and asked, what's wrong? Ignoring the little nurse with her underwear hanging around her knees. Master C, Master Song had some psychological issues. I suggest sending him to Beijing or Shanghai for treatment. If you have the connections, it would be best to send him to Hong Kong. I am able to help with all other problems except for this. The doctor said. Song Laozi looked at the soft limply piece of meat between Song Xiaofeng's legs and understood what the doctor was saying. Is the only remaining male offspring of the Song family going to be a eunuch? Chapter 68 Year 1 Freshman. Support me by using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Upright in character and diligent in the pursuit of knowledge. Standing at the school gate of the third high school, one can clearly see the school motto. Feng Yu reluctantly carried a brand new school bag. He felt that the school bag does not match him. The color of the bag should at least be in gold color to show off his status. School starts 2 weeks earlier in the first year. In Longjiang province, high school students are required to undergo military training. It was said to create bonding between students and instills discipline. How effective was it? No one knows. Although Feng Yu tried to keep a low profile by wearing simple and casual clothes, he still attracted the stares of other students and teachers. It was all because of Li Shijiang who drove him to school. Is this the child of some officials or big boss? Coming to school by car. Wen Dongjun, Li Na, and Lu Kun came to school by car. Li Na and Lu Kun had brought along their luggage. They were going to stay in the school's dormitory. When they arrived, Feng Yu brought them to pay the school fees first and then to the dormitory to drop their luggage. Li Shijiang had made use of his connections and arranged the 4 of them to be in the same class. Feng Yu, Dongjun, you are not going to stay in the school's dormitory? Lu Kun asked curiously while arranging his bedsheets. My sister had bought an apartment in Bing City. The both of us will be staying there. Hurry, unpack your stuff. My brother-in-law is going to bring us out for some good food. Feng Yu replied. Their parents did not accompany them. Children from the farm were more independent. Standing outside the female dormitory, they saw Li Na walking out in a blue skirt. The three of them were mesmerized by her, and their eyes were transfixed on her. Ahem. Feng Yu was unhappy. These two better watch out. Feng Yu and Li Na were not officially in a relationship, but the teachers at their previous school knew that they were together every day. Li Na would be full of smiles when she was with Feng Yu, and she would become quiet when she was with others. During the meal, Wen Dongjun was the most hardworking. This guy seems to be bigger and stronger since the last time Feng Yu saw him a few days ago. Before Feng Yu start eating, he picked a piece of lamb for Li Na. This lamb is marinated, and you should try it. Li Na blushed and returned the piece of lamb back into Feng Yu's bowl. She said softly, I can get it myself. Feng Yu, grinning happily, stuffed the piece of lamb into his mouth and then shifted the plate of lamb ribs in front of Li Na. With Wen Dongjun's eating speed, he can finish the whole slab of lamb ribs in a minute. Eat well. Tomorrow after the opening ceremony, the military training will start. You will not be able to eat any meat during the training. Li Shijiang said. When they heard of military training, Wen Dongjun slowed down. Even if he was very fit and able to endure hardship, he could not stand the boring military training. Every day he would have to march, turn left and right. If only he can play basketball or soccer during the training. Lu Kun noticed Feng Yu was not worried about the training and he asked him curiously, Feng Yu, you are not worried about the training? Feng Yu replied with a sad expression, I wanted to join but I can't. I am sick, and I am exempted from the training. You are sick, what illness are you suffering from? Li Na asked anxiously. Feng Yu took out a medical record from his bag and placed it on the table, arthritis. It means that my knees will ache whenever I stand or walk. Wen Dongjun snatched the medical record over and read it. He then said with a cold smile, bullshit arthritis. I know you well, you can run faster than a rabbit. Could it be that if you don't participate in the training, your knees will not hurt? Feng Yu smiled. You don't need to say it out loud. As a Chinese, there are still wars on two fronts. Yet you are not going to attend military training. Wen Dongjun despised Feng Yu. Just when Feng Yu wanted to change the subject, Wen Dongjun stretched out his hand and asked, where are my medical records? Fuck, this was still the same old Wen Dongjun. He still has the check to reprimand me. Feng Yu thought to himself. I had prepared it a long time ago. From a reputable hospital. Li Na, your medical issue is flat foot. You cannot stand for long, cannot stomp, cannot run. You can also be excused from physical education classes. Feng Yu said. He took out another medical record and passed it to Li Na. Let me see, this record is for Lu Kun. Paronychia, caused by ingrown nails. Even walking for short distances is hard for you. This is for Dongjun. I will not read out your medical issue. You read it yourself. Wen Dongjun looked at the medical record and stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu just shrugged his shoulders. Circumcision. He was also not sure of this medical issue. But it was still surgery and can definitely excuse him from the training. Why was Wen Dongjun staring at him? If he doesn't want the record, he can return it to Feng Yu. Dongjun, what is your medical issue? Let me know. In future, during physical education classes, I can also use it to skip the lesson. Lu Kun asked and tried to take Wen Dongjun's medical record from him. Wen Dongjun hurriedly grabbed his record and kept it in his bag. He shouted, cannot see. All of you are not allowed to look at my medical records. Li Na returned the medical record back to Feng Yu and said, I don't need it. I think the training is not bad. I will be able to know more friends. Furthermore, malingering is not right. You all are cheating the teachers and the school. After Li Na finished saying, she stared at Li Shijiang. Li Shijiang felt wronged. These medical records were not from him. Even he allowed these, Feng Dan would also not have agreed to it. During the past few days, Wu Zigang had successfully captured the heart of that nurse. It turns out that the nurse came from a good family. Her mother is a teacher, and her father is the head of a department in the hospital. Wu Zigang had wanted to back out. His father was the only one working in the factory. But Feng Yu encouraged him. Even if her family background is better than yours, you don't need to feel inferior. Think about how much are you earning in a month. Your salary is not lesser than her father. Also, within the next year, I guarantee your salary will double. Under the encouragement and guidance of Feng Yu, and using money, Coupled with shamelessly, Wu Zigang waited for the nurse every day at the hospital. He showered her with small gifts and flowers every time they met. He took only 1 week to win her heart. When Feng Yu told Wu Zigang about getting medical records to be excused from military training, he immediately agrees to help him get it. But Feng Yu did not expect Wen Dongjun's medical issue to be circumcision. When he thought about it, he still wanted to laugh out loud. I will still be attending the first day and the last day of military training. If not, this set of camouflage fatigues will be wasted. As for the training, you all will know after a few days. You will not even have the time to talk to your classmates. Furthermore, you can still participate with these medical records. When the rest are marching, you can sit by the side and watch them. Feng Yu said. Li Shijiang smiled and shook his head. This future brother-in-law is too sly. After dinner, everyone went to the amusement park and played for the whole day. Wen Dongjun and Lu Kun only chose those exciting rides. Feng Yu accompanied Li Na to the game stalls. He spent dozens of RMB and won 2 small plush toys, which was worth only a few dollars, for Li Na. But when he saw the smile on Li Na's face, he felt the money was well spent. Feng Yu sent Li Na and Lu Kun back to school before dark. At the school gate, Feng Yu wonders, why is it only year 1? When can I enter university? It is only at that age, then I can push Li Na down on the bed. Author's notes. PS1. The 2 war fronts were referring to the Vietnam War. It was until 1993 then the fighting stopped. PS2. I attended 10 days of military training when I was in junior high school, 2 weeks when I was in high school and 1 month when I entered university. Chapter 69 A Nouveau Riche's Face. Feel free to donate to me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. On the first day of military training, after the opening ceremony, Feng Yu submitted his medical excuse. He would rather play basketball than to learn how to turn left and right. But the instructor was not easily fooled. You can't do training? No problem. You can remain here and look after the water bottles of the rest of the students. You want to go home? No way. Wen Dongjun was lucky. He is playing with his video games at home now. His condition allowed him to remain at home. Feng Yu was the one who submitted his medical leave for him. He didn't even turn up at school today. Lu Kun and Feng Yu sat together and chatted. He was not allowed to go home too. But Feng Yu and Lu Kun, who was a top student, did not have any common topics. After a while, they had nothing to chat. The other training participants kept looking at them, making them uncomfortable. The instructor was not very strict, and this made Feng Yu upset. The instructor kept giving the participants breaks, and they could play basketball. But Feng Yu and Lu Kun could not join them. Humph, the court had cracks all over. Even the basketball frames were all crooked. What's so nice about playing here? Feng Yu said sourly. I guess we are just unlucky. After we graduate from primary school, the school was renovated. After graduating from junior high, the school built new buildings and renovated the sports hall. If we want to play on a new court, we might have to wait till we graduate from here. Lu Kun said sadly. If it was his previous life, it was as what Lu Kun had said. It seems like the funding for Bing City's schools had something against his batch of students. But now, it was different. Feng Yu is rich, why not build a new basketball court? That afternoon, there was a guest at the vice principal's office. Xiao Li. No, I should be calling you Mr. Li. Is what you said over the phone real? The vice principal asked. Principal son, I would not lie about such things. I really want to donate a new basketball court for the school. The old basketball court can be demolished and build a new one at that site. The basketball frames will be replaced with new ones. I had already contacted the workers. Li Shijiang sat down and said. Earlier in the afternoon, he received a call from Feng Yu who wanted to rebuild the basketball court. Feng Yu even said that money is not a problem. Li Shijiang understands that money was never an issue. But the reason for donating to the school can be replying to the alma mater, can be supporting the current education system. But it can't be because you like to play basketball. Li Shijiang asked around. To rebuild the basketball court at 3rd High School would cost about 100,000 RMB. It includes demolishing the old court, basketball frames, construction material and the workers' salaries. Just one word from this future brother-in-law, 100,000 RMB was spent. But after all, it was Feng Yu's money, and he earned it himself. Principal Sun kept thanking Li Shijiang and even promised him that he will ask the form teacher to take good care of the 3 students recommended by him. These 3 students would have no problems going to university in future. There was something which disappointed the vice principal. Li Shijiang had already contacted the workers. If only the workers were not contacted yet. That night, Li Shijiang told Feng Yu that he had already spoken to the vice principal and the work will commence next week. The total cost should be about 100,000 RMB. So cheap. Brother Li, how did you calculate? 100,000 RMB is enough. Feng Yu asked. 100,000 RMB is still considered cheap. I think it is too expensive. It's just scrapping a layer of cement, and adding new cement over it, changing the basketball frames, selling the old ones. Li Shijiang replied. Wait, Brother Li, why are we selling away the old basketball frames? Just give it to the school will do. We are not short of these small amounts of money. Also, we should use the best outdoor basketball frames and donate some basketballs, soccer balls, etc. Everything must be the best. At the same time, renovate the volleyball court too. Feng Yu said. Li Shijiang looked at Feng Yu's nouveau riches expression and said, how about we change the running tracks? It's not very expensive too. Only cost about 100,000 RMB. We can change the grass on the soccer field too. We can make it like those stadiums. I think even 1 million RMB would not be enough for the things you wanted. Feng Yu was startled, and he asked, what? Just these few things would cost 1 million? Then what do you think? Asphalt cement is expensive, and the differences between the cheapest and the most expensive basketball frames are several times. You will only be at this school for 3 years. Just make do with it. With this money, we might as well donate to the schools in the countryside. There are still many children who can't afford to attend schools. Li Shijiang said. Feng Yu nodded. Before his death in his previous life, there were still a lot of poor children in the countryside who didn't get the chance to receive any education. You have a point. We shall stick to your plan. We can donate the new running tracks or something, 2 years later. As for the donations to the schools in the countryside, we can start this year. 500,000 RMB should be enough for a village school. This year, we shall donate to 2 schools. Next year, 3 to 4 schools. In future, we will donate to at least 10 schools each year, and we can surpass the Shaw Foundation and become the #1 donor for education in China. Feng Yu was getting excited as he speaks. It was as if he saw a new direction for him to work towards too. Even if he could not retire at 30, but without a doubt, his life will be more interesting. Li Shijiang stretched out his hand and touched Feng Yu's forehead. You are not sick. Stop talking nonsenses. There is no problem donating to 1 or 2 schools. You want to donate to 10 schools every year. Based on your estimations, every year would be 5 million. With our company alone, you think we can last more than 5 years? Feng Yu was still a student attending high school. Maybe he had ways to earn money, but he does not save. In a few days, he can spend what others make in a few lifetimes. Feng Yu looked at Li Shijiang with disgust and said, during Chinese New Year, I said that treasury bonds can bring us huge profits and you think I am talking nonsense. A few months later, I said that setting up a company can earn money and you don't believe me. 2 months ago, I said that manufacturing plastic fans can make us rich and you thought that the fans will rot in our warehouse. Last month, I said used cars can earn money, and you thought that people will not buy as we had priced the cars too expensive. Fine, stop. You were right. Li Shijiang interrupted Feng Yu, and at the same time, his eye lit up. Didn't you said that there will be no more supply of used cars soon? You also think that the profit margin for normal used cars is too low. What other ideas do you have for our next business? I still have not thought of any. But don't worry, this time next year will be the time where we earn big money. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu had estimated that this next batch of used cars can only be sold out at the end of the year. But at least this batch of cars can still bring in about 10 million profits. With the 5 million profits from the previous batch of used cars, the earnings from wind and rain fans and trades with Kirilenko, he would have about 20 million RMB this time next year. With this 20 million, he can turn it into 200 million in 1 year. When that happens, he will not only donate to the schools, he will also fulfill his promise to his sister and set up a hospital. Feng Yu did not tell Li Shijiang about the stock market. Now in China, there was no stock exchange yet. Stocks and treasury bonds were still issued and traded at the banks or the bank's subsidiaries. Stock trading would even need to go through the issuer to look for new buyers. It was much more troublesome compared to treasury bonds. He decided to wait a while longer. as long as he starts buying in shares before the new policy was announced. This period of time, he should be thinking about how to kill Song Xiaofeng. Author's note: the next plot would be about the trade with the Soviet Union. Before Feng Yu can come up with any ideas, Song Xiaofeng had left. There were rumors that he had not recovered from his injuries and he went to the south for treatment. But there were some who said that Song Xiaofeng was the vanguard for Song Laozi and Song Laozi was preparing to leave Bing City. As for the second rumor, Feng Yu doesn't believe it. Song Laozi had been operating in Bing City and Longjiang province for so many years, and even became the most powerful boss. He also had the connections with the officials in the provincial government. He even boasted that he was the distinguished guest of the government's number 2. How could he leave this place? Furthermore, Feng Yu remembered from his previous life that Song Laozi was caught in Bing City. But that was 2 years later. Also, based on Song Laozi's arrogant and revengeful character, how could he possibly leave without getting revenge on the ones that harmed his nephew? But to say Song Xiaofeng left to seek medical treatment was also not right. Song Xiaofeng should have recovered from his injuries as the doctor and nurse were released. If he had not recovered, the doctor and nurse would either be dead or missing a hand or leg. Song Xiaofeng had really left Bing City. This was confirmed by Cripple Wang. His men had seen with their own eyes that Song Xiaofeng had boarded a plane with an air ticket to Shenzhen. Song Xiaofeng had left, and Feng Yu was relieved. Song Laozi did not come and look for him. This meant that he was not aware of Feng Yu's involvement and role in this incident. Anyway, now the triads were staying low and concentrated on making money. No matter which era, when wealth was accumulated till a certain amount, it will translate into power and authority. The company had also resumed its normal operations. Wu Jigong and the rest continued to make door-to-door sales of second-hand luxury cars. Feng Yu gave them a straightforward explanation. Go and look for those bosses who own their own business. These people want to look good and show off their status. If others are driving luxury cars, how can they not buy one? Although the cars were all used cars, if one does not say it out, who will find out? Also, the prices were less than half the price of an imported Mercedes-Benz. It was still an excellent deal. The next 6 months, selling cars became the only job for his staffs. 2 batches, at least 100 cars, and must be sold before year-end. Feng Yu was still watching others doing the military training every day. It is a must to be consistent with his lies. He can't be joining the training now. Finally, the military training ended, and school officially starts. The classrooms were not small, but there were a lot of students. The desks were old and can apparently make out the graffiti done by the previous batch of students. The thing that made Feng Yu pissed off the most was that the teacher arranged 2 people of the same sex to seat together. The only male-female arrangement was a pair of cousins. This era, schools tried very hard to prevent students getting into relationships. It was simply outrageous. Everywhere on the school campus, there will be teachers with red armbands appearing out of nowhere. If they see male and female students holding hands, they would take down the names, ask the students to write a letter to reflect on themselves and call the students' parents. It was more severe if they were caught kissing. There will be demerit points, and the students might even be forced to change schools or also expelled. It doesn't matter if it was during school hours or after school hours, whether if it was early in the morning at the school field or late at night in the stadium. There would be people from the teaching department lurking around waiting to catch the students when they least expected. Feng Yu really wanted to question them. Getting into a relationship in high school is still considered early. This type of suppression might have stopped some relationships, but it made the students more rebellious. Adolescent students are at the stage where they are rebellious. The more you don't let us do it, we'll do it. This was one of the reasons why university's students were so wild and crazy. They were being oppressed too harshly, and once the rules were relaxed, it became easy for them to lose themselves. What about those obedient and honest students? They were unable to find a girlfriend now, and it would be the same for the university. After they start working, they would have to rely on blind dates or getting those unwanted girls. Their life would miss out so much fun. While Feng Yu was not rebellious, but he would also not listen to the teachers. They can say that the students who were in relationships at this age were unable to undertake the responsibility. However, Feng Yu was different. He was a multimillionaire, and he will be responsible to Li Na. In the afternoon, at the school's cafeteria, Feng Yu and Li Na were sitting at the same table eating. Feng Yu, as if there was no one else around, attracted the attention of many students when he picked food for Li Na with his chopsticks. Those two must be freshmen. They seem to be in a relationship. From the uniform, you can tell they are freshmen. They are quite daring, and they are not afraid of the big rat sneaking up and catch them. Big Rat was the nickname they gave to the discipline master. It was because he likes to wear gray suits and likes appearing out of nowhere. I bought you a red skirt. Didn't you mention that your desk mate's red skirt was pretty yesterday? I don't want. I had only casually said it. Li Na blushed. She likes whatever gifts Feng Yu gave her, but she was also afraid of other students gossiping. This was not the farm. This was the city. What if they were to be called to the discipline office and inform their parents? I had already bought it. You try it on, Feng Yu said. We have to wear uniforms in school. Li Na said softly. You can wear it on the weekends or after school. Take it. It's pretty, Feng Yu replied. What are you doing? Which class are you from? Someone with a red armband stood in front of them and asked them loudly. Li Na panicked and stood up. She wanted to say something, but Feng Yu pulled her hand and sat her down. Just carry on eating. It will be fine, Feng Yu said. I am talking to the both of you. Stand up. Feng Yu carried on eating, ignoring this person. Disciplinary Officer Li was having lunch at the cafeteria, and he noticed a lot of students looking at a direction. He stood up and looked over. He immediately became furious. The school rules clearly state that students were not allowed to be in relationships, yet they dare to openly disobey the school rules. They must be severely punished. He hurriedly walked over, like what he used to do. He was ready to reprimand these two students in front of others. He must let them know their mistake and make them write self-reflection letters. If necessary, he will make them read out their self-reflection letter in front of the school. Usually, when he appears, students would obediently accept his scolding and even begged him to escape punishment. But today, he did not expect this boy to ignore him. It was as if the boy did not see him. He was agitated and reached out to grab the male student's arm. Feng Yu's arm was caught, but he swiped the hand away. Who the hell are you? Can't you see that I am eating? I am from the disciplinary office. What are you doing? I am eating. You are blind, Feng Yu replied and waved his hand in front of Officer Li's face as if he was checking if he was blind. Which class are you from? Don't you know that the school forbids students to be in relationships? Call your parents. Must call your parents down. Officer Li was furious. This student was too arrogant. He must be punished. Severely punished. You don't accuse us. We are just classmates. Didn't the school rules state that students should love each other? We are just eating together. What's wrong? Feng Yu retorted. Prohibiting students getting into relationships was not wrong. But it should not be prohibiting for the sake of prohibiting. Feng Yu was determined to argue with him and see who was more eloquent. The rest of the students were dumbfounded. This freshman was too arrogant and dared to go head-to-head with Officer Li. Translator notes. I think in the 80s and 90s, very few students dared to talk back to teachers or people of authority. Obedience to authority is an interesting study on obedience in psychology. If you are interested, you can read up the Milgram experiment. Chapter 71, Changing the School Culture. You need to be so close to each other when eating. Officer Li shouted. Sitting close together meant that we are dating. Who said this? You or the principal? You have never stood close to female strangers. Does that mean that you are dating every time? Feng Yu replied. Roar. All the students burst out laughing, especially when they saw Officer Li's face turned red with anger. You dare to talk to me this way? Who is your form teacher? I will make sure you get demerit points. Whatever. Li Na, have you finished eating? Let's go to the library. Feng Yu's indifference attitude angered Officer Li further. He wanted to reach out and grab Feng Yu, but he remembered Feng Yu had brushed off his hand earlier, embarrassing him. So he grabbed Li Na's arm instead. Ah! Li Na screamed out. Slap. Feng Yu slapped Officer Li's hand. Anyhow, grabbing a female student's arm. According to what you just said, can I interpret as you are molesting her? Feng Yu asked. More and more students crowded around. Initially, it was those who had finished eating. But now, those who were eating stopped and joined the crowd to watch the battle between the righteous freshman and the evil Officer Li. Too exciting. There were even some at the back, cheering Feng Yu loudly. Anyway, they cannot be seen by Officer Li as there were a lot of onlookers in front of them. These students were unhappy with the disciplinary office but dare not speak up. Finally, someone dares to stand up against Officer Lee in the disciplinary office. How can they not cheer for Feng Yu? Feng Yu held Li Na's hand and make their way out of the crowd. On the way out, he winked at Wen Dongjun, and he got the message. Wen Dongjun then incites the other students to block Officer Lee's path. No matter what, this matter had blown up. Are you two dating? The form teacher asked sternly. These two students were the ones that the vice principal told him to take special care of. Why did they clash with the disciplinary office? Yes. No. Feng Yu and Li Na gave two different answers at the same time. Li Na looked at Feng Yu in shock. Her relationship with Feng Yu was more than ordinary friends, but they both did not cross the line, or at least they had not verbally admitted to being in a relationship. But Feng Yu said it out now, and it was still in front of their form teacher. No, teacher, we are really not dating. Li Na denied with her beet red face. Feng Yu sighed. This girl must be taught. Fine, teacher, we are not dating. The form teacher looked at Feng Yu speechless. From Feng Yu's expression and tone, how can one believe that they were not dating? These two students just can't let others stop worrying about them. Entering Bing City's top high school, and it was still a countrywide AAA-rated high school. Yet they were not concentrating on their studies to get into a good university. What's the difference between them and those at those vocational schools? After university, they would be elites, and they would get good jobs. Can't they settle down at that time? Why must they date during high school? The both of you, write a self-reflection letter. I will speak to Officer Lee. You two will apologize to him, and we will let this matter rest. The form teacher said. We can write the letter, but we will not apologize. Feng Yu said. He thought of how Officer Lee grabbed Li Na's arm, and he was still angry. He will not apologize. The form teacher tried to persuade Feng Yu for a long time, but Feng Yu was adamant to not apologize. Finally, he was suspended. He can only return to school when he relents. Feng Yu was ecstatic. Does that mean if he does not relent for 1 month and he can stop going to school for 1 month? Anyway, his goal was to study liberal arts now and business management in university. These subjects only require him to memorize, and skipping 1 month of the class makes no difference. But after the form teacher left the office, Li Na burst into tears. Since kindergarten till now, she had never been suspended. Her classmates would laugh at her, and if her parents knew about this, they would be disappointed with her. What are you crying for? How nice it would be to be suspended for a few days. Anyway, the syllabus now is not that hard. We can read up ourselves. Okay. I will think of something. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Feng Yu said. Li Na looked at Feng Yu with tears rolling in her eyes. What can you do? You certainly will not apologize to Officer Lee. Li Na was in a dilemma now. On one side, she wants to go back to class and not get punished, but on the other hand, she does not wish for Feng Yu to bow down and apologize. She knew Feng Yu was a very proud person. My brother-in-law and Vice Principal Sun are good friends. I will ask him to speak to Vice Principal Sun. Really? Since when did I lie to you? Stop crying. You are turning into a kitten. Feng Yu took out a handkerchief and wiped Li Na's tears. Giggle. Li Na laughed. You are the kitten. ... Once again, Li Shijiang came to Vice Principal Sun's office, and Vice Principal Sun welcomed him warmly. Mr. Li, thank you for your contributions to the school and the students. Why are you here for today? Vice Principal Sun was curious. Didn't the new basketball court construction complete? Could it be Li Shijiang is going to donate something else? That would be great. He still does not know that Feng Yu was suspended from school. Vice Principal Sun, my brother was suspended. I want to know what happened. Li Shijiang said. Your brother was suspended? How come I am unaware of this? Don't worry, I will call and ask. Feng Yu's form teacher appeared in Vice Principal Sun's office and reported the whole circumstances to him. He felt that the punishment meted out to him was not wrong. Openly talking back to the teacher, and the penalty was only to write a self-reflection letter and apologize to the teacher. How can this punishment be wrong? Li Shijiang crossed his legs and said, Vice Principal Sun, I think there is no need to apologize, and only the self-reflection letter will do. My brother is not dating. He is not dating. Right, I want to donate 100 wind and rain fans to the school. I think this hot weather will last for another month. Vice Principal Sun laughed and said, Mr. Lee, I also think that the self-reflection letter is sufficient. That Officer Lee is also in the wrong. He can't assume male and female students having lunch together is dating. It could be pure friendship. The next day, Feng Yu and Li Na returned to class as if nothing had happened. The two self-reflection letters had only less than 100 words, and they just reflected about the food they wasted at the cafeteria that day. When Officer Li read the letters, he tore them into pieces. But the disciplinary master told him something, and he cooled down. Vice Principal Sun said that it was okay to scold the students, but he must also allow male and female students to be friends. He cannot be too strict and stringent. Officer Li was not satisfied, but he can't do anything as his superior had already spoken. He can only let the matter rest. Soon, he noticed the school's culture had changed. In the past, after class ended, male and female students rarely mixed together. But now, male and female students were participating in activities together. During mealtime, male and female students sat together and chatted happily. In the mornings and evenings, there were male and female students taking strolls together in the school fields. Every time he questions these students, they would reply him that they were only friends. In the end, Officer Li gave up catching these students. Worked so hard but got nothing in return. Later, he noticed that since he gave up finding these dating students, there were a few students that got into relationships. And those couples that were dating encouraged and helped each other in their studies to get into universities. Their grades improved instead. Of course, these were all afterward. The day Feng Yu stood up against Officer Li was named as Liberation Day by some students. A few decades later, it remained as a legend in the school. But the version was the N edition. Chapter 72 Drunken Rage. Please support me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Although they tried to keep Feng Yu and Li Na relationship from his sister, Feng Danying, she still found out. Feng Danying confiscated Feng Yu's car keys and ordered Li Shijiang not to drive Feng Yu to school. Anyway, the school was only a 10 minutes walk from home. This was her punishment for Feng Yu, who asked him to not study hard in school and start dating at such a young age. Feng Yu was accustomed to the car and to ask him to walk for 10 minutes would be killing him. When Dongjun thought of a way for him, the both of them bought 2 Forever brand bicycles. Someone had said before, after you learn how to ride a bicycle, it would be just like walking. Even if you had not ridden a bike for decades, you would still be able to ride once you got on a bike. Now, the mainstream mode of transportation was still bicycles, and Forever brand was the most popular. All the staffs at Taiwan Trading ride Forever brand bicycles, and they were proud of it. Feng Yu carried his backpack, wore his Warrior brand shoes, jeans, t-shirt, a baseball cap, which was only sold at major departmental stores, and a Shanghai brand watch on his left hand. He happily hummed a song and rode his bike to school. Most of the people going to school or work were riding bicycles. They would ring the bicycle bells as a form of greeting. Feng Yu also felt that, in this weather, it was not a bad idea to ride a bike to school. This beautiful picture was destroyed by the appearance of somebody. It was just like dripping a big blob of thick, black and smelly ink on a beautiful painting. Why are you riding so slowly? We will be late. Are you eating this bun? If no, I will eat it. With a bun in his mouth, Wen Dongjun caught up with Feng Yu and gave him a slap on his back. You are wiping your hands on my shirt after eating again. Wen Dongjun pedaled hard and soon overtake Feng Yu, and Feng Yu started to give chase, leaving sound of laughter in their trail. At the bicycle parking bay, a lot of students were pointing at them. Wen Dongjun felt very proud and waved at them like those superstars. Feng Yu shook his head and dragged Wen Dongjun to class. Not staying at the school dormitory have its pros too. At least they don't need to attend the morning self-revision classes, and they got to wake up 1 hour later. In the classroom, there were a lot of students who were half awake, and some were still yawning sleepily. But when the teacher enters the class, all of them sat up straight and looked like they were paying attention. After class, Feng Yu walked over to Li Na and sat in the seat beside her. Tomorrow is the weekends. After school, let's not go to the cafeteria. Let's go out to eat barbecue and catch a movie at the Cultural Palace. I still have to attend the night self-revision class. There is also no one taking attendance at self-revision classes, and what's wrong with skipping once? That's it. Feng Yu decided for Li Na. When Feng Yu returned to his seat, Li Na's desk mate, a fat chick, said to her, he asked you out for movies tonight. I really envy you. Why doesn't anyone ask me out? You want to join us? Really? It's settled then. We shall go together tonight. The fat chick happily accepted the invitation. Li Na was stunned. She was just polite, and she never expects the fat chick to accept her invitation. During lunch at the cafeteria, Li Na told Feng Yu that her desk mate wanted to tag along that night. Feng Yu turned and looked at Wen Dongjun with an evil smile. What, you want me to ride the bicycle with that fat chick? My tires will burst. Feng Yu wrapped his arms around Wen Dongjun's neck and said, are we, brothers? My bicycle can't sit two more people. You have nothing to do at night anyway after you were turned down by that girl from next class. But I also cannot ferry her in my bike. If other students saw me, how can I go after the pretty girl from next class? Fat chick's character was not bad. She was good in her studies too and not short with fair complexion. Her facial features, can't really see clearly as all her facial features were squeezed together. Later I will teach you some tricks. You can definitely ask her out the next time. You sure? Feng Yu felt insulted and replied loudly, when did I lie to you? ... 1, 2, go. Sit tight. Fat chick sat on the back seat of Wen Dongjun's bicycle. He felt that he can't even pedal. He still needs Feng Yu to push him from the back for him to start riding wobbly. Li Na sat on the back seat of Feng Yu's bicycle and Feng Yu, with one leg on the ground and the other on the pedal, stepped down hard on the pedal and moved off with ease. He rode steadily following behind Wen Dongjun. Li Na was wearing a long dress and sat sideways on the back with her arms wrapped around Feng Yu's waist. She lowered her head and smiled sweetly. The four reached the entrance of the Cultural Palace. There was a movie poster for a Hong Kong movie, starring Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, and Yuan Biao. The Cultural Palace was still better than the cinemas in the towns, where they only screen those boring domestic films. Looking at the time, there was still 10 minutes till the next screening. Feng Yu and the rest decided to watch the movie first before getting barbecue. This move was a comedy action movie. These four really enjoyed it. After the movie, they went to the roadside stalls beside the cinema. 1 RMB for 10 sticks of barbecue meat. Feng Yu ordered 50 sticks without hesitation. He also ordered a lot of other barbecue stuff. Based on Wen Dongjun and Fat Chick's power, Feng Yu might not get to eat anything if he ordered too little food. There were too few varieties for these barbecue sticks, unlike the future. There were no seafood-related food and vegetables. There was only sliced potatoes, boiled peanuts, and soybeans for cold dishes. But it was still enough for Feng Yu and the rest to eat. At the table beside them, a few youngsters were looking at Li Na. Li Na had worn a long dress, and with her pretty face, these few youngsters started to have some evil thoughts. One of them walked over to Li Na with a mug of beer. Hey girl, drink with me. Later I will bring you to a fun place. You heard of billiards before? I have a billiard hall behind me, and there are 2 tables there. Wen Dongjun and Feng Yu stood up immediately and stopped that youngster. Go back and eat your food. If you are not eating, get lost. Stop your drunken rage. Oh, what is this? These 2 kids want to fight with me. Step aside and don't bother me drinking with this pretty girl. If not, I will kill you. The 3 other young punks stood up and walked up to Feng Yu when he finished his sentence. They started to shove Feng Yu. Please don't fight. Don't fight. Li Na was almost in tears. These 4 men were not to be a mess with. Feng Yu reached over and pulled Li Na behind him. He looked at these 4 punks and said, there are some people, whom young punks like you all, can provoke. Get lost, and I will pretend nothing had happened. My brother-in-law works with master crutches. To pretend, the attitude was critical. When Feng Yu said those words, his tone and demeanor of the speech startled those youngsters. Author's notes. At that time the bicycle was the primary mean of transport and China became the bicycle kingdom. Warrior brand shoes and Shanghai brand watches were the most fashionable brands at that time. Cultural Palace was the place to go for movies, and some schools without school halls would also hold their events at Cultural Palace. Translator notes. I was merely translating what was written. I absolutely do not discriminate against fat people and does not condone calling people fat chick. Chapter 73 Infamous. Please support me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Feng Yu lifted his left hand and deliberately let those 4 young gangsters see his watch. In that era, someone who can wear a Shanghai brand watch was not ordinary folks. Feng Yu looked like a middle high school student, and yet his dressing tells others that he was rich. Coupled with Feng Yu's calm and relaxed attitude, the young punks looked at each other and hurriedly paid their bills and left. All they wanted was to use being drunk as an excuse to harass some girls. If Feng Yu and the rest feared them, they might do something worse. But if they met someone who was firm and fearless, they would run away. If Feng Yu was telling the truth, his brother-in-law works for Master Crutches, their legs would be broken. The barbecue stall owner overheard Feng Yu and gave them a bunch of barbecue meat sticks, a few bottles of beer. The stall owner thought to himself, so young and walk the wrong path. I still thought that they were good students. In future, they will also be gangsters. After eating, Feng Yu sent Li Na back while Wen Dongjun sent Fat Chick back. Your brother-in-law is really a gangster? Li Na asked. I was just scaring them, you also believe? If I never lied to them, will them leave? Feng Yu laughed. Although he was not some good person, he would never join the triads. He could not even finish spending the money he earned from legal means, why would he make from illegal businesses? Lying on the bed, Li Na tossed and turned, and can't sleep. She knew Feng Yu's family well. His family was farmers. Although they were not poor, they were not very rich either. But why was Feng Yu so rich this year? Drove his own car, eat and wear branded goods, and even had an apartment in the city. Could it be his brother-in-law really from the triads? Then he must not be some good person. Li Na was anxious. Feng Yu's money did not come from legal means. Especially Feng Yu kept giving her gifts, and the gifts were quite expensive too. She decided to not accept his gifts anymore. Sunday afternoon. Feng Yu woke up at 10. He woke up because he was hungry. After eating something in the kitchen, he washed up and left for his company. It was the day to remit money to Kirilenko, and Feng Yu would never delay. He still wants to work with Kirilenko for the long term. Taiwan Trading does not have an accountant. All the finances were handled by Feng Yu personally. Luckily for him, in this era, there was no need for an accounting certificate to take on this post. If not, Feng Yu would have a big headache. Taiwan Trading had how much money? How much profits? Only Feng Yu knows the best. Even Li Shijiang can only estimate, and the rest can only guess. Next year, Feng Yu would be taking out every single cent from the company and invest in the stock market. This would be more convenient for Feng Yu. Another reason was Feng Yu does not trust employing an accountant from outside. There were many instances where the account of the company embezzled with the money and ran off. Furthermore, Taiwan Trading had so much money in its accounts. Don't say this era, even in his previous life, there will still be people who would take the risk and embezzle money. The technology was not advanced in this era, and there was no need to register names for train tickets, no CCTV on the roads. Once someone escaped and hide in a small mountain village for a year, and in the second year, he can just spend some money to get a real new identity. This way he will be scot-free and live in another city. Don't be mistaken, there were a lot of good policemen around, but there will also be some black sheep. Especially in the villages. If the village leader acts as a guarantor, the police station doesn't investigate and claim to be someone's relative, one can just register a new identity and get a new identity card. Feng Yu only trusted Li Shijiang entirely, but he does not know about accounts and doesn't want to learn. He only told Feng Yu that he entrusted him with the accounts and just want to wait until year-end to get his share. This era, it was very troublesome to remit money. Although this was not the first time Feng Yu remit money, it still took him, with the assistance of the bank staffs, almost an hour to complete the transaction. Why was it that he needed the approval from the bank's manager when he was remitting money to another party? After the bank, he went straight to the used cars refurbishment site. All the refurbished luxury cars look like stacks of money to Feng Yu, and all the discontents from the bank were dissipated. This period, Wu Zigang and the rest worked very hard. They brought many people over to view the cars. Some of these people bought the cars on the spot, while some thought that it was priced too expensive for a used car. The used car cost hundreds of thousands. They need some time to consider. Feng Yu was too optimistic about the market. Although the population in Bing City was a lot, there were not many rich people around. Those that became rich earlier only look at Mercedes-Benz and BMW. However, the sales for Rolls-Royce and Toyota Crown was not bad. Feng Yu's way of marketing through word of mouth was not very useful. There were not enough stupid people around. As such, he went to the newspaper office and paid for a period of advertisement space. He then employed some flight attendant trainees from the vocational school, wearing flight attendant's uniform and stood beside the cars. One day one car model, one day one pretty model. This continued for 10 days. 10 different type of cars and 10 beautiful models. These advertisements made those bosses restless. From the stimulation of the advertisements, Feng Yu estimates that they could sell another 20 to 30 vehicles. But Bing City's market was only so big, and his sports cars remained unsold. The road conditions in the era were not as good as the future years, and there was not much expressway around for them to race. The sports cars from the second batch remained unsold. In another 2 months, there will be the last batch of used cars arriving. If Feng Yu can't sell off all these cars within the next 2 months, he might have some cash flow issues. Zgang, you get one man to follow you to the neighboring province's Jilin city tomorrow. Do the same advertisement in the papers there. No problem, you can count on me. When manager Feng asked them to travel, he would give them a lot of travel allowance. That night, he played video games with Wen Dongjun before going to sleep. When he reached his class on Monday, he noticed it was a bit weird. It seems that the other students were afraid of him. It can't be, he had not got into fights in school or even got angry. Why did everyone become scared of him? A few students were whispering to each other. When Feng Yu returned from the toilet, he finally understood what happened. There were rumors that his brother-in-law was a gangster and working for the Master Crutches. What? You don't believe? You think about why Feng Yu dared to stand up against Officer Li. Why after that incident, he did not receive any punishment? You all remember when school starts, and we were all discussing our entry grades. Feng Yu was short of 3 points, and Wen Dongjun was short of 30 over points. They are also not Bing City's residents. They are from the farms nearby. How could they enter this school? My dad had met Feng Yu's brother-in-law. He was tall, fit and fierce-looking. His fist was as big as a clay pot. There were rumors that he was Master Crutches, right-hand man. Also, even the vice principal was scared of Feng Yu's brother-in-law. I think Feng Yu will become the big boss of this school in future. We better stay away from him and don't provoke him. A few days ago, there were over 10 gangsters outside the school calling Feng Yu Big Brother. These few students can really make up stories. They just haven't made up a story of Feng Yu beat up Cripple Wong with one punch and killed Song Laozi with a kick. Feng Yu opened the toilet door and bared his teeth at these students. Those students hurriedly ran for their lives. Feng Yu knew who spread these rumors. It must be Fat Chick. Forget it. No matter what motives she got, at least there will not be anyone dares to provoke him in school, and no one dares to make a move on Li Na. Although his reputation was infamous, Feng Yu doesn't care. That idiot Wen Dongjun still felt very proud, and he even wanted to use Feng Yu's reputation to stop some other students from getting close to the prettiest girl in the next class. Chapter 74 Fu Guangzhong. Please support me using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. Rumors were like this. The more you want to suppress, the faster it will spread. Although the form teacher does not allow the students to spread rumors, the rumor quickly spread to the whole grade and even the entire school. Even the teachers believed the rumors. The form teacher even spoke to Feng Yu about this. He wanted to clarify with Feng Yu. But Feng Yu just shook his head. Rumors are carried by haters, spread by fools, and accepted by idiots. Feng Yu was lazy to explain. Anyway, these rumors did not bring him much trouble anyway. He can have more time to think about how to earn more money. The advertisements were published in the neighboring province. But that province was considered poor, and the economy was not as good as Longjiang province. The city development was also ranked one of the lowest in China. There were some who had come to look at the cars, but there were few that bought. Just when Feng Yu wanted to go and place an advertisement in Shen City, a Cantonese-speaking boss came to his company. Lei Hu, Mr. Feng is really young and capable. He spoke in Chinese, mixed with Cantonese. Lei Hu means how are you in Cantonese. Lei Hu, Mr. Fu is a Hong Konger. Feng Yu replied. Xia, means yes in Cantonese. Mr. Fu, you can speak English? Feng Yu asked again. Of course. Feng Yu nodded and used fluent English. I heard that Mr. Fu is interested in my used car business and wants to buy some cars to resell in the south. Feng Yu really can't stand this type of Cantonese-influenced Chinese. Fu Guangzhong was startled. This Feng Yu's English was so fluent. He heard that Feng Yu does business with the Soviets and doesn't need any interpreters. How old is he? He mastered 2 foreign languages. Mr. Fu, Feng Yu raised his voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to buy British used luxury cars and sell to the south. How many do you have? About 60 to 70 cars. All of them are about 70 to 80% new. How many units do Mr. Fu want? If the cars are all 70 to 80% new and the price is right, I will buy all. Fu Guangzhong smiled. 60 to 70 cars. If he only gets 30,000 to 50,000 profits from one vehicle, the total would also be 2 to 3 million profits. Bases on his estimation, the profits should be more than that. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. A rich man. But Feng Yu was still a bit suspicious. There were a lot of conmen impersonating wealthy Hong Kong businessmen in this era. They will paint a beautiful picture, and when they take the goods or money from you, they will disappear without a trace. But this Mr. Fu's English was not bad. Seems like he had received high education in Hong Kong. His manners also showed that he had a proper upbringing. He seems to be at least 80% trustworthy. Mr. Fu is really willing to spend. But my cars are not cheap. Even if you are buying in bulk, the average price will also be the amount. Feng Yu replied and put out 4 fingers. Fu Guangzhong did not agree nor disagree but asked, "Then when can you deliver the cars to me?" "All the cars must be refurbished." "Of course, but I am not responsible for the delivery, and you will have to settle the paperwork yourself." If the cars were sold in Bing City, it was effortless to get the registration plates if one has money. Feng Yu had made it very clear. Fu Guangzhong hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I understand. Then when can you deliver the cars?" "The fastest will also be 2 months. Now I only have slightly over 10 cars left, and most of them are sports cars. If you want these, I can deliver it to you now." Feng Yu brought Fu Guangzhong to the factory to view the cars. Fu Guangzhong scrutinized each car. Although he does not know anything about cars, he was observing the facial expressions of the people around. Everyone looks calm. Seems like there were no issues with these cars and these were not unsold problematic vehicles. But to be safe, Fu Guangzhong decided to get a few professional mechanics to inspect these cars. What if the exterior condition is in excellent condition but the engine is problematic, and after using for 1 year, the car will have to be scrapped? He could offend a lot of people. "Mr. Feng, can I come back in 2 days with my men to check on the cars and I will make a decision after that?" "Of course. Even if you did not mention this, I would also remind you. At least in future, you will not blame me for defective goods." This batch of cars which Kirilenko sold to Feng Yu had not been used for several years. They were at least 50% new. Feng Yu had only changed the seats, tires and respray the exterior. He also employed 2 highly skilled mechanics with high salaries to check on the engines. Guaranteed those who bought the cars will not look for him later and affect his company's reputation. Although this way, the cost would be higher, but his profits will also be high. One car, he can make at least 100,000 RMB and highest, 300,000 RMB. They both agreed. Next Sunday, Fu Guangzhong will bring his men to inspect all the vehicles, and if there are no problems, he will make payments and ship all these cars away. Back at the hotel, Fu Guangzhong instructed his men to look for professional mechanics, and at the same time, he asked around for old houses with antiques. Initially, Fu Guangzhong had made this trip to look for antiques. The northeast region was the Manchu's base. There must be a lot of good stuff left behind. If he can get his hands on a few pieces and bring back to Hong Kong, he can get 10 times, or even more, turnover if he resells them. He heard that northeast region, primarily Bing City, was very enclosed and people were poor. Poor till they can't afford clothes and cannot afford to eat. But when he arrived here, he noticed that these were not true. There were many factories here and have a strong industrial feel. Although the standard of living for the people here was not high, they were not poor till they can't afford to eat. At least, he saw a lot of cars on the streets. But the number of vehicles can't be compared to the coastal cities. The development here should be considered faster than a lot of inland cities. The thing that surprised him the most was the Red Lotus sports car he saw on the streets. This type of sports cars was costly. Even in Hong Kong, only the super rich second generations will buy. He, himself, just drives a Toyota Crown. Fu Guangzhong's family was considered one of the influential family in Hong Kong. His father had a net worth of several billion. His first uncle was also a multi-billionaire. But it was a pity that Fu Guangzhong was not the eldest son. He can only get an inheritance of tens of millions in future. His elder brother's company now is worth billions, and it was not from their father's investment. His own company is only worth a few million, and it was still because of his mother helping him. Everyone said that those who had become wealthy in China were very capable and had good connections. A few more years, Hong Kong will be returned to China, and his family feared the changes in policies would affect them. As such, his father had been finding ways to know and build a good relationship with the senior officials. He wants to protect his family's businesses and not be affected by the reunification. Since young, Fu Guangzhong was taught by his mother to make friends with those that would be able to help him in future. Isn't this Lotus sports car driver someone like this? If he can be friends with the driver, then his position in his family will rise. But after asking, that sports car driver was a 40-plus man, and this man was not as powerful as he thought he was. He was only a businessman selling animal feed. His car was also a used car and cost less than 500,000 RMB. Fu Guangzhong suddenly thought of a way to earn money. There was someone in Bing City who had the means to get used luxury cars. He had stayed in Guangzhou and Shenzhen for quite some time. 500,000 RMB for a Lotus, even if there were 100 cars like this, after shipping over, he can sell them off within a month. If he can get a steady supply of these cars, he can make money fast. He also wanted to prove to his father that his capabilities were not worse than his elder brother. Translator note: I am not sure if Fu Guangzhong is a real person, so I googled and there is a Hong Kong billionaire by the name of Peter Wu Guangcheng. The surname is different, but the Chinese characters for Guangzhong are the same. Peter Wu Guangcheng was the former chairman of Wheelock and Company Limited and the Wharf Holdings Limited, and his net worth is estimated to be $12.6 billion in 2018 according to Forbes. Chapter 75. This incense burner is an antique. Please support me using this link: PayPal, Meet Noob Translator, or Patreon. The sales for the luxury used cars were settled, and Feng Yu was relived. Wu Zigang had been doing market research and noticed that the agricultural machinery and parts produced by the Soviet Union were very popular in China. They were more durable than the Japanese but more expensive. This was especially so for the harvesters and tractors. They were outstanding but not sold anywhere. Feng Yu intended to do this business for the next 6 months. Longjiang province is a vast agricultural province. Cultivating all the land by animals was impossible. He was not sure how much it will cost for him to bring in these machines. Fu Guangzhong and 2 mechanics arrived at Taiwan Trading on Sunday. Li Shijiang and one of the mechanics met and was shocked. This mechanic was the one who does the testing of the vehicles for them. Feng Yu did not hide this from Fu Guangzhong and told him straight. He still wants to sell the next batch of cars to Fu Guangzhong, and he cannot let the latter to feel that he was deceiving him. Fu Guangzhong smiled and said that it was okay. He knew that this mechanic was doing the testing for Taiwan Trading, and he deliberately brought him along to see if Taiwan Trading will be in cahoots with the mechanic to cheat him. But since Feng Yu had made it clear to him, that means that Feng Yu had no plans to deceive him. This increases the position of Taiwan Trading in his heart. The testing went smoothly. All vehicles were tested in the afternoon. The testing mainly focuses on the engine, chassis, brakes, and accelerator. The rest doesn't matter much. Fu Guangzhong was satisfied with the test results. He wanted all 18 vehicles. After deducting the transportation cost, he can still get a profit of more than 50,000 RMB per vehicle. If he manages well, he might get even more. All of them returned to Taiwan Trading's warehouse to sign a contract prepared by Feng Yu. Fu Guangzhong read the contract carefully and signed it. Tomorrow, after the money was credited to Taiwan Trading, Fu Guangzhong will collect the cars. He had already made the arrangements for the transportation, and all the paperwork were completed in 1 hour. Keeping his copy of the contract, Feng Yu said politely, "Mr. Fu, let's have some tea before leaving." Feng Yu never expected Fu Guangzhong to accept his invitation readily and even said that he was thirsty from earlier on. Feng Yu instructed his staff to prepare the tea and at the same time apologize for the poor hospitality. Having a company with all men was not good. No one was meticulous enough to prepare tea for customers and guests. But this was all Feng Yu's fault. He had taught his staff to behave this way. A successful company must be arrogant. But Feng Yu will never admit that this was taught by him. Fu Guangzhong lifts the teacup, took a sip of the green tea and frowned. This tea was ordinary and not some good tea. He does not want to drink, but he was embarrassed to put down the teacup after taking a slip. So, he just held on to the cup in his hands. He looked around and noticed the 3-legged incense burner in the corner. He casually said to Feng Yu, "Why did you place that thing in your office? It doesn't match your simple office decor." Feng Yu looked over at the incense burner which he bought for 300,000 RMB from Cripple Wang. He had wanted to use it as a flower pot, but his office was in a warehouse and there was no sunlight. In the end, he forgot about it. "Oh, that incense burner. After buying it from a friend, I got nowhere to place it, so I just leave it in that corner." Bought from a friend, Maybe he knows that it is an antique. Then it won't be nice if I ask him for it. But why was it placed at that corner? Could it be a fake? Fu Guangzhong had this problem, or should it be those who traded in antiques all had this problem? If an antique was placed in front of them, they can't sleep if they can't hold the antique in their hands and scrutinize it. Incense burner. I like incense burner and even have a collection. Can I take a closer look at that incense burner? Some people collect incense burner as a hobby. Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangzhong strangely. This hobby was quite weird and doesn't sound like some sort of religion. Sure, since you like it, just take a closer look. Feng Yu nonchalantly picked up the incense burner and roughly placed it on the table. Although the ashes were cleared, the incense burner was not cleaned. An ash cloud floated up from the impact. Feng Yu stepped 2 steps back and waved his hands in front of him. Fu Guangzhong moved his chair back and placed the teacup on the table. A layer of ash dropped onto the tea, and it can't drink anymore. But Fu Guangzhong's eyes did not leave the incense burner. Huh, Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangzhong curiously. Why did he take out a pair of white gloves and put it on? Why was it so familiar? Feng Yu suddenly remembered a television program he watched in his previous life. The program was Appraising Treasures, and the experts in the program wore white gloves when appraising antiques. Looking at Fu Guangzhong carefully wiping the dust off the surface of the incense burner, the things he said earlier and his expression, Feng Yu had a bold guess. This Fu Guangzhong had a bit of OCD. If it were a clean incense burner, he would not wear his gloves. But this incense burner was too dirty. He did not want to dirty his hands, so he put on his gloves. He thought his acting was not bad. Collecting incense burners, this reason was impressive. People were collecting all sorts of weird stuff in the world, and this Feng Yu should not suspect anything. Feng Yu apparently does not think much of this incense burner as he had left it in a corner. It could be he treated it as a regular incense burner, or he thought it was a fake. Fu Guangzhong saw the shape of the incense burner, and it looked like an schwand burner. There was only about 3,000 schwand burner produced during the Ming dynasty. Later, many were damaged or went missing. The prices for these burners became more and more expensive. If this burner were real, it would worth a lot of money. Fu Guangzhong only wanted to wipe the burner clean to look at the material and color so he can have a rough estimation. Then he would offer a low price to buy it. If the negotiation went smoothly, Feng Yu should be willing to sell it to him. But he did not expect that by putting on a pair of white gloves, Feng Yu suspect that burner is an antique. Fu Guangzhong shook his head and casually placed the burner back on the table. But there was only a faint sound because he was cautious with it. He had examined the burner. Although it was not a thorough examination, there was a 50% chance of it being a real schwand burner and 50% to be an imitation. But it doesn't matter if it was real or fake. Even if it was an imitation, it was worth a lot of money too. If he met someone who doesn't know much about antiques, he could still sell it to him at the price of an authentic burner. I had never seen this type of incense burner. Is Mr. Feng willing to sell it to me? Fu Guangzhong said and placed a 100 HK dollar note on the table. Feng Yu can now be sure that this burner was indeed an antique. If not, why would Fu Guangzhong want such a dirty incense burner? Feng Yu smiled and said, Mr. Fu is joking with me. I had spent a few 100,000 RMB to buy this burner from a friend, and you are offering me 100 HK dollars. The smile on Fu Guangzhong's face froze. A few 100,000 RMB. This Feng Yu knows that this burner is an schwand burner. Impossible. Who would place something that is worth a few 100,000 RMB in a corner? He must be bluffing. Did I hear wrongly? A few 100,000. This should only worth a few dozen RMB the most. Really? A few dozen RMB apiece. Why not Mr. Fu sells it to me? I will buy whatever you have. Let's be truthful, this burner is an antique, and you should have already known about it. The author notes, there were some who said that there was 3,000 schwand incense burner produced and some said 5,000. Also, some of those were imitation from the Qing dynasty. Even the experts were not sure. There were also some who said there were less than 100 real, authentic schwand burners left. However, let's not dwell on it. Feng Yu himself was not sure what antique was this incense burner. But he was sure that this is indeed an antique. He wanted to know which dynasty was it from and how much was it worth. Fu Guangzhong heard Feng Yu and laughed embarrassedly. Ha, ha, Mr. Feng, stop joking. Since you know about it, why did you still place it in that corner? Feng Yu rolled his eyes and said, I didn't have time to keep it. You see, I didn't even have the time to clean it up properly. A history professor once told me it was worth 1 million, but another expert told me that this was worth 2 million. I am not so sure how much is this worth. How much is this type of incense burner selling for in Hong Kong? What Fu Guangzhong said earlier had indirectly admitted this burner was worth at least a few $100,000. Feng Yu wanted to know how much Fu Guangzhong was willing to offer. If the price is right, he might just sell it to him now. Feng Yu does not have the hobby of collecting antiques. The antiques in his previous life were so expensive was because the market was manipulated by some people. Some collectors and auctioneers used the history, culture, economy to raise the prices of the antiques and were still well received by many. There were some who were not interested in collecting antiques but collected antiques for economic gains. Using their company's name, they auction back the antiques and declare as office supplies to avoid tax. The value of office supplies after 5 years of depreciation would become zero. After the value of the office supplies became zero on the company's books, these antiques can go into their own pockets. Also, these 5 years, the value of these antiques would have appreciated. This way, a significant amount of taxes was avoided and was still a stable investment. When in need of money, one can use these antiques as collaterals and obtain loans from the banks. In the future years, many used this method and finally, the government came out with a policy to regulate the antique market, but there were still many loopholes. Feng Yu had no intention of entering the antique market. He knew nothing about antiques. In his previous life, he heard lots of stories of people getting cheated when buying antiques. Furthermore, if he just invests in the financial market, he is guaranteed to earn more than investing in antiques. Fu Guangzhong put on his gloves again and took out a small brush and magnifying glass from his bag. He brought these along with him wherever he goes. He just did not take them out earlier. After Fu Guangzhong cleaned the burner, this 3-legged incense burner restored its former radiance. Fu Guangzhong was staring and caressing the burner as if the burner was his lover's body. 1 million. 1 million HK dollars. Mr. Feng, are you willing to sell it to me? This thing was worth 1 million. And it's in Hong Kong dollars. The Hong Kong dollars was valued higher than RMB. This price was much higher than Feng Yu's expectations. Initially, he thought that as long as he could get back the few $100,000 he paid to Cripple Wong, it was enough. But now, it seems like he could get a significant profit too. Cripple Wong must be unaware that this incense burner was a valuable antique. If he had known about this, he would have sent his men to get back the burner long time ago. Feng Yu did not expect that small gesture would give him a significant profit. Mr. Fu, do you think I would sell it? Feng Yu smiled and looked at Fu Guangzhong. Feng Yu would not sell this burner unless Fu Guangzhong offered 2 million. At this time next year, Feng Yu can still use this burner as collateral to get a loan from the bank. He could get at least a 5 million loan, and in 1 year's time, he can turn the 5 million into more than 20 million. If he gets 1 million now, he can turn it into 5 million in 5 years. Fu Guangzhong had a disappointed look on his face. It seems like Feng Yu wants to keep it for his own collection. If he were to offer a higher price, he might not get any profits. Mr. Feng also likes to collect antiques. What treasures are in your collection? Let me take a look. Fu Guangzhong said while taking off his gloves and wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Feng Yu waved his hands. I just started and do not many collections. You seem to be an expert in antiques. You must have collected a lot of good stuff. What just started collecting, he didn't even start. But he was curious about the antique trade. At least he felt that antiques were better than art pieces. In his previous life, art pieces were deliberately traded at high prices to gain profits and some were used for money laundering. You can bring a worthless painting to an auction house for auction. Then you give your money to another party and this party will use your money to buy your worthless painting at a high price. This way, your money would come from a legitimate source. There are also a few idiots who blindly follow trends and bought art pieces at high prices. In the end, they were not able to sell off these art pieces and they have to swallow the bitter pill. When Feng Yu said that he wants to look at Fu Guangzhong's collection, Fu Guangzhong had a proud look on his face. Although he was not considered a collector and he only does this for profits, but he had still made a hefty amount this year. This trip to Bing City, he had visited a few old houses nearby and bought a few pieces of antiques. At his hotel room, Fu Guangzhong showed Feng Yu his collection from this trip. Snuff bottles, porcelains, seals, jade pendants, hairpins, ancient books. Feng Yu looked at these items for a while and felt that although these things were pretty, he will definitely not pay high prices for them. Looking at Feng Yu's uninterested look, Fu Guangzheng said sourly, "These items can't be compared to your Schwand burner. That burner of yours is an authentic Schwand burner. The value will definitely appreciate by several folds in 2 years' time. But I can still get at least doubled profits from these items when I get back to Hong Kong. There are so many people collecting antiques in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, not many. But there are many in Southeast Asia." Feng Yu finally understood. Hong Kong in this era was still a British colony and the financial hub of Asia. There were more than 100 Chinese billionaires from Southeast Asia alone. These people are the ones who can push the prices up several times. "Mr. Feng, are you interested in joining me in this business?" This was Fu Guangzheng's really objective. He was short of capital and can't increase his operations. Feng Yu had the funds and also had connections with the Soviets. If he is able to get some oil paintings or something from Europe, it will definitely be profitable. "Sorry, I am not interested in this trade. I bought that incense burner was to help a friend with his financial woes." "Mr. Fu, are you from Hong Kong's Fu family?" Feng Yu suddenly asked. "You know about the Fu family? Mr. Feng went to Hong Kong before." Fu Guangzheng looked at Feng Yu curiously. Someone from the most northern province in China actually knew about Hong Kong's Fu family. How did he know about this? "I heard from a friend. The Fu family is a big family in Hong Kong. Every member of the family are elites in Hong Kong's upper society." "Which, wrong, generation is your father?" Fu Guangzheng was shocked. Feng Yu even know about his family's seniority. This meant that Feng Yu had already found out his background. "My father is Fu Rongjin." Feng Yu thought for a while. He had no impression of Fu Rongjin. The most famous from Fu families, Rong, generation was comparable to Superman Li. But that person is definitely not Fu Rongjin. Feng Yu showed a shocked expression, and this made Fu Guangzheng felt proud. Although he was not his father's favorite, his father had never stopped him from using his name when doing business. He wanted to make use of this used car business to prove himself to his father. Translator notes. Traditional Chinese families have this practice of using one same character for the names of the same generation. E.g., Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong and his brother Lee Hsien Yong. Famous Hong Kong actors, Michael Wei, Ricky Wei and Sam Wei had the same character in their names. Superman Lee is the nickname for one of Asia's most influential entrepreneurs, Li Ka-shing. He is the 23rd wealthiest man in the world as of January 2018, taken from Wikipedia. Taiwan Trading's account had almost 10 million RMB and does not include Kirilenko's payment of 1 million rubles. The next batch of used cars will arrive in November. Feng Yu decided to bring in a bunch of agricultural machinery from the Soviet Union first. The autumn harvest had started, and this was the time when farming machines got damaged. If he imported a batch of these machines or even spare parts now, he would not worry about the sales. The sales for the agricultural machinery and spare parts were the highest just before and after the spring farming and autumn harvest. Feng Yu organized a list of the types and quantity of popular farming machines and tools and telegrammed the list to Kirilenko. He wanted Kirilenko to give him a quote. The next day, Li Shijiang received a telegram from the post office. Kirilenko had sent over a list of prices for different types of farming machines and parts. Feng Yu made some calculations. After deducting Kirilenko's transportation fees, taxes and the cost, the profits were not high. There were even no profits for some products. Those that were in this trade will still bring in these products, even if they were making a loss. This was because they wanted to have a wide range of products. But Feng Yu was different. He does not intend to do this business for long. He only wanted to make some money in this year. "Brother Li, send these to Brother Qi and ask him to send out these products as soon as possible. Also, ask Zhigang and the rest to make sales call and get the market prices for tractors and harvesters. We will be selling a batch of those early next year." "Okay, leave these to me. It's late, shouldn't you be in bed?" Feng Yu looked at Li Shijiang and his sister. Their wedding date was confirmed to be on next Lunar New Year. Now, they were already living together. When they bought this apartment, Feng Yu wanted to buy a few more units, but his parents didn't approve. Now, there were not enough rooms, and his sister had to live with Li Shijiang. How can a young couple living together not do some naughty things? Feng Yu was not very sure previously, but today, Li Shijiang was asking Feng Yu to go and sleep. Does this still need any explanations? Feng Yu looked at Li Shijiang and seriously said, Brother Lee, if my sister got pregnant before you two were married, my father might not beat my sister but will definitely bring the shotgun along for a talk with you. Cough, what are you saying? Hurry and go to bed. Kirilenko was quick to send out the shipment. In the Soviet Union, there were stockpiles of these farming machinery and parts. Kirilenko was able to procure the items on the list quickly and ship to Feng Yu. Kirilenko was really enjoying his life during this period. Good wine and women, and his wealth was increasing every day. His reputation, among the second generations and the business circle, rose too. This was because of the popular Chinese products in his hands. However, this business was a partnership, and he was only one of the shareholders. If only he owns this business himself. But his partners had strong backgrounds, and he can't just ditch them and venture on his own. I am here first. I should load first. Bullshit. I was waiting here since last night. I should be first. Get lost. I am the first to sign the contract, so I should be first. A few farming machinery dealers were crowding around the freight station. They wanted to be the first to load the goods onto their vehicles. The earlier they load, the earlier they could occupy the market. They did not segregate the market, and they planned to sell these products in another person's territory. There were even some from the same city. The one that was faster would earn more money. Stop shouting. What did we tell you when you signed the contract? Those who pay first will get to load first. Those who pay later will load later. Mr. Shu, why are you rushing? Your truck is not here yet. Looking at these people arguing, Li Shijiang had no choice but to step up and maintain order. Luckily, Taiwan Trading was notorious and different from other companies. From the boss to the staffs, everyone was arrogant. These people can afford to be arrogant because of the popular products they were selling, and everyone was rushing to buy from them. Good quality farming machinery from the Soviet Union. Even the parts were more durable and better than domestically produced. After Li Shijiang shouted at them, these people loaded their trucks according to their time of payments. The most frustrated of them all was Mr. Shu. He was the second to make payments, but he could not find any trucks. When there was no need for trucks, you can see these trucks everywhere. But when there was a need for trucks, these trucks were nowhere to be seen. When the third person started loading, his truck had not arrived yet. No choice. The truck he hired had just returned from other places and had not finished unloading at other sites. After school, Feng Yu went to the freight station and saw the loading was almost completed. Brother Li, what's the matter? Li Shijiang said excitedly. Xiao Yu, we had sold everything. These goods were so popular. The money was deposited into the company's account. More than 4 million RMB. Li Shijiang covered his mouth and whispered the last sentence to Feng Yu. The prices for this batch of goods were set by Feng Yu. But Li Shijiang was the one who signed the contracts and collected the payments. Feng Yu only knew that Li Shijiang was very busy yesterday and returned home quite late. He didn't have the time to ask him yesterday. He was surprised that everything was sold when he came to the freight station. These lads were really something. They did not skive even when they were out making sales calls. Must give them more rewards this month and let them know that their hard work was not for nothing. This way, they will work even harder for the company. Later, Feng Yu found out that his staffs had got hold of a list of machinery dealers from the motor factory. They even bought dealer lists from other factories within and outside of Bing City. They visited these dealers based on the list and this way, saved them a lot of time. There were still a lot of dealers they had not visited. If they had visited everyone on the lists, there would not be enough goods for everyone. In this era, customers had the impression that imported goods were better, and if the products were imported from the Soviet Union, it will even be better. The Soviet Union was a big industrial country, and China produced tractors. Farming machines were imitated from the Soviet Union. These Soviet Union products were better than domestic ones, and the prices were still low. How can these dealers miss out such good deals? Feng Yu had not expected these goods to be so popular. It seems that he was too conservative when he ordered only 3 million RMB worth of products. He immediately called Kirilenko and asked him to ship another batch of products over quickly. There were 30% profits to make. Kirilenko answered Feng Yu's call and smiled. I knew that those goods were not enough. Didn't you notice the prices I quoted you? You can't even get these prices in the Soviet Union. I had already prepared 1 million rubles worth of goods for you. Rest assured, this batch will definitely arrive at Bing City within 1 week. These goods were stockpiled in some factories and unable to sell. Those factories' leaders were still worried and wondering what to do with those goods. Kirilenko was also shamelessly. He approached these factories' leaders and told them that the Soviet army wants to support their allies, China. He even got a military document with a red seal. In the end, he offered some Chinese products in exchange and got these goods at a meager price. In total, he only spent less than 300,000 rubles for everything. These monies were all Kirilenko's. He had left his partners out of this deal. He was the one who had built this sales channel. He was the one who had worked the most and should be getting more money. Director, oh no, oh no. What are you yelling for? Can't you keep it down? Bing City's machinery factory director Li Ming put down his newspaper and angrily looked at his sales department head, Wang Eguo. Director, there is bad news. What bad news? The Japanese are attacking us again. Li Ming replied jokingly, but Wang Eguo did not laugh at his joke. Li Ming picked up the teacup and slowly savored the tea. This tea leaf was given to him the deputy chief of the industrial department. Last month, because of the autumn harvest, the machinery factory's sales were the highest in history. Because of this, Li Ming was commented by the deputy mayor. If he is lucky, he might be transferred to the industrial department to be a leader. No, Director Li, didn't you instructed us to manufacture more agricultural tools and machines for the National Day? Yes, what's wrong? During the meeting yesterday, it was mentioned that our production had increased further. Are you afraid that we do not have enough goods? It's not about having not enough goods. It's about unable to sell off the goods. Wang Eguo replied. What? Unable to sell off the goods? How can this be? Every year, this period is our peak period. How can our goods be unsold? Li Ming was surprised. He had asked the workers to work overtime to increase production. If these machines were unsold, he might be unable to pay the production workers' salaries as all the factory's cash were used to produce these machines. He had promised the deputy mayor that the sales would surpass 10 million RMB as a National Day gift. I had contacted those dealers, and most of them did not need any more agricultural machines. Only a few of them express interest in ordering from us, but they wanted us to lower our prices. They do not have a shortage of goods. Impossible. There was an increase in the number of farms this year, and every city's government were following the provincial government's instruction to promote the use of machinery in farming. How can they have no shortages in these machines? I had asked around, and I heard that there was a batch of Soviet Union-produced farming machines in the market. Those dealers had imported those machines, and those who can't get their hands on those machines were still waiting. All these dealers refused to order from us. Soviet-made machines. The prices should be much higher than us. Could it be expensive machines sells better? Li Ming was confused. Things should work this way. Director, these Soviet machines were not more expensive than our machines. They were a lot cheaper than us. Their retail prices were almost on par with our cost prices. Retail prices almost on par with our cost prices. Impossible. It's real. If not, why would those dealers want us to lower our prices? Also, Soviet farming machines were imported and more durable. Now no one is buying our machines. Did you find out where did these dealers got those machines from? Yes. It is a private company by the name of Taiwan Trading Company. It was also this company which introduced the wind and rain electric fans last summer. Okay, I know. You go back to work first. You must think of a way to sell off this batch of farming machines before National Day. Li Ming waited till Wang Eguo left the room and called the deputy director who was in charge of the production to his office. He asked the deputy director to inform the production line to temporarily stop working, citing the workers needed a few days of rest after working so hard for 1 month. After Li Ming finished giving out his instructions, he asked his secretary to notify his driver. He needs to go to the industrial department and complain to the leaders there about Taiwan Trading for disturbing the market. Those dealers rushed to Taiwan Trading after they received news of them importing a new batch of farming machines from the Soviet Union. This time, they were smart. They prepared cash as they wanted to be the first one to load their trucks. They had set the retail prices for the last batch of machines and tools from the Soviet Union was 10% above the cost price. The quality was better, more durable, and these were imported goods. The prices were also lower than Bing City's machinery factory. These goods were sold out within a week. Farmers usually stayed near to each other and had a competitive mindset. If one of them bought a cheap farming machine or tool, the news would spread fast, and the rest will follow suit as they don't want to lose out to others. For instance, Feng Yu's father borrowed money to purchase a 55 tractor after he saw someone using it. A lot of people came after hearing the news of cheap and durable imported farming machines. But they were disappointed when they heard that the machines were sold out. The dealers were anxious too. Who doesn't want more of these popular goods? The more they sell, the more they will profit. As such, they called up Taiwan Trading every day asking if there were any more goods and when will the next batch arrive. When these dealers arrived, they soon discovered that there were more people compared to the last time. They knew each other, and when they saw an unfamiliar face, they knew that Taiwan Trading had reached out to more regions. Will there be enough goods for them? This batch of machines and tools was not enough for these people. Everyone wanted to purchase more and were not afraid of keeping extra. They knew that these goods will be sold during next spring. Most importantly, these machines were extremely popular. These Soviet Union-produced machines were selling better than the ones sold by any of the state-owned factories in Longjiang province or any other provinces. Feng Yu had not thought of this. He felt that the autumn harvest was coming to an end and it will be until next spring before anyone wants to buy farming machines. He did not know that these dealers were willing to stock up on these machines and were afraid that there will not be any cheap Soviet Union-produced farming machines. These people also ordered seeders, rotary tiller, sprinkler and many other machines which were not used during autumn harvest. Feng Yu had imported thresher, harvester and the spare parts for these big machinery. His thinking was too constricted. As long as the price was low, no matter what type of machine, these dealers will also want it. What's there to wait? Call and order more. Kirilenko was also very surprised. He knew that the prices he gave Feng Yu were low and these machines should be popular. But he did not expect these machines were so popular. He had underestimated the agricultural machinery demand in China. Once again, Kirilenko forged some documents and purchased large quantities of machinery from those factories. This time, the number and varieties were more significant and worth almost 4 million rubles. If it wasn't for the difficulties in transportation, Feng Yu still wanted to bring in a batch of tractors. Many dealers wished to order tractors. These few days, Wu Zigang and the rest were very busy. They were traveling all over the province, visiting dealers and promoting their Soviet agricultural machines. After they had liaised with all the dealers in the province, they started to contact Lin province. Anyway, Lin province was located not far away, and there was not much difference for the transportation. Feng Yu had told them that they will be surprised by their bonus this month. If you want a horse to run, the horse must be fed well first. Under the motivation of the upcoming bonus, these lads were working harder. The reputation of Taiwan Trading grew with the dealers in the agricultural machinery market, and more orders were coming in. But there was a threat waiting for them behind all these. Feng Yu, can you go out for a while? Your family is looking for you. Feng Yu was in the middle of class when someone knocked on the door. The teacher opened the door, had a few words with the one standing outside and called Feng Yu. Brother Li, what happened? Feng Yu had an uneasy feeling. If it were nothing extraordinary, Li Shijiang would not look for him in school. What he worried most was something terrible happened to his family. Xiao Yu, our company was suspended. What? The company was suspended? Who ordered this suspension and for what reason? Feng Yu was shocked. The company can close, but if the company was suspended, the company's account would be frozen. If he had no money, he would miss the great opportunity next year. That opportunity will be more profitable than running the company. The city's anti-smuggling team of the police. They claimed that we are smuggling. Help me apply the day off from school and we will go to the anti-smuggling team. You two are from Taiwan Trading. Where is the registered owner and why did you bring a student here? Because of the rush, Feng Yu was still in his third high school's uniform. The owner is my father, and he had authorized me to handle all matters regarding the company. The officer looked curiously at Feng Yu. There must be something wrong with the owner of the company. Why did he send a student over? Did he think that he was able to escape punishment by sending a student over? Now was only gathering facts and later, the owner would still have to go to jail. Did the owner think that this kid would go to jail in his place? You can handle this. What do you know? I am talking to you. Ask the owner to come over now. If not, it will be more serious. The officer pointed at Li Shijiang and shouted arrogantly. You said that we were smuggling. Where's the proof? We have legal documents for all our products. How can we be smuggling? Feng Yu asked loudly. What are you shouting for? Where do you think this is? This is the anti-smuggling office. I will arrest you if you raise your voice again and even make your school expel you. Feng Yu's shouting attracted the captain. What is happening? Xiao Su, who are these two people? Captain Zhang, these two are from Taiwan Trading. They want to create trouble. The officer accused Feng Yu and Li Shijiang in front of them. We are not creating trouble but here to understand what's happening. Our company was accused of smuggling goods and can't we come over and find out what actually happened? Feng Yu turned and spoke to Captain Zhang. Where did you get those Soviet Union-produced agricultural machines imported by your company? We bought them. You bought them. If those were bought through legal means, why are they so cheap? Where's the contract? Where's the import documents? Captain Zhang sneered. These imported machines were of good quality and priced lower than domestic-produced machines. These can't be imported legally. Furthermore, he was instructed by Deputy Mayor Shu's secretary to take care of this Taiwan company. Of course, he had to act fast and settle this properly. We have the contract and importation documents. You can send someone to accompany us back to the company to retrieve it. There was a seal on the main door of the company, and it was against the law to remove the seal themselves. You dare to order me? No contract and no documents mean that you are smuggling. No matter what Feng Yu said, this Captain Zhang did not listen. In the end, he got his men to throw the two of them out of his office. What should we do now, Xiao Yu? Should I think of a way to ask that Captain Zhang out and give him some gifts? Li Shijiang said worryingly. Smuggling was considered a serious crime. Feng Yu waved his hands and said, no. From his attitude just now, he does not want money. If he wanted money from us, he can just bring his men to our office for a talk. He does not need to suspend and seal our company. There must be someone behind all these. Let's go to the Office of Foreign Trade. This period, Feng Yu did not forget to keep in touch with Bing City's future mayor. He often drops by his office to report his progress or thank the support of the Office of Foreign Trade. This time, he might need the help of Li Reiqiang. If Feng Yu could retrieve the documents, he will be able to prove his company's innocent. Li Reiqiang sat on the sofa and listened to Feng Yu. When Feng Yu finished, he asked, can you explain to me why the machines imported by your company so cheap? The Soviet Union's economy is not doing well now, and there is a lack of development in their agricultural sector. This affected the sales of these agricultural machines. Our Soviet partners sold these machines to us at a low price and we, in turn, sell these machines to the dealers at a low price too. We are using the cost leadership strategy. What are you saying? The Soviet Union's economy is not doing well. Where did you hear it from? Even if they lacked in the agricultural development, why can't they export those machines to other countries? Why should they sell those machines to you at such low prices? Zhang Reiqiang doesn't believe what Feng Yu had just said. The Soviet Union's economy is currently going downhill. It is because they had used all their budget on their military. My partner's father is a high-ranking officer in the Soviet army. We had worked together for a long time, and the products our company exported was to his company. He wanted to sell these farming machines, of course, he would look for me first. The prices are low was because he had got them cheap. Zhang Reiqiang did not pay attention to the last few sentences. He was thinking about what Feng Yu said about the decline of Soviet Union's economy. What Feng Yu said made sense to him. He was only curious about why the farming machines were so cheap. Even if Feng Yu did not ask him for help, he would also help him. His office had just given Taiwan Trading Company an award and now this company was being suspended for smuggling. This was like a slap to the Office of Foreign Trade's face. Zhang Reiqiang also liked Feng Yu. Although Feng Yu was still young and attending high school, he was competent and knows how to build good relationships. Just the autumn festival 2 days ago, Taiwan Trading had given his department a lot of festive gifts, and his men can enjoy an enjoyable holiday. Sometimes, he felt that Feng Yu was too matured for his age. He felt like a teenager with an old man's soul. Zhang Reiqiang picked up the phone in front of Feng Yu and made a call to his friend in the city government to ask him to find out what happened to Taiwan Trading. After a while, the other party called back and told him that he had found out from the anti-smuggling team that it was the instructions from the Deputy Mayor Shu. He can't help much. He knew Deputy Mayor Shu, they were not close and not considered friends. He made a call to the Deputy Mayor and found out that he had ordered his men to investigate Taiwan Trading because they were selling those machines cheaply. The machines could be obtained through illegal means. Deputy Mayor Shu oversaw industrial development, and Zhang Reiqiang knew that this was about local protectionism. The local factory must have complained to the Deputy Mayor. Although the deputy mayor did not lift the suspension, he still agreed to allow Taiwan Trading's staff to retrieve the documents from their office because of Zhang Ruiqiang. With the papers, Feng Yu would be able to prove that he did not smuggle in the machines. But later, Deputy Mayor Xu also mentioned that even if Taiwan Trading was proved to import those machines illegally, they were not allowed to sell those machines so cheaply. Translator notes. Michael Porter stated in his book about the 3 approaches to business strategies. He called these strategies generic strategies, which consists of cost leadership, differentiation, and focus strategies. Management students should be familiar with these. Fortunately for Feng Yu, he had all the paperwork for those imported farming machines. He submitted those documents to the anti-smuggling team, and the suspension was lifted. Taiwan Trading Company's bank account was also unfrozen. But Feng Yu was unhappy. He was warned by the officials from the city government. If he carries on importing cheap machinery from the Soviet Union and follow their instructions to increase the selling price, other departments will step in and suspend his company again. But this importation business had almost 30% profits, and he also had an established sales distribution network. Feng Yu was reluctant to give these up. Feng Yu sighed. This was all because he does not have enough authority. If he had a few billion RMB now, the city deputy mayor and even the provincial deputy mayor would dare to create trouble for him. Previously, Song Xiaofeng dared to create trouble for Feng Yu was because Taiwan Trading was still a small company. If Taiwan Trading was the biggest company in Bing City and Feng Yu's assets was a few times more than Song Laoci, Song Xiaofeng would not dare to touch Feng Yu. When one's assets reached a certain level, it can be converted into authority and power. Zhang Ruiqiang had made it very clear to Feng Yu. If he were to carry on importing those farming machines, he must talk to Bing City's machinery factory. The next day, Feng Yu applied another day off from school and went to Bing City's machinery factory with Li Shijiang to look for Li Ming. You two are from Taiwan Trading. Don't think that the Foreign Trade Office's Deputy Chief Zhang Ruiqiang had helped you and you will be saved. All matters relating to Bing City would still be referred to the city government. Li Ming slowly drank his tea. He had sent his men to the dealers in the province and warned them. There will not be any more machines from the Soviet Union, and if they dare to order machines from Taiwan Trading, he will force Taiwan Trading to shut down. Those dealers also received news that Taiwan Trading was suspended. Although the suspension was lifted within a short time, Taiwan Trading told them that the sales of the Soviet farming machines will be discontinued. Director Li, you think we are here to apologize? Feng Yu crossed his legs and said. When you meet a bully, you must never give in. If you give in, the bully will think that you fear him and he will be more arrogant. Li Ming's face changed. What's the meaning of this? Not here to apologize. Then he is here to gloat. Humph. Machinery factory had the backing of the city government. A measly foreign trade office cannot be compared. If that is so, then you two are here to create trouble. I want to see what can a small company like Taiwan Trading can do. Li Shijiang anxiously looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu did not tell him that they were here to find trouble. They had just met and started arguing. Does that mean that they will not import any more farming machines from the Soviet Union? Even if they were not doing this business in future, it was not wise to offend Li Ming. Li Ming was still considered a government official and had a good relationship with the city government. He had a lot of ways to shut down their company. Suddenly, Feng Yu laughed and said, Director Li had misunderstood me. I am not here to apologize nor create trouble. I am here to ask Director Li if your factory wants Soviet Union's advanced machinery facilities. Li Shijiang was shocked. How did the conversation turn into this? Li Ming sat up straight. The Soviet Union does not sell their advanced machinery facilities to China. This Feng Yu was able to get his hands on these facilities. What do you mean? If I can import advanced machinery from the Soviet Union, including the technology to produce agricultural machines and equipment, how much is your factory willing to offer? The recession had begun in the Soviet Union. Previously, the Soviet Union relied on the exportation of gold, oil and military products to maintain their economic growth. But now, there were a lot of smuggling activities for these products. The government, high-ranking military officers, and their families were involved in these smuggling activities. They did this to pass their wealth to their later generations. Kirilenko and his business partners were the typical second generation of high-ranking military officers. Their freight trains belonged to the Soviet Union military, and they were using it for their own purposes. Also, they do not need to pay any tax as they did business in the name of the military. From 1985 onwards, the agricultural industry, especially the food production, was on a decline. This led to the Soviet Union's agricultural machinery sales falling year after year. They used to export to Europe, but now, that market was taken away by the Germany and France. Germany had occupied more than half of Europe's market share. If the Soviet Union wants to export farming machinery to Europe, they would have to reduce their prices. But lowering prices meant making a loss and acknowledging they were losing out to the Germans and French. What can the Soviets do? They can only grit their teeth and hang on. On the next year onwards, there will be more factories stopping their productions. In 1990, the Soviet Union's economy got worse and collapsed. It was then when the disintegration of the Soviet Union officially began. When Feng Yu ordered the agricultural machines from Kirilenko a few days ago, he had asked Kirilenko about these production facilities. If Feng Yu only imported these machines, he was the only that gained from it. But if he brings in the production technologies and advanced production lines, the whole China will benefit. Feng Yu was not a noble person. But if there was an opportunity for him to earn money and at the same time, do something for his country's economy, why not? Furthermore, Feng Yu also got the chance to get close to the city government and pave the way for his company's development. Li Shiqiang only remembered Feng Yu had a long talk with Li Mingde. At first, there was a lot of tension between the both. But later, the tensions were gone, and Li Mingde even showed Feng Yu to the door personally and shook his hands enthusiastically. Back at the office, all the staffs were playing poker leisurely. They were bored. When they saw Feng Yu entering, they quickly kept the cards. Everything is fine now. Go back and rest for a few days and come back after the National Day holidays. Brother Li, give each of them 500 RMB as their bonus. Also give out another 2000 RMB as commission, according to their contacted dealers' sales. Feng Yu was in a good mood, and he decided to be generous for once. He doubled the bonus and rewards. He wanted these lads to be loyal to him. These people were trained by him personally, and he doesn't want them to leave. Everyone cheered. They were called back to the company yesterday when the company was suspended in the morning. They thought the company would shut down. But later in the evenings, the suspension was lifted, and nothing had happened to Feng Yu. Today, Feng Yu announced their bonus and commissions. The one with the highest commissions and bonus amounted to almost 900 RMB. This was equivalent to the annual salary of a worker at the motor factory. Li Shiqiang went to give out the bonuses and commission, and Feng Yu started translating a few things which were written on a few pieces of paper into Russian. He then copied everything on a clean sheet of paper. He brought the piece of paper to the post office to make an international call and fax to Kirilenko. Feng, you really want production machinery facilities and technologies. These things were not easily available. Even if people were selling, the prices would not be low. Kirilenko had asked around. Although there were a few agricultural machinery production factories in a semi-shutdown state, these factories had no intention of selling their production lines. My good friend, Brother Qi, surely you have a way. We can talk about money later. Don't worry, I will not let my friends make losses. Then, fine, I will try and will get back to you within a week. There was a school activity on the day before National Day. This activity was the school's tradition. All the students got to go to the farms to do the harvesting. This was to let the students experience the hardships of a farmer and remind them not to waste food. In every classroom, there were 2 poems about the hardship of farming written on the wall. Under the midday sun, the farmers were working in the fields. Their sweat drips into the soil. Who knows how much hardship was there in each grain of rice? Planting a seed in spring and collecting 10,000 grains in autumn. There were no fields that were not planted, but there were farmers that starved to death. This was a poem by a Tang dynasty famous poet, Li Shen. But for Feng Yu, who liked history, knew that Li Shen wrote this poem was just to gain the attention of the emperor and get promotions. And after Li Shen was promoted, he just enjoyed his life and was never concerned about the hardship of the farmers. Although Feng Yu does not like Li Shen, these 2 poems were really well written. The students sat in the bus for 2 hours and finally reached a farm, north of Bing City. This farm was only about 1 hour away from Feng Yu family farm. There was a cornfield here, and the students were to cut the stalk, peel off the husk, corn and stack them together to wait for the tractor to transport them away. Now in Longjiang province, the main crops were wheat, followed by soybeans. There were very few cornfields around. That's why they had to travel so far. This was the closest corn farm which the school contacted. There were about 500 students from the school, and they were divided into their classes. The school also allocated areas to each class. There were about 40 students in a class, and they oversaw such a small area. If it were at a real farm, it would take 5 men to finish harvesting this area within a day. The students were all hyped up to experience the life of a farmer. However, there were also students who grumbled. They were from a farming family, and they had to harvest corns instead of helping with their families at their own farms. Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun and a few others who had come from farming families, were more familiar with the farming work compared to the students from the cities. They were assigned to cut the stalks with a sickle, and the rest will follow behind to remove the husk and stack the corns into a pile. Wen Dongjun, like a raging bull, slices through the corn stalks at an alarming speed and soon he was way ahead of the pack. Look at me, I am so fast unlike the rest of you. You all are moving at snail speed. Wen Dongjun said proudly with his sickle resting on his shoulder. Feng Yu shook his head and thought, this idiot. Dongjun, didn't you notice you are the fastest among those who oversaw the cutting of corn stalks? You are even faster than those year 3 students. Don't you find it weird? Wen Dongjun scratched his head and asked, why? It was because the cornfield is only this big. If you had cut all the corn stalks now, what will you do in the afternoon? Watch the rest of the students remove the husk. This means that the faster you are, the more you got to work. You think the teachers will praise you, or the other students will be in awe of you. Wen Dongjun was speechless. He realized that it was not the rest of the students were slow, but they were taking their own sweet time. He looked around and saw that all the students were chatting while they work. In the end, he was the only silly one working so hard. Learn from us. Work for a while and rest for a while. Or you can sit on those stalks to rest. If you carry on working so fast, you will make the rest of us look bad. You really want that? Feng Yu patiently taught Wen Dongjun the art of skiving. This Wen Dongjun should be good at skiving, but where did all his smartness go? Without a word, Wen Dongjun sat on the corn stalks and rested. But after a while, he got bored. He had nothing to do, and there was no one to talk to him. He saw the corn stalk and got an idea. Feng Yu saw 2 corn stalks which were still green, and he used his sickle to cut it. He then sliced the outer layer of the stem to reveal the tender and juicy part. One bite and you can taste the sweet juice flowing out. There were sugar canes in the south and in the north, there was something that looks like corn and sorghum. It was called sweet sorghum. It was about the thickness of a finger and tastes like sugar cane. If there were a lot of rain and not much sun, the lower portion of the corn stalk would also have some parts which were very sweet. Feng Yu used his sickle and cut away the part he bit and then removed the outer layers of the rest of the corn stalk. He walked towards Li Na with the corn stalk. You must be thirsty. Have some sweet corn stalk. Feng Yu passed the one which he had tasted to Li Na and Fat Chick snatched away the other. They were the only ones besides this small pile of corns. Now, the rest of the students dared not play with Li Na. This was all Fat Chick's fault. She had spread rumors about Feng Yu's family associating with the triads, and Li Na was dragged along as well. Li Na had hesitated before, but how can she be matched for the wisdom of Feng Yu's 40-years-old experience? It only takes Feng Yu a few words, and they were back like before. Li Na took a small bite and slowly chewed. She had a beautiful smile, and her eyes narrowed into a crescent. It's sweet. Bah, bah, bah. What sweet corn stalk. It smelled like the sewers and had an astringent taste. Fat Chick spat out the dregs and complained. Feng Yu calmly explained. Maybe you are unlucky. After all, these are corn stalks and not sweet sorghum. It is normal if there are some which are not sweet. Li Na broke her corn stalk into 2 and passed half of it to Fat Chick. Fat Chick cautiously took a bite, and it was indeed sweet. You break this half into 2, and we share it. Li Na passed the remaining half to Feng Yu. She saw Feng Yu's lips were dry. I can't break it. You eat it. I will be in front cutting those stalks. I can find more of it. Li Na insisted Feng Yu to have at least a bite. Feng Yu leaned forward and was prepared to bite the part where Li Na had eaten before. Who hit me? Feng Yu turned around angrily, looking around. Just when he was about to bite into the corn stalk, he felt something hit him on the back of his head. Ha ha ha, how was it? This corn stalk bow I made was not bad. I can hit your head from this distance. A few meters away, Wen Dongjun was holding on to a bow made from corn stalk, looking proudly at Feng Yu. The thing that hit Feng Yu was a small piece of the corn stalk. Fuck, this idiot kept interrupting me. Cornstalk bow, I would like to see if your bow is more accurate than the cornstalk I throw. Feng Yu picked up the piece of cornstalk which Fat Chick had thrown earlier, broke it into two and threw at that idiot. He must teach this idiot a lesson today. Li Na blushed when she saw Feng Yu breaking that piece of cornstalk into two. She remembered that Feng Yu had earlier claimed that he was unable to break her cornstalk, and was about to bite the part where she had eaten. Author's notes. Li Shen was not some kind person, and his reputation as a court official was not good either. There were sayings that he likes to eat chicken tongue. A plate of chicken tongues means a few dozen chickens. There were 2 rest days because of the National Day and the weekends. In that era, there was no golden week, and there was not even 5-day work week. The students finished their tasks in the afternoon, and the farmer collected the corns in a tractor. This activity was finally over after the corns were loaded. Those staying near the farm and the countryside went home for the holidays. They only need to be back in school on Sunday night. Feng Yu had also informed his father, and Feng Xingtai's jeep was parked outside the cornfield. Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, Li Kun and Li Na got a ride in the jeep back to their farms. The 3 boys sat in the rear seats, and Li Na sat in the front passenger seat. Her face was red and kept her head lowered. She dared not look at Feng Xingtai, but Feng Xingtai kept talking to her. Wen Dongjun and Li Kun kept laughing secretly. Feng Yu, on the other hand, tried to change the topic. If Feng Xingtai knew that Feng Yu and Li Na were dating, Feng Yu would be beaten up by his father with the feather duster. He had got into the best high school in the city, yet he was not studying hard and start dating at this age. Feng Xingtai sent Li Na and Lu Kun to the village town and then proceed back to their farmland using a shortcut. At their door, Feng Yu saw a few bicycles parked outside. He felt that it was strange. There were visitors at his house. Feng Xingtai's face changed when he saw those bicycles and did not stop. Instead, he sent Feng Yu back to Wen Dongjun's house. You play at Dongjun's house first and come home half an hour later. Feng Yu was curious and asked, Dad, what's wrong? It's none of your business. Just come home after half an hour. When Feng Yu entered, Wen Dongjun was surprised. Didn't Feng Yu return home? After a day of working in the fields, he was not tired. Feng Yu, your parents went to the fields. Have some peanuts and help yourself to the drinks. Our family's land finished harvesting last week. I am also not sure what had happened, but I am supposed to stay here for half an hour before can return home. Wen Dongjun's mother suddenly said, there must be someone here to borrow money again. Almost every day, there will be someone going to your father to borrow money. Your father is busier than Dongjun's father, who is the village head. Borrow money? Borrow what money? Wen Dongjun asked. Feng Yu's family does not have any relatives staying in the village. Who will borrow money from them? Feng Yu understood. This was the sad thing about staying in the farmlands. It was too small, and news spread very fast. If something happened in one's family, everyone would know about it the next day. Everyone in the village said that the Feng family had become wealthy. The daughter had found a wealthy husband in the city. Feng Xingtai can even afford to drive a jeep. The village head can only ride a small jolling motorcycle. There were some who were close to Feng Xingtai and wanted to borrow 3,000 RMB. Feng Xingtai just lent him the money without batting an eyelid. This made the rest believe that the Fengs really were rich. A few people also came to Feng Xingtai's house to borrow money. The excuses were either they need a few more thousand RMB to buy a tractor, did not have a good harvest, not enough money to feed their wife and kids. There were some who wanted to borrow over 10,000 RMB for a harvester and will pay back after a few years. At first, Feng Xingtai lent them a few thousand because he had more than 50,000 RMB at home. But later, more and more people came to his house to borrow money. These shameless people did not even want to give interest and said that they will not be able to repay in the next 3 to 5 years. This money, they will return the money slowly over the years. There were even some who claims that they had helped Feng Xingtai with his farm before and now he is rich, so he should at least give them a few thousand RMB. They were shameless enough to directly ask for money from him. Feng Xingtai was pissed. His son had earned these monies, and these monies did not drop from the sky. Why must he lend them money just because they needed it? Those few who borrowed earlier promised to return the following year and agreed to include interest at the same rate as the bank. But those that came later were shameless beyond words. The Feng family was not a bank that printed money. However, they were all living in the same village, and Feng Xingtai did not chase them away but politely rejected them by saying he had lent out all his money. But these people did not believe him and even questioned him. You had lent XXX money, why are you not lending me money? Feng Xingtai was speechless and thought, these were my money and I can choose to lend my money to whoever I like. Your tone and attitude doesn't sound like you are borrowing money from me but sounds like you are asking me to repay you a debt. Feng Xingtai was very angry, and he rejected everyone who had came to him to borrow money. Half an hour later, Feng Yu returned home. Those bicycles were not there anymore, and Feng Yu thought that those people had left. But when he entered the house, he saw two people inside. They seemed to be waiting for dinner. Oh, Xiao Yu is back. Did you get used to your new school in the city? Oh yeah, your sister got a rich boyfriend, and he should not treat you too bad. Yes, brother Feng is so lucky. His daughter got a rich boyfriend, and his son can study so well. He definitely can get into university in future and return to the farm as a leader. Feng Yu suddenly asked curiously, Uncle Song, Uncle Zheng, why are you at my house? Shouldn't you be at home for dinner now? The smiles on their faces froze. This kid was chasing them out. Luckily for them, Feng Xingtai said, Xiao Yu, what are you saying? Smiles reappeared on these two faces. It seems like Feng Xingtai still wanted face, and would ask them to stay for dinner. A few dishes and alcohol later, they will ask for a loan in front of Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai would not reject them. Feng Xingtai said, you think your Uncle Song and Uncle Zheng doesn't know when to leave home for dinner? They do not need you to remind them. The smiles on their faces froze again. They couldn't just say that they wanted to stay for dinner if they were not welcomed by Feng Xingtai. Yes, we are leaving. Brother Feng, we will come back tomorrow to discuss further. I am leaving too. Brother Feng, you don't need to see me out. After those two left, Feng Xingtai sighed. Zhang Muhua also came back from outside. When she saw Feng Yu, the worries on her face were all gone. Son, you must be hungry. What do you want to eat for dinner? Stir-fried shredded potatoes and salted duck eggs. While waiting for his mother to cook, Feng Yu asked his father, Dad, how much did we lend out and how many people borrowed from us? I had lent out about 40,000 RMB to more than one people. They also signed an IOU. There were some that will return in 1 year and some 2 years. Sighed, having more money is also not a good thing. Feng Xingtai lit a cigarette and smoked. Dad, let's move to the town. There is a new building which was completed this year. We can buy an apartment and stay away from these shameless people. No, after we bought the apartment, they would think that we had become very rich and will have more excuses to borrow money from us. At least, we can't move this year. Dad, just forget about it since you had already lent the money out. We are really very rich now. It is only 40,000 RMB. Anytime, we can take out 4 million RMB. But we can't carry on lending out money. Especially people like Uncle Song and Uncle Zheng. They don't do any work but play mahjong every day. Even if you lend them money, they are also unable to repay us. Why not I think of a way to help everyone in our village earn some money? Feng Yu thought of an idea and should be able to get rid of these irritating people. An idea to get rich. What can we, farm people do? Other than our crops, we have nothing else. We are only good at farming and don't have other skills. Feng Xingtai shakes his head. This Feng Yu was not practical. Dad, you don't believe what I said. You mentioned that we only have crops here, then we shall do food processing. Those soybean oil, flour, corn flour, beets, a type of vegetables that look like carrots. In the north, they use that to produce sugar, are easy to process. I can get the machinery for these. If one is not stupid, they will be able to operate these machines after training for 2 to 3 days. The Soviet Union's farming industry was on a decline these few years and the food processing plants were not in a semi-shutdown state. If Kirilenko was able to get his hands on the agricultural machinery production facilities, then he should have no problems getting these food processing machines. There should be no problems with having a processing plant on the farm. Although they were unable to earn much at the start, in future, they should be doing well. As for the sales of the products, Feng Yu can quickly think of ways to popularize those products. The most important thing for Feng Yu was that he could solve the problem of people coming to borrow money every day and help everyone on the farm to get rich. You are serious? Those production facilities are not cheap. Besides, the grain depot and the agriculture department also produces these things. You are sure that we are able to sell these products? You don't worry about the sales channels. I can guarantee that once the processed foods are produced, it will be sold off at high prices. The money for the processing machines is not an issue too. We will not be the only one coming out with the funds. We will be raising funds. Raise funds. Yes, raise funds. Tomorrow, we will use the PA system to inform everyone that we are setting up a food processing factory. Those that are interested must pay for a stake in the factory, and the proportion of the shares will base on the amount they paid. At the end of the year, dividends will be paid out based on the number of shares they hold. 100 RMB for a share and 1000 RMB for a stake in the factory. Everyone from the farm can participate. At least 1000 RMB. It's a bit too much. Although many can afford, there will not be many that are willing to come out with that sum. Feng Xingtai thinks that this idea will not work. Some families on the farm earned less than 1000 RMB and after deducting their daily expenses, they were left with only about 100 RMB. There were some that had some money but who would want to invest in a food processing factory. This son is good at a lot of things, but he still has a lot to learn when it comes to farming. Dad, you still believe me? I can bring in the most advanced food processing machines from the Soviet Union. The quantity of the soybean oil we produced will be much higher than the grain depot. The quality of the flour will be better, and we can produce more sugar from the beets. You still think that we will make a loss? Feng Yu looked at his father's expression and knew that he does not believe what he said. So, he mentioned about the machines from the Soviet Union to persuade him. Machines from the Soviet Union? Feng Xingtai believed what Feng Yu said when he heard this. His impression of the machines produced by the Soviet Union was more advanced and much better than the domestic machines. That's right, Dad, you just wait to be the boss of the factory. After dinner, we will go to Wen Dongjun's house. This factory still need the village head's support. It was evening 8 p.m., and Feng Yu spent another half an hour to convince Wen Deguang. Finally, he was confident that this factory will work and will help the village to prosper. Early next morning, everyone was woken up by an announcement from the village PA system. Many families had just finished harvesting their fields and were drying their crops under the sun. Only when they finally had a few days of rest, they were woken by the PA system so early in the morning. Attention everyone, good news, good news. Feng Xingtai from our farm has decided to set up a food processing factory and is raising funds from everyone. Those who are interested, please come to the village office. This announcement kept repeating the whole morning. Everyone on the farm had heard it. There were so who did not understand the announcement also went to the village office out of curiosity. Oh, Brother Feng, you are wealthy now, and you are going to set up a factory. You still said that you don't have any money to lend us. Just help us since we are from the same village. I just want to borrow 3000 RMB. I will return you after a few years. Yes, Brother Feng, I want to borrow 3000 RMB too. We had known each other for so many years, and you should know me well. Feng Xingtai just kept quiet. He knows these people well, and that was the reason he did not lend them money. These people were shameless and sarcastic. If they were not from the same village, Feng Xingtai would have chased them away. Uncle Song, Uncle Zheng, why are you borrowing money? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Why are you asking so much? You are just a kid and should not interrupt when grown-ups are talking. They must be planning to gamble with the money. You two still have not learned your lesson after getting arrested last time. Get lost, or you will not be getting your welfare benefits this year. Wen Deguang angrily shouted. These two grown-ups had yelled at a kid in public. They were tarnishing the village's image. Wen Deguang was the village head and had some authority. After he scolded those two, they kept quiet. But these two did not leave the office and wanted to stay on to watch the show. Feng Xingtai is going to set up a factory. We will disrupt your plans. Almost everyone is here. Xingtai, you can tell everyone your plans. Feng Xingtai stood up and repeated what Feng Yu said last night. But he did not mention anything about the Soviet Union machines. He only said that he wanted to set up a food processing factory and those who were interested can fork out some money to buy a stake in the factory. This was called shareholding system. There were a lot of private factories in China now, which operate this way. Everyone, don't listen to him. He wants to cheat our money. The money you pay for the shares will be going into his pocket, and he will be depositing the money in the bank to earn the interest. Song Deliang shouted. That's right. Feng Xingtai is so rich and if he wants to set up a factory, why should he raise funds from us? Didn't you read the papers? There were many people got conned by this type of schemes. Feng Xingtai is a conman. Zheng Guangming also shouted. The two of you shut up. It is an offense to spreading rumors is against the law. You two were just lazing around and doesn't want to work, yet you still have the nerve to say others. You two are a disgrace to your families. Accountant Liu, drag those two out. Wen Deguang shouted angrily. He had called everyone here and these two called Feng Xingtai a liar and a conman. Doesn't that include him? Feng Yu was quite pleased with those two. From now onwards, who would dare to go to his house and borrow money? If one really goes and borrow money, Feng Xingtai can, in turn, ask them to invest in the factory. Just like promoting Amway to insurance agents. Feng Yu felt that this was an opportunity for the fellow villagers and this was voluntary. He can guarantee those who invest that this factory will be more profitable than farming. Those that did not invest can regret. Although those two troublemakers were chased out, many others also left. They had thought the village was giving out some goodies but instead, they wanted to collect money from them. Food processing factory. It will be a miracle if it is profitable. In the end, only 7 villagers remained. They wanted to find out more. This included Li Jichuan's father. Feng Yu swore in his heart that if these people invest 1,000 RMB in this factory, he will let them get back 10,000 RMB within 3 years. There were 7 people left but were not particularly resolute. 1,000 RMB was not a small sum, and Feng Xingtai also told them that there was no maximum amount to invest. The more, the better. These 7 people that remained had privately cleared land at low-lying areas beside the river. They did not need to contribute part of their harvest to the government nor pay taxes. They kept whatever they harvested. That's why they had some spare cash. For example, if Lu Jichuan's family had not borrowed Feng Xingtai's tractor to clear a plot of land earlier this year, he might even have problems coming out with 100 RMB. In the village, the income gap was widening. Xingtai, you need to tell us where will the factory be located and what will the factory be doing? Will we be managing the factory ourselves or hire someone to do it? Where will the finished products be sold to? If we were to invest 1,000 RMB, how much dividends will we get next year? Feng Xingtai turned around and looked at his son for help. Feng Yu did not mention these details yesterday. Uncle Liang, we have 2 locations in mind for the factory. First, it is the location of the old chicken farm. The chicken farm had closed, and no one is using that plot of land. We can rent or buy the land. Second, is the plot of land behind the brick factory. But because it will be near to the brick factory, it will affect our factory's reputation, even though our factory will be located at the upwind. Right, we should not build the factory next to the brick factory. Who will buy our flour if it is mixed with dust from the brick factory? The factory will be processing food like soybean oil, wheat and corn flour, and sugar from beets. Soybean oil and sugar suit us best. If the quality of wheat and corn flour were not very good, it would not affect us much. But the soybean oil is different. The more oil we produce and the better the quality, our oil will taste better and can fetch a better price. We can sell to the city, and this will be the same for sugar. The more sugar we produce and the finer our sugar, the more we can earn. This private factory really can compete with the state-owned grain depot. This private factory really can compete with the state-owned grain depot. Absolutely no problem, because we intend to import advanced machines from the Soviet Union and these machines were more advanced than the grain depot by more than 10 years. Feng Yu once again brought up the Soviet Union. Everyone looked up and admired the Soviet Union in that era. How much will those Soviet Union machines cost? These machines belong to my brother-in-law, and he will use these machines to exchange for the shares of the factory. I guarantee you all that if you invest 1,000 RMB today, you will get 10,000 RMB in 3 years' time. The more you invest, the more you can get back. You all decide for yourself how much to invest. We will not force you. Xingtai, your son can really talk. 1,000 RMB can turn into 10,000 RMB in 3 years. Then if I invest 5,000 RMB now and 3 years later I can get back 50,000 RMB. Feng Yu was frustrated. It was not good being so young. Even he was currently attending high school, to these adults, he will always be a kid. No one will treat whatever he said seriously. Feng Xingtai saw the determination in Feng Yu's eyes, and he nodded, yes. Good, Xingtai, you are the one who said this. You dare to put it in a contract? Feng Xingtai pridefully said, of course I dare. When all of you invest, I also need to prepare the contracts. If I am not able to honor my promise in 3 years, you all can take away the machines. Okay, then I will invest 10,000 RMB. Feng Yu looked over. These people were the first few from the village which had become wealthy. But it was normal for them to be rich as they had tractors and harvesters. Also, they were the earlier ones who had cleared the land. After one of them took the leap, the others followed. 3,000 RMB, 2,000 RMB, they invested whatever spare cash they had on hand as the returns were better than leaving the money in the bank. Uncle Wen, Dad, let's go to the farm department to look for the officer. Those 7 had agreed to invest, but Feng Xingtai did not collect the money yet. He got to wait till he got the approval from the farm department, then he will collect the money. Wen Deguang followed along and entered the car excitedly. Feng Xingtai was puzzled and said, "Village head, I can look for the farm department officer myself. Don't need to trouble you." Feng Yu rolled his eyes. His father really thought that Wen Deguang was following along to help him. He was going there to claim credit. China was focusing on its economy, and this applies to their district as well. This investment amounts up to over 1 million RMB, and Wen Deguang was the one who headed it. This count as a political achievement for him. Dad, later you will say this. Feng Yu started to teach his father what to say again. The officer looked at the 3 people in front of him. Other than Wen Deguang, he had never met the other 2 before. But Wen Deguang said that they were from his village, and because of his persuasion, they decided to invest 1 million RMB in building a food processing factory at the district. The officer's eyes widen. An investment of 1 million RMB. When did the farm have a millionaire and he didn't know about it? Mr. Feng, why did you choose to invest in a food processing factory with 1 million RMB? You can do other businesses. For example, you can set up an animal farm. Whether if it was poultry or livestock, we have experts from our office and even the city to assist you. The officer had always wanted to develop animal farming, but the scale was too small. In the north, there was this big boss who owns a pig farm, and then everyone from that farm benefited from it. Officer, although I am not doing farming, I can produce animal feed. I wanted to set up the factory somewhere near to Bing City, and if not for Wen Deguang kept persuading me, I would never consider our farm. When the officer heard what Feng Xingtai had said, he knew that he must be careful with what he said. If not, Feng Xingtai might go elsewhere to set up the factory. Anyway, this factory was producing processed food products and was still considered in the same direction as what the higher-ups wanted. Furthermore, he can also claim credit for this 1 million RMB investment. Then you will need a lot of workers. I can introduce some skilled workers to you. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu. Why was this officer saying the same thing as what Feng Yu told him earlier? I had discussed with village head Wen. We will hire people from our village first. Of course, if you have suitable workers to introduce to me, we can also hire 4 or 5 of them. The monthly salary will not be less than 80 RMB. The officer laughed and looked at Wen Deguang. This old Wen was thoughtful. Not only he had secured the vacancies for workers and even kept some for the officer. Deputy Gu was retiring soon and needed someone to succeed him. Wen Deguang seems to be a good choice. With this 1 million RMB investment and the support of the ex-leader, it shouldn't be a problem. Also, Wen Deguang can oversee the factory as he is familiar with the people there. Your factory is also considered set up by the locals and the farm department can provide some benefits. I can allow the first year to be tax-free and 50% taxes for the following 2 years. I can allow you all to use that piece of land you requested, but if you want to purchase the land, it will cost at least 100,000 to 200,000 RMB. Feng Xingtai smiled. I had prepared 300,000 RMB. If you can give us a bigger plot of land, I don't mind using all 300,000 RMB. No problem, I can agree to this too. Then when do you intend to start construction? Tomorrow. Feng Yu called the school and requested for 1 week leave to help his father set up the factory. The reason he gave to the school was that his second uncle had a fall and he needs to take care of him for the next few days. Of course, Feng Yu doesn't have any second uncle. Xiao Yu, why are we using machines to dig the ground? How much will these cost? We can get people to dig manually, and it will be cheap. Furthermore, it's only the foundation, why are we digging so deep? 1 meter will do. Feng Xingtai's heart was bleeding. This loser son of his spends money like water. Dad, it's only a small sum. Also, foundations are the most important for all buildings, and we should not save on this. Then we also don't need to build a wall to fence up our factory. Now the brick factory on our farm is only supplying their bricks to us. Feng Xingtai felt that Feng Yu was wasting money to build a wall around the perimeter of the land. Even if they wanted to have a yard, they could just use some branches as fences. Was there a need to use bricks to build a 2 meters high wall around the perimeter? Dad, our machines are costly. You are not afraid that someone would come and create trouble? What about those children from the village? They will sneak in to play in the factory. What if they are injured by the machines? You bear to see that happen. Above the walls, we still need to install barbed wires and rear at least 10 guard dogs. We can't use mongrels. Mongrels are not fierce enough to scare people away. Feng Yu started to talk about his plans for the factory, but when he turned around, Feng Xingtai had left. It's depressing. There were generation gaps in this era. To maintain the quality of the construction, Feng Yu had spent a lot to hire a head engineer from the provincial construction company to lead the construction team. At first, the head engineer was not interested. This was only a one-story factory in the farm, and there was no need for an engineer like him to oversee the construction. This was an insult to him. But when Feng Yu offered him 50 RMB a day, he immediately changed his mind. He was an engineer, and his monthly salary was only slightly more than 100 RMB. 10 days, and his salary will be 500 RMB. This was too attractive. All available construction workers were hired from the farm, town and farm department. There were more than 100 workers, and there was also construction machinery. What Feng Yu wanted was speed. In another 2 weeks, the land will freeze, and the construction will come to a halt. In that era, there was still no thawing agents or de-icing agents available. That's why he needed to expedite the construction of the factory. Feng Yu wanted the walls of the factory to be 50 centimeters thick despite the engineer telling him that 37 centimeters would be enough. Feng Yu felt that 37 centimeters thickness was not sturdy enough. There were enough bricks, cement, and workers around. Just build a sturdy factory. If the bricks were those hollow bricks, Feng Yu even wanted to add steel reinforcement beams. The factory was divided into 4 sections: oil extraction, sugar production, raw materials and storage, and animal feed sections. Each section occupies more than 10,000 square meters. If it was in his past life, this factory was considered an enormous factory. Feng Yu decided to carry on expanding the factory in future. There might still be a lot of empty spaces left after the first batch of machines was installed. But in future, Feng Yu will slowly fill up the empty spaces. He wants to build a food processing base. Xiaofeng boss, the construction cost for this factory must be high. It is not considered high. It should be around 1 million RMB. Feng Yu felt that it was very cheap. In less than 10 years, there will be a highway passing through their district and it will be about 100 meters away from the factory. This factory itself can fetch at least tens of millions then. Although it had exceeded the initial investment amount, Feng Yu still felt that it was a good deal. He doesn't even mind if the factory doesn't make any profits. Nevertheless, Feng Yu was still confident that this factory can make money and it will be a considerable profit. The engineer was shocked. This kid can really talk big. Kids from wealthy families were different. He was talking about 1 million RMB just like it was 100 RMB. In the farm, 1 million RMB can build 2 high-rise buildings. These types of production line were available in almost every Soviet Union cities. But the newest and most advanced machines were not cheap. After some discussion, they decided to get 3 types of production lines. Oil extraction and sugar production lines will be using the 1985 machine models, and the animal feed production line will be using the 1983 machine models. These machines were considered the most advanced in the whole of China. As for the price, Kirilenko gave Feng Yu a 70% discount. This was a private deal between him and Feng Yu. It will not be recorded in their company's books. The technology of these machines was more advanced than the most sophisticated machines in China by at least 10 years, and Feng Yu had bought them for about half the price of domestic-produced machines. These machines were really dirt cheap. Of course, Kirilenko had forcibly purchased the machines as scrap metals from those factories. In that era, there were corruptions everywhere in the Soviet Union. This includes the state-owned factories. A few factories, directors made money for themselves by secretly selling off those unused production lines machines. It was easy to get these types of machines, but it was hard to get the production line machines for agricultural machinery. Feng Yu not only wanted the production lines, he even wanted the technology. The technology was not only just the documents. It still needs the experts' guidance. After World War II, the Soviet Union had progressed so rapidly was because they had gotten many skilled talents from Germany. As such, they knew that they should not allow their experts to move out of the Soviet Union. However, the Soviet Union did cooperate with some Eastern Europe countries. But after the fallout with China, the Soviet Union's engineers were reluctant to work in China. Mainly, it was because China's reputation was smeared by the rest of the countries. Kirilenko had got his hands on the machines wanted by Bing City's machinery factory, but there were no engineers who were willing to come to China. If there were no experts to calibrate and set up the machines for the production lines, it would be hard for the workers at machinery factory to figure it out themselves. But Kirilenko promised Feng Yu that he will solve this problem soon, and he will find those engineers that were willing to go over to China. Feng Yu thought for a while and said that he wants to offer high salaries for a few mechanical engineering experts. The Soviet Union's economy was going downhill, and their people's income remained stagnant since 1980. This year, they even had a drop in their income. A skilled mechanical engineer's salary was about 500 to 800 rubles a month, and Feng Yu was offering 1,000 rubles a month for them if they come over to China to work. Engineers also need to feed their families. Many families in the Soviet Union were the same. The men would go out and work while the women stayed at home. Feng Yu knew that if he offered a high salary, there would be engineers who were willing to work for him. Since Feng Yu was willing to pay, then it will be easier for Kirilenko to look for engineers. However, Kirilenko told Feng Yu that it was impossible for him to recruit too many engineers, but there shouldn't be any problem to get 3 to 5 engineers. Within a week, the construction was completed. There was a lot of firecrackers, and everyone was all smiles. However, only Feng Xingtai had a forced smile. The day before, Feng Yu had calculated the total amount spent for the construction of the factory, and Feng Xingtai's heart almost stopped. Didn't Feng Yu say that it will not be expensive to build the factory? This amount doesn't even include the machinery cost. If adding in the cost of the machines, the total amount should reach 2 million. When can they get back their investments just by selling some soybean oil and sugar? This good-for-nothing son must be taught a lesson with a beating. After the food processing factory was built, Feng Xingtai went to collect money. Many people in the village realized that he was not a cheat and wanted to invest. However, Feng Xingtai followed what Feng Yu had said. Other than those 7 people in Wen Dongjun's family, the rest can only invest 1,000 RMB and nothing more. Also, they will have to undertake the risk themselves. If they are unhappy, they can choose not to invest. This was a private company, and the major shareholder called the shots. The 3 production lines were on its way to Bing City. There were also 3 engineers who had agreed to accept Feng Yu's offer coming along. They will be working for Feng Yu for 1 year. These engineers had worked in China 30 years ago, and that time, they were not experts yet. Brother Qi had told Feng Yu that there were more than 10 people who were interested but were worried. These 3 engineers that came was because they were poor. If these 3 engineers were willing to stay on after 1 year, then next year there might be more people who are eager to come over and work. These 3 engineers were experts in mechanical engineering. They were skilled in setting up machines for production lines, calibrate machines, and even able to modify old machines from old factories. The machines ordered by the machinery factory was very cheap and more advanced than the present machines by 10 years. Li Mingde was anxious when he heard that the machines had been ordered by will only arrive in Bing City next month. The earlier the machines arrived, the earlier the machinery factory can replace the existing machines. The old machines can then be sold to smaller factories, and he will be able to reap some benefits from these sales. He had reported to his higher-ups in the city government and the budget was approved. Why were these Soviets so slow? Of course, it was because of Feng Yu. He had asked Kirilenko to send the machines and the 3 engineers to his factory first. Also, the 3 engineers had to set up and calibrate the machines for his factory. The food processing factory had started to raise fund and stock up soybeans and beets. They had also bought the formula for making animal feeds with the residues from the soybeans and beets, from the provincial government agricultural department, and the formula was compatible with their Soviet machines. Many trucks entered the factory and the 3 experts supervised the unloading of the machines. Each expert was accompanied by a professional translator who was paid 10 RMB a day. Feng Yu also came back to the factory from Bing City. He was afraid that the villagers would mistreat those engineers. These engineers were precious to Feng Yu as he needed them. Also, he needed these engineers to bring in more experts from the Soviet Union. They cannot be offended. Ready, 3, 2, 1, start. Growl. The machines started to move. Clean soybeans were dropped into a round cylinder, and after a while, yellow soybean oil began to flow out from the oil outlet. Success. Everyone cheered. The installation of the machines took a long time, and the first test was successful. But the Soviet engineers looked at the soybean oil and frowned. There was something wrong with the filters as there were some impurities in the oil. Other than this problem, the machine was operating well. The director of the district's good oil factory was present as well. He said he was there to watch and learn from them. He was there to find out what these Soviet Union machines were capable of. He stood there and waited for a while. Then he discussed something with the man beside him and sneeringly laughed before leaving Taiwan Food Processing Factory. If their good oil factory were still using the same oil extraction method as last year, their production would not be as effective as these Soviet machines. But now, they were using the leaching process, and the amount of oil production was not lesser than these machines. In fact, they might even produce more oil compared to these machines in future. Also, the good oil factory had the support of the grain depot, and they had access to the raw ingredients. This Taiwan factory was not a threat to them. The director wondered what the farm department officer was thinking. The officer was helping Taiwan factory with all the application paperwork and even gave priority for them to use electricity. Electricity was suggested by Feng Yu. The total investment for the factory amounted to 2 million RMB and hired a lot more workers. When Feng Yu indicated about the electricity supply, the officer agreed immediately. Even if there were a blackout at his office, the electricity supply to Taiwan factory would not stop. There was a widespread shortage of electricity in China at that time. It was the same for their district. A few factories in the cities had only limited electricity supply. Power was supplied to them for a few hours every day and night. This would be fine at the farmlands if they were only doing farming works. But this was critical for a factory. If there were no stable electricity supply, the production would be intermittent, and how can they make money? The oil press and the sugar production machines were tested, and the calibration was completed. The efficiency of these machines was much higher than domestic machines and was using lesser electricity. Feng Yu intended to return to Bing City after the testing of the animal feed machines the next day. At night, Feng Xingtai suddenly told Feng Yu that this factory might not make any profits. "Dad, how can this be? The soybeans and beet residues from the oil extraction and sugar production machines can be mixed with corn and wheat to produce animal feeds. This will greatly reduce our cost. The oil extraction and sugar production rate is very high. Especially we are producing fine sugar. The taste is sweeter. I will be taking care of the sales. What else are you worried about? I heard that Good Oil Factory is using a new method of extracting oil. They are using something called the leaching process, and the quantity they produce is not lesser than our machines. How can we make money?" Feng Yu laughed and shook his head. "Dad, you just wait. Brother Li will bring 2 people here in the next 2 days. You just follow what they tell you. I guarantee that we will be making a lot of money." "Really?" "Of course." 2 days later, Li Shijiang came to Taiwan factory with a big truck. Clear plastic bottles were unloaded from the truck. "Xiao Li, these are containers for the oil. We not using big bottles. Now, everyone who bought oil from the shops or factories would bring their own bottles and the oil would be poured into those bottles from a big container. They have never seen oil sold in small plastic bottles. Those people in the cities were much worse than them. If they want to purchase cooking oil, they need to produce a commodity ticket to enjoy a discount. If not, they would need to pay a higher price. Uncle Feng, these are the bottles for our soybean oil. This bottle can hold about 1.6 liters. Isn't this quantity too little? How long can one bottle last? These plastic bottles are also not cheap." One look and Feng Xingtai knew that this was his good-for-nothing son's idea. Sell oil and even give out a plastic bottle for free. Xiao Yu said that he wanted the bottles to be small. "But there will be 5 liters bottles. I will send them over when those bottles are produced in the next 2 days. The sales of this soybean oil will be handled by our Taiwan trading company. We will be selling these oil at a high price of 0.15 RMB for 0.5 liters. "What? 0.15 RMB for 0.5 liters of oil? That's too expensive. Who will buy this oil?" Feng Xingtai shouted. The Good Oil Factory was selling 0.5 liters at 0.11 RMB. "Uncle Feng, you did not hear wrongly. 0.15 RMB is what we will be paying to Taiwan Food Processing Factory. Taiwan Trading will be selling these oil for at least 0.20 RMB per 0.5 liters. 0.20 RMB per 0.5 liters. How can it be so expensive? You know how much does 0.5 kilograms of cork cost?" "Uncle Feng, you just trust Feng Yu. He calls this the premium, high-end strategy. He is targeting those staying in the city. Temporarily, we will supply to Bing City and then the province. By next year, our oil will be sold in Lin province." "What? Premium oil? Ours are only normal soybean oil. Feng Xingtai was confused. Uncle Feng, our soybeans were carefully selected, right? Our machines were also more advanced, and the extracted oil had to undergo a few rounds of filtering. The quality is much better than the oil sold by the good oil factory. This is called premium. You also noticed that there were more and more rich people in the cities. They will be buying our oil even if our oil is more expensive. Don't worry, we are not cheating people. Xiao Yu had said that we can surely make a fortune. Feng Yu obediently stayed in school for a few days. It was the midterm exams, and the students were not allowed to apply for leave. This period, Feng Yu had missed a few days of lessons. Luckily for him, Li Na could give him tuition, and he soon caught up with the others. Year 1 was not too difficult. It was year 2 that was hard. All it takes was to memorize stuff, and Feng Yu had a good memory in his present life. He was still about to get the 10th place in this midterm exams. Those that scored lower than Feng Yu wanted to kill themselves. Except for Wen Dongjun. To Wen Dongjun, as long he was not the last, it's okay. There were still a few who had scored lower than him. When he entered high school, he was in the last position, and now there were a few behind him. This was a vast improvement. Improving a few positions in an exam, then when it was the graduation examinations, he would be in the top 3 places. When Feng Yu heard Wen Dongjun's theory, he was shocked. Where did he get the confidence to say that he will improve a few positions every exam? These that were behind him were those that had direct entry into the school, and their results were never good. If not considering those few, Wen Dongjun was still in the last position. Forget it, just let him be. Anyway, Feng Yu had ways to get him into university. Editor Zhang, we are also considered old friends. Your advertising fees are too high. During summer, a full-page advertisement only cost 10,000 RMB. Last week, it was 14,000 RMB. Now Editor Zhang wanted 20,000 RMB for a 1-week ad. No choice. I was scolded by my higher-ups because of your last advertisements. Now, it's 20,000 RMB. If not, you can forget about advertising. Editor Zhang was jealous of Feng Yu's success with the wind and rain electric fans last summer. Just by selling some electric fans and Feng Yu could earn so much. The last time, he raised the advertising fees, and Feng Yu agreed without any bargaining. So, this time Feng Yu will also accept the new prices. Fuck, which officer will scold you? I had agreed to 15,000 RMB for 7 days of advertisements, and it was only a full-page advertisement. Now you are asking for 20,000 RMB. If not for this provincial newspaper were circulating throughout the whole province and even sold to Lin province, Feng Yu would have turned and left. There were still other newspaper agencies. The daily newspaper had increased 4 more pages in their newspapers, and their advertising revenue had grown a lot. They even raised their advertising fees with reference to the wind and rain advertisements. But till now, no one could repeat wind and rain fans' advertising miracle. Editor Zhang can't wait for Feng Yu to perform another miracle so he can prove to the other advertisers. Look, it's not about our newspaper. It was because of your products. You look at others, every time he advertises his products, he was able to profit from it. Now everywhere is charging this price. If you don't believe, you can go and ask around. Furthermore, Mr. Feng's family business is so successful and can't be short of these tens of thousands. Such arrogance. At Editor Zhang's level, his salary was at most 1,000 RMB a year, and he was talking about 10 to 20,000 of RMB like it was 10 cents or 20 cents. Editor Zhang, it's fine if you want to earn more money, but you should at least increase the days. How about this? From tomorrow onwards, till New Year Eve, I will give you 50,000 RMB. 1 day would be more than 1,000 RMB. No way. 1 full-page advertisement, 40 over days for only 50,000 RMB. 100,000 RMB. I can let you advertise for 2 months. Although the advertisement fees had increased, there were not many that were willing to advertise. Also, no one advertised more than a week. The pressure on Editor Zhang was immense. 2 months for 100,000 RMB. How about this? 4 months for 200,000 RMB, but on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Lunar New Year's Eve and Lunar New Year, you must give me 2 full-page advertisement space. If you still don't agree to this, then I will look for another newspaper to advertise. Deal. Mr. Feng is so straightforward, and I shall not bargain further. It's only another full-page advertisement on holidays. Absolutely no problems. Mr. Feng, shall we sign the contract now? Editor Zhang was overjoyed. He did not expect Feng Yu to be so generous. 200,000 RMB. This year, the newspaper agency will be able to have a good bonus. No problem. It will be the same as our previous deals. If the advertising message is not against the law, I can do whatever I want, and you all cannot make any changes. We are also allowed to change the products to any products sold by my company as and when we like. If you break the contract, you will have to compensate me 2 times my advertising fees, which is 400,000 RMB. To prevent editor Zhang making things difficult for him later due to jealousy, it would be better to make things clear now. Feng Yu does not trust these government officials. These people do not abide by the contracts and just do whatever they want. No problem. We had worked together so many times before. Did I object when you change the advertisements and pictures every day? Come, Mr. Feng, taste this pu'er tea. This tea was given to me by my leaders. It was mid-October. People of Longjiang province were going to work as usual. These people would buy a copy of the newspaper out of habit, to find out what was happening in Longjiang province. This article is quite interesting. It's about lifestyle tips. It listed some food that can't be mixed as it might be poisonous. The second part of the article was even more interesting. It explains how soybean cooking oil was made. The traditional way and the latest leaching process of extracting oil from soybean. Oh no, this is too much. The soybean oil produced using the leaching process is considered chemical products. It uses gasoline to extract the oil from the soybeans. Isn't gasoline made from crude oil? Is that still edible? No wonder the prices of meat had been increasing, but the prices of soybean oil remained the same. This leaching process oil extraction method is just producing poisonous oil. This soft sell advertising used by Feng Yu was quite famous in the later years. It was used on the internet, newspapers, everywhere, and it was quite effective too. Feng Yu did not write that this type of soybean oil was inedible, or it was harmful to people. That would be spreading rumors. Anyway, he had also eaten these types of oil for several years in his previous life, and nothing had happened to him. His immune system even got better. He was not even afraid of gutter oil. The next day, editor Zhang was called up by his leaders for a scolding. How can he publish this type of articles? This leaching process was the most advanced method of extracting oil internationally. Everyone at the good oil factory also eats this oil. If there are problems with this method, will they still eat it? This got to be clarified as soon as possible. Before editor Zhang called for Feng Yu came looking for him with the article for the next day. This article states that the leaching process method was using the latest technology to extract the oil and there should not be any harmful substances left. If not, the government would not approve this method. This was considered clarifying the rumors about the leaching process. However, at the back of the people's mind, they were still suspicious. The article states that there should not be any harmful substances remain. That means there could also be the possibility that there are still toxic substances remaining. The third day, the article in the newspaper was about the benefits of pressing extraction method. Authentic flavors, more aromatic, full of vitamin E, more extended expiry date, no additives and absolutely no solvent residues. As for the leaching method, you can check with Good Oil Factory. This era, there were only a few grades of cooking oil. First grade, second grade, third grade, etc. This was also just introduced in that year. Feng Yu remembered that in his past life, the labels of the cooking oil were regulated and must state the method of production, whether the oil was made from genetically modified soybeans, for the consumers to choose on their own. For the next few days, there were lots of articles for soybean oil made from these two methods. Feng Yu even cited from books written by experts and professors in his articles to increase the credibility of the article. From Bing City to the whole province, everyone was suspicious of soybean oil made from the leaching method. Was it safe to eat that oil? Just when everyone was discussing, Feng Yu asked his men to drive a truck loaded with those 5 liters bottles of soybean oil to the Office of Foreign Trade. Today, he will be giving gifts openly. Chief Zhang, are you busy? Not so, what are you here for? Nothing much, it's just that my company had some excellent quality soybean oil. I just wanted to give the Office of Foreign Trade some samples. This is not bribery, this is just to let the leaders help us sample the taste and give us some suggestions. Oh, the excuse this time is quite innovative. Free sampling and want feedback from us. Okay, then send those samples to our canteen. Zhang Reiqiang shook his head and laughed. He will not reject these types of gifts if it benefits everyone in the department. Anyway, these were only soybean oil and how much can it cost? A while later, Chef Lee from the staff canteen came and said that there was too much oil. The canteen only prepares lunch, and he estimates these oils will last them until New Year. This was not a small amount. After Feng Yu finished supervising the unloading, he came back to Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Zhang Ruiqiang asked Feng Yu, what was the meaning of this? Why did he give so much oil? It's really for everyone to sample and give feedback. Our oil was pressed from the Soviet Union imported machines. There are no additives and is healthy. If Chief Zhang asks me if I have any request, then I shall speak my mind. I wish to add the words, specially catered for, on the packaging. Specially catered for the Office of Foreign Trade. No, Zhang Ruiqiang's face changed. If this matter spread to his leaders, what would they think of the whole department? No. Chief Zhang misunderstood me. It's not specially catered for the Office of Foreign Trade. It's just the words, specially catered for. We had not only gave samples to your department. We had also given samples to internal hotel, the city government's guest house, the police stations, motor factory, etc. Feng Yu had a sly smile. Zhang Ruiqiang pointed at Feng Yu but could not say a word. He did not expect Feng Yu to have connections with so many departments. These departments were trusted by the people, and this is not advertising. They allow you to state that your oil is specially catered for them. No, but they are all using our Taiwan premium cooking oil now. Chief Zhang, don't worry. I will not make use of your department's name. You better make things clear. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that something was off, but he was still not sure what was Feng Yu going to do. Feng Yu took out a photograph and placed it in front of Zhang Ruiqiang. It was a photograph of a truckload full of Taiwan premium cooking oil unloading its goods in front of the motor factory. You also took pictures just now. Zhang Ruiqiang was not happy. Chief Zhang, the words that will be written besides this photograph will be, the motor factory is sampling Taiwan premium cooking oil. What I did was just reporting facts and not making up things. What you wrote was the truth, but others may not understand that. Forget it, I will not dispute with you on this matter. You got all the approval for this oil. Is it really using the Soviet Union's technologies and machines? Absolutely. Our machines were state-of-the-art and the most advanced in China. I got all the approvals and paperwork done. If not, I would not dare to send my oil to your canteen. Zhang Ruiqiang hesitated for a while and asked, was gasoline really used in the leaching method of extracting oil? Why can't we taste it? It's true. You can ask the agricultural department or the good oil factory. They are all using this process. This process was effective. Our country started to promote this process 2 years ago, and this year, this method was introduced to the whole country. This year, my district's factory also started to use this process to extract oil. No, it should be called refining the oil. These are all chemically produced oil. It's normal for people to not taste the difference. Refining oil. This term scared Zhang Ruiqiang. He suddenly felt a little queasy. Is that oil edible? But if it is not, why would the country promote them? But no matter what, he was still feeling uncomfortable. In future, his family should also eat soybean oil made by the pressing method. He dared not to eat those oil produced from the leaching process. After leaving the Office of Foreign Trade, Feng Yu went to the departments he mentioned to Zhang Ruiqiang. Actually, other than the motor factory, he had not sent the oil to other departments. Feng Yu used the photograph taken at the motor factory to bluff Zhang Ruiqiang. Later, he will use 2 pictures on other departments. If he could get 1 or 2, specially catered for, signages or banners and hang it outside his company, it would be better than any advertisement. The following few days, there was a few photographs with the advertising articles in the newspapers. These photographs were pictures of Taiwan premium cooking oil trucks unloading at XX department or XX canteens. On the truck, there was a slogan sprayed, Taiwan premium cooking oil, pressing out conscience oil. Specially catered for. This way, everyone was sure. Look, all these big factories and government departments were using this brand of cooking oil. There must be something wrong with the oil produced by the leaching process. But they also noticed that after the words, specially catered for, it was blocked. They can't tell which department the oil was specially catered for. Everyone was guessing, but in the end, they reached a conclusion. Everyone said that the oil was specially catered for the leaders. Nothing was written after, specially catered for. Though was to let the people guess what was written after that. They can imagine whatever they want. Sigh, only the leaders get to enjoy this type of oil. We, ordinary folks, can just stick to leaching processed oil. But later, there was a piece of good news on the papers: Taiwan premium cooking oil, now available in Bing City's cooperatives. This was because the leaders were under pressure, and that's why they allowed the sales of the oil they were eating to the public. Some couldn't wait and went straight to the cooperatives after work. When they reached, they still must queue up. Look, everyone is buying this oil, we must also get this oil. It's not good for elderly and children to eat chemically processed food. What? This oil is so expensive. 1 RMB for a 1.5 liters bottle. Humph, the oil used by the leaders were so expensive. But we can still afford it. There is also a 5 liters bottle. 3 RMB. Then give me that 5 liters bottle. Oh, the plastic container is free, and we don't need to return. Not bad, buy oil and comes along with a free bottle. At that juncture, Wu Zigang and the rest were giving out money to the teenagers from the motor factory hostel. These teenagers were not attending schools or working. Keep this money, everyone. These oils are also for you all. Bring them back. These oils taste better than those at your home. These teenagers were instructed to queue up at various cooperatives since the early afternoon in batches. Every one of them bought a big bottle of Taiwan premium cooking oil with the money given by Wu Zigang. Not only that, every one of them got 5 RMB. There were more than 30 of them. With these lads queuing up, those that were still sitting on the fences made up their minds. Now, everyone is buying this brand of oil, so it must be good and must be specially catered for the leaders. With Feng Yu's careful planning and execution, Taiwan premium cooking oil became very popular in Bing City. But the response in other places in Longjiang province was lackluster. After all, Taiwan premium cooking oil was priced more than double of regular soybean oil. Not many are willing to spend so much on soybean oil. Although there were some effects from the soft sell advertisements, the TV stations started a series of programs to explain the leaching process. Even the workers at the soybean oil factories are eating those oils. If there are indeed problems with the oil, why would the workers still eat them? If it's only the Bing City market, Taiwan factory can surely make money. But Taiwan trading was not making much money. They had given out too many free samples, and the price they were getting from Taiwan factory was higher than the market rate. As such, Feng Yu decided to increase the advertising efforts to let more people remember Taiwan premium cooking oil. When people buy cooking oil, they will remember his brand. His goods were distributed to the whole province, but the quantity was low. 1/3 of the oil that was produced these few days remained in Bing City, 1/3 was sent to the cooperatives in other places within the province, and 1/3 was given out as samples. Other than the cooperatives in Bing City bought the oil directly, the other cooperatives were getting the oil on consignment model. It was due to the prices set by Feng Yu. Those cooperatives did not think that these oils will sell well. These oils really did not sell well. Despite the advertisements on the papers every day, there were very few people who bought these oils. Taiwan premium cooking oil, made from high-grade natural soybeans. Pressed using the most advanced Soviet Union machines. No chemical additives. The chosen oil used in the European noble's kitchen. A 20-year-old girl, wearing an apron with Taiwan premium cooking oil's logo printed on it, was stir-frying prawns, and there was masculine voice reading the advertising message. The last scene was the young girl holding a 1.5 liters bottle of Taiwan premium cooking oil. Somehow, Feng Yu felt some regrets. There was not high-definition video camera yet. If he can produce A Bite of China, China's first documentary about Chinese cuisine filmed using high-definition video cameras in 2012, the effect would be better. But never minded. Feng Yu was still quite pleased with this. This advertisement had highlighted the concept of natural food products. Now, no one understands this concept yet, but it still gives people the impression of high-grade food products. Together with the advertisements on natural food products in the papers, natural food products were popularized. The 10 seconds advertisement was aired 3 times a day, on the provincial TV station. Once at noon, once in the late afternoon, and once during the prime time at night. This era, the television advertising fees were quite expensive. But it was the CCTV that was high, and the provincial TV station advertising airtime was still not that high. Just like now, 3 advertisements for 1 year, only cost Feng Yu a few $100,000. But Feng Yu had added a clause in the contract which was the advertisement can be changed anytime. A few days later, when the packaging for the sugar was ready, he would do a round of promotions for his sugar. If it were in Feng Yu's previous life, this advertisement would not be allowed to be aired. The chosen oil used in the European noble's kitchen was a lie. Europe doesn't use soybean oil in this era. But how many people in China knew about this? Most people in this era believed everything that was aired on TV. Feng Yu's advertising message highlighted how precious the premium oil was, coupled with the scene of a young lady cooking with the oil, had created a deep impression on the audience. The young lady cooking was his sister, Feng Danying. Feng Yu wanted to let his sister have a feel of being a commercial star. He hired a makeup artist from the TV station to put on light makeup for his sister. This was very different from the makeup trend in this era, where everyone put on thick makeup and bright red lipsticks. Many people thought that his sister did not put on any makeup. Feng Danying was young and pretty in the first place, and after putting on light makeup, she was not any inferior to any movie stars. Li Shijiang was also at the scene of filming, and he was smitten by the beauty of Feng Danying. The day after the advertisement was aired, Feng Yu's mother called him and asked him if the person cooking was his sister. After getting the answer from Feng Yu, her tone changed and said, "She can get to star in the commercial just because she can cook. Is her cooking better than me?" Feng Yu quickly explained to her that it was because of the lack of time. Next time, he will get his mother to star in the commercial. The advertisement can be changed after 1 month. A middle-aged woman cooking might have better effects. But now, he only wanted to attract the attention of the viewers, and his sister's image was more suitable. In the northern region, Jia City, 2 women in their 30s were walking towards the cooperative after work. "What are you buying?" "Taiwan premium cooking oil." "What about you?" "Me too. This oil was made using the most advanced technology from the Soviet Union, and it should taste good. Not only it will taste good, but it is also made naturally with no chemical additives. My son had just attended school and should not be eating those cooking oil made from chemicals." That's right, even though it is more expensive, but it only costs slightly more. Even the nobles in Europe are using this type of oil, and now we can also experience being a noble too. This type of scenes were common in many cities of Longjiang province, and these cities were different from Bing City. These cities had a lower level of acceptance. The sales of the big bottles were low in those cities, but the sales of the small bottles were not bad. Many were just buying the small bottles to try it first. But Feng Yu knew that when the TV commercial carries on airing every day, people will get used to Taiwan premium oil, and they will continue to buy Taiwan premium cooking oil. The taste of their oil was indeed better. Now, Taiwan factory had hired a lot of workers under Feng Yu's instruction. The factories in the cities were operating in 3 shifts, but at Taiwan factory, the workers were working in 4 shifts. Firstly, these people were farmers. Even if operating the machines were easy to pick up, they had a lack of concern for safety compared to those working in factories for some years. Also, working with machines had some danger. For instance, adding the raw materials into the machines and fire safety. These people did not have a serious view on workplace safety. They might get seriously injured or even die if there were any accidents. If that happens, no amount of compensation would be enough. This was especially important as their district only had a population of 20,000. If there were any accidents in the factory, the news would spread quickly, and the reputation of the factory would be tarnished. Feng Yu also decided to headhunt 2 management staffs from the city. But the ones he targeted had rejected him despite offering them more than double their existing salaries. They wanted to remain in the state-owned factories as it was considered an iron rice bowl to them. Why should they go and work in a small factory in the countryside? They would not leave even if they were offered 3 times their current salaries. Feng Yu was disappointed. He can only train his staff himself. He hired those retired factory supervisors to conduct classes on workplace safety for the workers at Taiwan factory to raise their safety awareness. This period, they had purchased almost 100 tons of soybean and had produced 15 tons of soybean oil. Just with soybean oil, Taiwan factory had made more than 15,000 RMB. It was only a short period of time, and they could earn so much. Feng Xingtai was overjoyed. Based on this result, just by soybean oil, the factory could make about 40,000 RMB a month and close to 500,000 RMB a year. Now, he was convinced of what his son had said. 3 years to turn 1,000 RMB into 10,000 RMB. But at the same time, he was also worried. They had produced so much sugar, but it was still not sold to the public. Could it be this sugar was unpopular? Why not sell off these sugar production machines and get more machines to produce soybean oil? These soybean oils were popular and can earn more money. Although Feng Yu was not a professional in sales, he had the advantage of the knowledge of future years. Thus, even if he was not able to create some sales miracles, but he will never make a loss. Feng Yu had asked Wu Zigang to contact the sugar and animal feed dealers from other provinces. The focus on soybean oil was only temporarily. He was confident that this business would be profitable for at least 3 to 5 years. Before Feng Yu started to promote his sugar, the machines he ordered for the machinery factory arrived at Bing City. Li Shijiang went to the village and brought the 3 experts back to Bing City. They were no longer needed at the factory, but Feng Yu still needed them. Director Li, the production line had arrived. Please send someone to collect it. Li Ming sprang up from his chair. He was waiting for this news for the many days. That's great. I will ask my men to go over immediately. Director Li, this is the procurement list from our company. Please take a look and make payments. Li Ming was shocked. Why would Feng Yu show him the procurement list? This way, he would know the actual cost of the machines. Although even if Feng Yu does not tell him about the actual costs, he got his ways to find out. But this was 2 different things. Li Ming took the list from Feng Yu and was surprised that the machines were so cheap. He could not understand that since the machines were so cheap, even if Feng Yu increased the prices by 20%, he would also agree to it. The budget he got from the city government was not a small sum. Mr. Feng, how much should I pay your company? Li Ming asked. If Feng Yu wanted 10%, he would agree to it on the spot. But if Feng Yu wanted more, he would ask the city government to pressurize him. If he was able to save for the machinery factory, that means he was saving money for the city government. It was written on the list. All the equipment cost 2 million rubles, the transportation and taxes cost 400,000 rubles. Total will be 2.4 million rubles. Don't tell me Director Li does not want to pay. If you don't want these machines, I can sell these for 3 million rubles to the factory in Lin province. I want. Who said that I don't want these machines? I will send you the money later. No, I will ask my men to transfer the money to you now. Li Ming knew that Feng Yu was not bluffing. Even if these machines were priced at 4 million rubles, there were a lot of factories queuing up to buy from him. But why didn't Feng Yu inform him before the machines arrive? He could ask his leaders to make the appropriate arrangements to avoid taxes. Feng Yu smiled and waved his hand. No hurry. I have a question. Did any of the staffs in your factory studied in the Soviet Union before? No. Then did any one of them worked in the Soviet Union before? No. Then can you all handle the setup and calibration of these machines? Li Ming was embarrassed. What Feng Yu said was true. These machines were more advanced than those in his factory. He was not confident of doing the setup and calibration of these machines themselves. Seems like he can only ask his leaders for help to send some engineers from the bigger factories over. We will be able to sort this out. Feng Yu nodded. This was as what he expected. Oh yes, Director Li. I had also purchased a batch of agricultural machines production technology. It includes the design and blueprints of tractors, seeder, rotary tiller, harvester and other types of machines. Are you interested? Feng Yu asked. Li Mingdi's breathing grew heavy. Mr. Feng, are you serious? You have the technologies for these machines? Yes, and not only that. I had also hired 3 experts in machinery design and fabrication. Not only they can help you with the setting up of the production lines and calibration, but they can also help you upgrade your existing machines. Of course, they can also teach these new technologies to your engineers. Then I can only thank you. On behalf of the 800 staffs of the machinery factory, I thank Mr. Feng. Wait a second, don't thank me first. Like I said earlier, I had spent a lot for these technologies and had paid high salaries for these 3 experts. Director Li really want to take these away for free. Feng Yu was frustrated. Didn't he make it very clear just now? All these costs a lot. Why was Director Li thanking him for? Li Ming laughed embarrassedly. How much more do we have to pay for these technologies and the 3 experts? Feng Yu had a satisfied look on his face. That's right. I did not earn from these machines, and you thought I am running a charity. Not expensive. The total is only 3 million rubles. These 3 experts can work for you for 6 months, and they will leave after that. How much? 3 million rubles. Mr. Feng, you can't ask for such high prices. Li Ming was astounded. He did not expect these technologies and the experts to cost more than the machines. How was this price too high? If Director Lee is not interested, you can tell me straight. I had spent a lot for these technologies and experts, and I did not even earn from you. It is only 3 million rubles, and our Bing City's machinery factory would be ahead of the whole China and even the whole world with regards to the production of agricultural machinery. Furthermore, there are 3 experts included to guide you. This is a good thing, and you still feel that this is expensive? Feng Yu said with a shocked expression on his face. Actually, these technologies and the machines cost a total of 2 million rubles. Although these machines were advanced, they were not the latest technology. Kirilenko had quoted Feng Yu 800,000 rubles for these machines, and 120,000 rubles was for the technology's documents and blueprints. Of course, Kirilenko had gotten these for much lesser. If these technologies were sold on the open market, it would be sold for much more than 3 million rubles. Feng Yu had asked Kirilenko to include the technology prices together with the machines. Although the taxes for doing this would be higher, this would hide the cost of the technologies. It was also not easy for Kirilenko to get his hands on these, and there were risks involved too. In future, they might not have the chance to. How could Feng Yu miss this opportunity to make some profits? Mr. Feng, we are all Bing City's citizens, and this was for the good of the city. Can't the price of the technologies be lower? Now Director Lee wants to talk about relationships. Who was the one who backstabbed Feng Yu earlier? I suddenly remembered that I have to make a trip to Lin Province tomorrow. I need to rest early today. So, if there is nothing else, I will make a move. Feng Yu said and stood up. Li Ming stretched out his hands and pressed Feng Yu's shoulders, pushing him back into the chair. Mr. Feng, we had not finished discussing yet. Please stay for a little longer. Feng Yu said with an angry expression. What's there to discuss? You are the one who thinks that this is expensive. No problem. I also felt that the price is a bit high. Maybe those Soviets had cheated me. I will go to Lin Province to ask the factories. If they are also not willing to buy, I will think of ways to refund these. Humph, what, more advanced than China by 10 years, I will not do these types of business with them again. No. Mr. Feng, please wait for a while. I need to make some calls first. Please stay for lunch at our canteen. I will give you an answer later in the afternoon. Feng Yu, reluctantly, agreed to wait for Li Ming's good news. Feng Yu didn't get the chance to wait for the good news from Li Ming. He received a piece of bad news, an invitation by the city's deputy mayor. Feng Yu's first reaction was that Li Ming was up to something again. He must be using his connection with the deputy mayor to force Feng Yu to sell to or even give the technology and the experts to the machinery factory. Fuck, Feng Yu really hate this L Ming. Feng Yu had thought that Li Ming had accused Feng Yu of smuggling was just to protect the interest of the factory and its staffs, and because of this, he did not blame him. But now, this guy was creating trouble for him again. However, Feng Yu was also waiting for the chance to meet the deputy mayor. One of the reasons he was selling the machines and the technologies separately, was to get the chance to meet the deputy mayor. He wanted to make use of the deputy mayor to beef up the security of Bing City. But when he met the deputy mayor, he was surprised. Why was the deputy mayor him? The deputy mayor who was sitting at his desk smiling to Feng Yu was no other than Zhang Reiqiang. Chief Zhang, no, it should be Deputy Mayor Zhang, how come it's you? Ha. Are you surprised? I was transferred here yesterday. In future, I will be working here in the city government. Zhang Reiqiang was laughing happily. He seldom gets the chance to see Feng Yu's surprised look. This Feng Yu always had a calm and composed look and looks like he got everything under his control. Ha, are you surprised? Feng Yu was surprised but not shocked. He knew that Zhang Reiqiang would be transferred to the city government to be the deputy mayor and then promoted to the position of mayor. After that, he was promoted to the ministries of the states. But Feng Yu could not remember the exact dates when all these happened. He was not sure when Zhang Reiqiang was transferred here in his past life, but he knew that Zhang Reiqiang's transfer should be around this period. I was a little surprised but not very surprised. For someone as talented as yourself, you should be in the city government. Congratulations on your promotion. You know why I asked you here today. Zhang Reiqiang stood up and walked to the sofa with Feng Yu. You wanted me to know where your office is so that I know where to look for you. Feng Yu pretended to not know the reason. Stop all these pretending with me. You had imported those advanced machines from the Soviet Union to sell to our machinery factory. This is very good. You are making contributions to our homeland. But why do the technologies need such high prices? Zhang Ruiqiang pointed at Feng Yu and asked. I'm innocent. Mayor Zhang, did Li Ming tell you that I had imported those machines from the Soviet Union for 2 million rubles, and together with the taxes and transportation charges, the total is 2.4 million rubles. Lin province had offered me a high price, but I did not sell to them. Li Ming only wanted to pay me 2.4 million ruble. I am making a loss here. I also need to spend money to entertain those Soviets. My actual cost for these machines was over 3 million rubles. Really? Zhang Ruiqiang did not believe Feng Yu. If it was over 3 million rubles, why would Feng Yu let Li Ming see the procurement list from his company? Of course, it's true. If it was not me using my connections, you could not get these technologies for even 5 million rubles. You can go and ask Li Ming if he can purchase those type of machines. The technologies were more precious than the machines. The Great One had just said that science and technology are the most important things for productions. In September, the Great One had just introduced the concept of science and technology as the most important things for productions. Zhang Ruiqiang knew about this, but he did not expect Feng Yu also knew about it too. I shall be truthful to you. The city government gave the machinery factory a budget of 15 million RMB. 2.4 million rubles for the machines and the rest for the technology. This was not even 4 million rubles. This was a considerable discrepancy with what Feng Yu expected. Feng Yu thought that the technology was worth at least 20 million RMB. Although he had spent 2 million rubles to obtain the technology, he still owes Kirilenko a favor. Furthermore, the machines and the technologies were worth more than 5 million rubles. Feng Yu even felt that 20 million RMB was too little. Now he was offered only 15 million RMB, the difference was too big. Mayor Zhang also thinks that these technologies should be cheaper than the machines. No problem. I can go to Lin Province's machinery factory. I think they are willing to give me a good price for it. Do you believe that if I spread words of me having the Soviet Union's technologies for agricultural machines, I am able to sell these technologies for more than 15 million RMB? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Then why didn't you do that? Fine, just tell me what you want, other than money. If it is not illegal, I might agree to it. Zhang Ruiqiang's years in the government service was not for show. He could climb to this position before 40 years old, meant that he was competent. Since Feng Yu had said all these, then he must want something that was not in monetary terms. Feng Yu touched his nose out of embarrassment when he saw that Zhang Ruiqiang got what he was implying. Actually, I also wanted to do something for my homeland, and I am willing to accept a lower price. Since you mention it, then I shall have a small request. Don't you think Bing City is a bit chaotic? Chaotic? What do you mean? The city's planning or the security or something else? Security, law and order are critical for a city to attract investors. Earlier, my company was thrashed, and you also knew about this. Song Laoxi's nephew was so arrogant, and not to mention Song Laoxi. Now Song Laoxi is still enjoying his life. There is still Cripple Wong, Brother K, and the Western Buns. They are all secret societies. To tell you truthfully, if it wasn't for the feelings I had for Bing City, I would have moved my company to elsewhere. Although, I might need to start from scratch again. But that is better than living in fear every day. Feng Yu's original plan was to tell the deputy mayor about this and let him inform the higher-ups. If the city government decided to act against these gangs, then these bosses would be eliminated. This was bothering Feng Yu for a long time. Zhang Ruiqiang took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and inhaled deeply. He kept quiet for a long time. Feng Yu was frustrated. It can't be the city government had no intentions to clean up these gangs, and they are waiting for the central government to pass the instructions down. Or could it be that the chips Feng Yu used to negotiate with Zhang Ruiqiang were not attractive enough? I was just transferred here, and I am still not familiar with the people and things here. The leaders might not listen to me. Zhang Ruiqiang knew that the leaders were making use of these gangs to do some dirty deeds for them when needed. At the same time, they were also collecting evidence against them. Once they had enough evidence, they will arrest these gangs. If they were to stop these gangs now, it would be useless. That's the reason why Zhang Ruiqiang did not promise Feng Yu. So, you are going to sit here and do nothing about them. They may contribute to Bing City's economy, but they are also bringing more harm to the city. I don't believe that you are unaware of their evil deeds. Those are not rumors. Feng Yu was furious. If a good person did one wrong thing, they would be scolded and punished by everyone. But if a wicked person did a good deed, everyone will forgive the bad things that person had done in the past. This was why good people are hard to become saints, but for an evil person who was willing to change for the better, he would become a saint immediately. I will not let them be. Within a year, they will be eliminated. I swear by the party. Although Zhang Ruiqiang had promised Feng Yu, he was still not satisfied. In the original timeline, these people, like Song Laozi and Cripple Wang, can still enjoy their lives for another 2 years. The time was shortened, but it was not enough. Many wealthy people like to donate to the police and the government to improve the security. That was because even if you are wealthy and able to hire a lot of bodyguards, but you might still not be a match for those vicious villains. Just like Hong Kong's richest man, Superman Lee. He was influential, but his son was still easily kidnapped by some kidnappers. The kidnappers even went to his house to demand a 100 million ransom. After that, Superman Lee donated a large sum of money to the police and government to improve the monitoring systems and the police equipment. But what's the use? 100 million was gone, and the whole world knows about it. It even caused Superman Lee's company share prices to drop. Feng Yu does not want that. He still prefers the security of the big cities in his previous life. There were no guns and not many who were willing to risk their lives. Mayor Zhang, I had made it very clear just now. If you want me to accept such low prices, then you must improve the security. If there are no law and order, who is willing to come and invest here? This is business. Since you are not able to meet my demands, then you must give me a price that satisfies me. I can never accept a few million RMB. You can have other conditions, like lesser income tax or company tax. That is unnecessary. I will pay whatever taxes I am required to pay without a single cent less. That's not right. From what I know, your company is selling used cars, and those cars are all luxury cars. But there are no records of your company importing used cars, nor paying taxes for those cars. Zhang Ruiqiang revealed one of his cards. Zhang Ruiqiang had found out about this. Feng Yu still thought that he did an excellent job at keeping these a secret, and this secret would last till the last batch of cars were sold. I imported scrapped metals and vehicles parts, and I paid my taxes for those. Are there any problems? Those cars sold by my company were assembled by ourselves. The vehicle department had inspected the cars and allowed us to sell it. Feng Yu retorted. He had used a loophole. If the city government were to pursue this matter, it would still be very troublesome for him. But if he had not done this in the first place, he would get so many profits. The city did not go after you for using this loophole. My business is legal. If there is any law that states that what I'm doing is illegal, go ahead and list it out. Feng Yu argued. No point arguing. It's still the same thing. If you have other conditions, go ahead and say it out. I really can state any conditions? Feng Yu asked. Zhang Ruiqiang replied cautiously. It cannot be illegal and you are not allowed to use any loopholes. Fine. Those technologies and the experts can be given to the machinery factory for not a single cent, but I want to exchange them for shares. Those technologies were worth at least 100 million RMB, and to ask Feng Yu to sell them for a few million. How could he possibly agree to it? Since you want these technologies, then let me be a shareholder. We can spill the earnings together. What did you say? Exchange for shares? Yes. There are a lot of shareholdings companies and factories. Why can't our Bing City's machinery factory use the shareholding system? I am using my technologies in exchange for the factory's shares. This way, the factory is able to save money and make use of the advanced technologies on the production of agricultural machines. It's a win-win situation. This, I'm afraid it cannot be done. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. How can a state-owned factory letting an individual become a shareholder? Although according to the law, there was nothing wrong and there were also some precedents. However, those were from foreign direct investors and those state-owned enterprises were making a loss. Even then, there were lots of controversies. The machinery factory was still making profits, and the city government were still able to get a share of the profits every year. With the shareholding system and private capital injection, does that mean that Feng Yu will be a backseat driver? Even though he knew that Feng Yu was very capable, but from the eyes of the leaders in the city government, Feng Yu was just a kid, and it was ridiculous for a kid to be one of the bosses of the machinery factory. Zhang Ruiqiang voiced out his concerns, but Feng Yu felt that these were not an issue. He only asked Zhang Ruiqiang 3 questions. 1. If the factory does not have the technologies and just have advanced machinery, how long will it take for the factory to be the best in China? 2. He owns these technologies, and if he decided to sell to other corporations, can the city government stop him? 3. Will the machinery factory be the best in China with these technologies and the 3 experts? Feng Yu kept emphasizing on China, and Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes brighten up. Feng Yu knew that Zhang Ruiqiang was transferred to the city government to be the deputy mayor, was to oversee attracting investors and foreign trade. He was also responsible for the enterprise's reforms. Also, earlier this year, there were about 600 to 700 state-owned enterprises converted into the shareholding system. There were some enterprises whose scale was a few times bigger than the machinery factory, and not all were loss-making enterprises. Zhang Ruiqiang had also planned to convert some state-owned enterprises in Bing City into the shareholding system as pilot testing. But he had never considered the profitable machinery factory. But after Feng Yu asked him those questions, he was confident that if the machinery factory were reformed, the factory would be the best in China. To him, it would be a great achievement. If the city government agrees to it, how much are you investing and how much shares you want? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. I will not come out with a single cent. I will use these technologies and the 3 experts to exchange for the shares. I want 3 million rubles worth of shares. I understand the financial statements well, and my shares will be according to the proportion of total value of the factory. I will not take a single share more or less. If you all try to be funny and tweet the figures, then this deal will be off. I will sell all these technical information to the machinery factory in Lin province. I had already given you concessions on the machine's pricing. If the city still does not agree to this, then that's it. That's it. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu deeply. Feng Yu was implying that he could still get his hands on other advanced machinery and technology. If that is the case, then this Feng Yu is a treasure. The machinery factory was also worth for the city government to invest in. In future, the factory will have the potential to bring in lots of profits for the city. It's only 3 million rubles investment. The city government can inject funds to increase the value of the machinery factory's assets to over 3 million rubles and then take back the funds later. Okay, I will talk to the city government and get back to you within a week. 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. If you did not get back to me in 3 days, I would go to Ji province. Ji province is also pushing me for an answer. Feng Yu was also pressuring Zhang Ruiqiang. If after 7 days, you get back to me and tell me that you all still need to discuss and drag for another 7 days, and then, another 7 days, the value of these technologies will drop. He must force the city to come to a decision as soon as possible. Zhang Ruiqiang clenched his teeth and said, fine, 3 days. 3 days later, Feng Xingtai was dragged into a car by Li Shijiang from the food processing factory and was sent to Bing City. Did you do something bad in school? Why did you ask me to come over? Feng Xingtai first words when he saw his son was to question him. This made Feng Yu felt hurt. Dad, what are you talking about? I am a good boy. I would never do something bad. Today is good news. I am very busy. Just speak your mind. We had just got more than 10 tons of soybean yesterday, and we are very busy. Where did those 3 experts go to? After you finish using them, send them back to the factory. Without them around, the production speed dropped by more than 10%. Feng Yu looked at his father. Did he really think that those experts were hired for this small factory? Dad, those are not important. The important thing now is that you are setting up another company. Feng Yu was waiting for his father's praises, but what he got was a slap to the back of his head. I am barely coping with one factory, and you are setting up another company. You want to work me to death. Feng Yu rubbed the back of his head and said, Dad, did you ever do anything for Taiwan Trading Company in Bing City? How can you say I am working you to death? I told you to let the others manage the processing factory, but you insisted on managing it yourself. You are right. Then tell me, why are you setting up another company? What is this company for? Feng Xingtai laughed and rubbed the back of his son's head. You know about Bing City's machinery factory. The plowing machine and the seeder in our farm were produced by this factory. You want to set up a machinery factory? No, I am buying a share of the machinery factory. Tomorrow you will be signing a contract, and then you will be one of the shareholders of Bing City's machinery factory. In future, you will get 10 cents from every dollar earned by the factory. What? Buying a stake in the machinery factory? How much will that cost? If you have the money, why don't you buy more machines to produce soybean oil? We can make a lot from soybean oil. Dad, I had already paid the money. Slapped. You this good-for-nothing son. Who let you make such decisions? Feng Yu stepped back to a distance. He felt safe and patiently explained. Dad, this investment will surely make money and I am using technologies to exchange for the shares. I am using the technical information from the Soviet Union. Think about this, we have no use for these technologies. Are you going to set up a machinery factory? I wanted to sell this information to them, but they can't afford it, so, they used their shares to exchange for these technologies. If you are not going to sign the contract, then the money spent will be down the drain. When Feng Xingtai heard that the money would be wasted if he does not sign the contract, he stared hard at Feng Yu. This is the last time. If you do this again in future, I will beat you to death. Xiao Li, you must watch over him carefully and make sure he goes to school. The money we are earning is not enough. Every day only thinks about making more money. He is becoming a slave to money. Li Shijiang covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. He said, Uncle Feng, Xiao Yu's results in his midterm exams was not bad. I have been monitoring his studies closely. What's wrong with trying to earn more money? Feng Yu said softly to himself. What did you say? Say it louder. Nothing. Dad, don't worry, I will not ask you to set up companies again. Feng Yu said and thought to himself. I will apply for my identification card next year, and I will set up companies on my own. That's right, you need to study hard and get into a good university. What's the use of having so much money? People will still look down on you. Feng Xingtai was satisfied with Feng Yu's change of attitude. After that, Feng Xingtai started talking about the food processing factory. The farm department officer had promised to give him an award at the end of the year, and he will be on the district's TV station to receive it. Feng Yu just listened patiently and said something like, "Ah, really, that's great." To show that he was listening. This made Feng Xingtai beaming with joy. Where is Dongjun? Feng Yu's heart jumped. That's it, he was about to get exposed. And almost immediately, Li Shijiang replied, in school. Feng Yu suddenly felt a killing intent, and he quickly steps back to dodge his father's hand. This useless son, you are skipping lessons again. Don't you dare to run. I will beat you to death. Xiao Li, stop him from running. Feng Yu laid face down on the couch after getting punished by his father. Dad, I still have classes tomorrow afternoon. How am I going to sit on the chair? What afternoon? You better get back to school in the morning. But we are signing the contract with the machinery factory in the morning. I can sign the contract with Xiao Li. You don't need to be present. Dad, do you know that there are a lot of traps in a contract? Furthermore, I am holding on to the technology's documents, and the other party will not sign the contract if they did not see me. Rest assured, this is the last time. I will not be skipping classes again. In his heart, I will not be caught by you if I skip class again. The next day, at 10 in the morning, they drove to the city government. Zhang Reiqiang had convinced his leaders to agree to the machinery factory's restructurings within 3 days. In future, Bing City's machinery factory will be renamed as Bing City Machinery Corporation. Of course, the factory will still be producing agricultural machines. Sitting in the center of the conference hall, Feng Xingtai was feeling very uncomfortable. Everyone around him was leaders, directors or officials. The highest ranking among them was the deputy mayor. That was the city's deputy mayor and was of a much higher rank than the farm department officer. Earlier, the deputy mayor even shook his hands. Till now, his palms were still sweating. Feng Yu read through the contract carefully and used a pen to change some of the terms of the contract. He said to Zhang Reiqiang when he passed the contract to him, these terms need to be changed. We cannot accept such unreasonable clauses. What's wrong? Whoever owns more shares will have the final say. That is true, but you can't deprive us of our right to voice our opinions. Also, we must have the right to check the finances, and any amount involving more than 10,000 RMB needs to be approved by our authorized personnel. If not, the money cannot be moved. These clauses I requested are not unreasonable. There is one more clause. The percentage of our shares must remain the same if there are any capital injections in the future. We can accept having only one person on the board, but if there is any proposal involving more than 1 million RMB, we have a vote of veto. It is too troublesome to ask your side for approval for financial matters. Also, why the equity cannot be changed when there is a capital injection? You had put in lesser capital, and so the percentage of your shares will be lesser. Lastly, the vote of veto is ridiculous. I have never heard of it before. Li Ming retorted loudly. The finances of a corporation must be monitored by all shareholders. But that is just a formality. Every corporation works this way. If you are injecting more capital, we will also do the same. Don't worry. As for the last clause, it is the most important. If everyone agreed to donate 10 million RMB to the city government, I must also follow along. Feng Yu scoffed. There were other issues in the contract which Feng Yu did not point out. This was considered giving the city government face. If the city government don't agree to the 3 clauses, then he will not allow his father to sign the contract. It was impossible for Feng Yu to accept these unreasonable clauses set by the city government. If it was a foreign investor, the city government might not be doing this, but Feng Yu was a local from Longjiang province. The original value of the machinery factory was only worth slightly more than 10 million rubles, but it was suddenly inflated to 27 million rubles. Part of it was because of the city government injecting capital into it. But the fixed assets were overvalued. By keeping quiet, Feng Yu was already giving in to the city government. If it weren't for maintaining a good impression and future collaborations with the government, Feng Yu would have pointed it out. The city government was treating him as a sucker. The machinery factory wanted to dilute Feng Yu's shares, but Feng Yu was also thinking about the same thing. He will slowly let this factory become part of his conglomerate. Director Feng, please give us your opinions. Li Ming turned to Feng Xingtai. Since he can't handle the young one, then he will try to persuade the older Feng. Although Feng Xingtai does not really understand what was going on, he still trusts his son entirely. He shook his head and said that he had no other opinions as long as the city government agreed to Feng Yu's terms. The officials from the agriculture department and some leaders from the machinery factory tried to persuade Feng Yu. In the end, they started pressurizing him by using the national interest. Feng Yu just ignored them. This was also not some military products. There were only agricultural machines. They also stand to gain from it. Furthermore, Feng Yu had already made some concessions. If not, he would bundle the machines and technologies together to negotiate with them. He would ask for at least 20% shares. Zhang Reiqiang saw the negotiations were not going well and both parties were about to start arguing. He immediately stepped in. Mr. Feng, we had come to an agreement yesterday, but why today become like this? You ask me, you should be asking them. We don't talk about something else. Just these production machines. I had just sold these machines to the factory for 2.4 million rubles, and now they valued these machines at 4 million rubles and claimed that these machines were worth this amount. One look and you should know who is in the wrong. If I can import a set of machines, then I can import another set. I can easily find 10 interested parties that want to work with me. That's because I am able to import the most advanced machines and I have the most advanced technologies. Li Ming, you all are in the wrong. You all should seriously consider about Mr. Feng's clauses. Zhang Reiqiang hinted. He already knew that there was something fishy with the documents. He was also doing this to these things to get the most benefits for the city. But he did not expect the machinery factory to be so lousy. Inflating the value of the fixed assets and letting the other party find out at first glance, a bunch of useless people. During the meetings at the city government, they were instructed to build good relationships with Feng Yu. If he could get his hands on Soviet Union's advanced machines and technologies, that means he is competent. If Bing City could get more of these machines and technologies, then it was only a matter of time for Bing City to restore its former glory of being the nation's industrial base. Son, what's happening? You are saying that these people are trying to cheat us. Feng Xingtai pulled Feng Yu to a side and asked softly. These leaders should not be cheating money from the people. Don't worry, I had intentionally let them cheat me. Without the support of the motor factory, city government or even the provincial government, it will also be hard for us to survive. Rest assured, we will not make any losses. Now Kirilenko was having difficulties getting these machines and technologies. The risk was also huge. But that was because of the low prices Kirilenko offered, and some factories were not easy to negotiate. It's only 1 year, and the Soviet Union's economy will be at its lowest. More factories will shut down, and those who are daring will start to sell off the machines. When that happens, Feng Yu would be able to import more advanced machines and technologies. By then, Feng Yu will not give in to these people. He will use those machines and technologies to be the major shareholder and take control of the factory. The current leaders of the machinery factory were too conservative. With them leading, the machinery factory's development would not be good. Although Feng Yu was not an expert in this, he was confident to lead the factory. Li Ming and the rest got together to discuss. This younger director Feng was not someone easy to deal with, and the older director Feng just kept quiet and let the younger director Feng make all the decisions. Why not just agree to their terms? But the 3 conditions set by Feng Yu were making them uneasy. They had wanted to give Feng Xingtai the title of an assistant manager or some union chief. Anyway, it was just a title, and no authority comes along with it. The one with the final say would still be Li Mingde. Unfortunately for them, Feng Yu did not fall for their tricks and even pointed out the issue of inflated fixed assets value. If they still do not accept Feng Yu's conditions, Feng Yu might request to re-examine the value of the factory's assets. Fine, we will amend the contract as you requested. Then can you sign now? You amend the contract and let me look first. Feng Yu slowly scrutinized the amended contract. This time, Li Mingde did not try any tricks. He only changed the terms Feng Yu pointed out and did not add in other clauses. Dad, you can sign it now. Feng Xingtai sat at the center table and signed the contract together with Zhang Reiqiang. There was a SASAC, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council, seal on the contract. This type of contract, Li Mingde was still not qualified to sign. Feng Xingtai's facial expression was very stiff. There were people from the TV station recording the contract signing ceremony. He was about to go on TV. Feng Yu hid in a corner. His father can be on TV and become a high-profile entrepreneur. But if he was named as a successful young entrepreneur, then he won't be able to attend school. For the celebration, let's have lunch at the motor factory canteen. Li Mingde waved his hands and said loudly. Feng Yu shook his head when he saw the food and alcohol on the table. There were only 12 people, including Zhang Reiqiang, Feng Yu, and Feng Xingtai, at this lunch, and there were more than 20 dishes on the table. There was also Maotai, Chinese wine. These were at least more than 10 RMB per bottle, and there were 6 bottles. This sumptuous meal was comparable to the meals eaten by the rich in Feng Yu's previous life. Feng Yu casually asked, Director Li, how much does this meal cost? Not much. We will reimburse from the factory. What are you worrying? Li Mingde said, smiling happily. That's what I am worried about. There are serious problems about reimbursement from the factory. The reimbursements of some factories' leaders were higher than those leaders in the city government. They still reimburse for their holidays and receptions. These are all factory funds, and I am paying for part of it. These funds cannot be spent this way. This is the reason why I want to watch over the finances. Feng Yu said seriously. Everyone's face changed. Feng Xingtai was still holding on to his cup, but he soon noticed everyone putting down their cups and staring at his son. What? They try to bully my son? They will have to pass through me first. Feng Xingtai opened his eyes wide and chose one of them and stared back. Director Feng, your worries are a bit unnecessarily. We are having such a good lunch was only to celebrate you becoming a shareholder. Let's not talk about these. Here, have some vegetables and wine. Li Mingde said loudly, changing the subject. Feng Yu did not carry on talking about this. Concepts cannot be changed in a day or two. Feng Yu wants to be the major shareholder of the factory within 2 years so he can fire anyone who misused the company's funds this way. Author's notes. P.S. Machinery factory is very important, but the city's support is even more critical. That's why Feng Yu seems to be taken advantage of, but this is only temporarily. He will earn everything back soon. I had a bottle of Maotai from the 80s, but in the year 2000, I dropped the bottle. I was sad for a very long time. The restructuring at the machinery factory was not completed. The contract was signed, but they need to wait for a few days before the shares certificate. Feng Xingtai returned to the village as he was worried about the food processing factory. Feng Yu had handed the technology's information and the 3 experts over to the machinery factory and returned to school. The other students were used to Feng Yu skipping classes every now and then. The teachers were unable to do anything as the vice principal was protecting him. But only after 2 days, Feng Yu applied for leave again. This time, Feng Yu was forced to take leave from school. Last week, the final batch of used cars had arrived, and the motor factory had worked overtime to complete the refurbishment of those cars. Today, all the refurbishment was completed, and Fu Guangzheng had come in Bing City in the morning. This batch of used cars kept Kirilenko busy for a while. Although there were a lot of British cars in the Soviet Union, there was not much selling used British vehicles. Kirilenko had spent a long time in Moscow and the surrounding cities to find enough second-hand luxury cars. He only managed to get 53 cars. Based on his estimation, there will not be more than 10 used British luxury cars in Moscow and the nearby cities. Luckily Feng Yu had started the importation of machinery and technologies business. This allowed Kirilenko to drop his business partners and venture out on his own. Just by doing this business, he was earning a lot more than before. Of course, the quantity of China's product Feng Yu sold to Kirilenko had also increased by a lot. In Moscow and its nearby cities, he was the most popular supplier of China's products. Every day, he would just lie on the couch and drink vodka. But his money kept increasing. Fu Guangzhong came out of his hotel and went straight to Taiwan trading with his men. The last batch of used luxury cars, especially those sports cars, was sold for sky-high prices. He got those cars for an average of 400,000 RMB, and he sold them for an average of 630,000 RMB. After deducting the transportation and other miscellaneous costs, he still got a profit of more than 30%. Although the profits were much lesser compared to him selling antiques, it was not often to get an excellent piece of antique. Also, the risk of getting an imitation antique was great. This used car business was safer and more stable. It would be great if there were a constant supply of these cars. Especially sports cars. Sports cars were extremely popular in the coastal region cities. A few mechanics were inspecting and testing the cars while Fu Guangzhong and Feng Yu were sitting by the side chatting. Mr. Feng's business is booming. In future, if you have good projects, please ask me along. Fu Guangzhong said, using his Cantonese accent Mandarin. This made Feng Yu cringe. But Fu Guangzhong's Mandarin had improved a lot compared to the previous time they met. Feng Yu can tell that he had put in a lot of effort to improve his Mandarin. To be successful, one must put in a lot of hard work. Since Mr. Fu mentioned it, I do have a good investment opportunity, but I am not sure if you will be interested. Fu Guangzhong moved closer to Feng Yu. What opportunity? Please tell me about it. Recently, the antique business had been a bit slow, and there were more and more people going into the antique business. It was getting more difficult for him to get good antiques. Last month, there was an expert who had misjudged an antique, and it caused him to suffer a loss of few million. Fu Guangzhong knew that he was not as skillful as the expert and was worried that the same thing might happen to him. Investments would be a better option for him as the risk and losses were not as significant. For example, Fu Guangzhong's used cars business. He was even praised by his father. His father was glad that he had started doing business in China. It would be better if Fu Guangzhong is able to invest in some industrial factories. When he heard that Feng Yu had a good investment project, he was interested. He had no problems investing a few million RMB. If he wants, he could easily raise 10 million RMB. Is Mr. Fu interested in machinery manufacturing? Machinery manufacturing? What type of machines? Fu Guangzhong frowned. The manufacturing technology in China was still far behind the US and Europe. Although it has potential, I still require the relevant technologies. Currently, it is still agricultural machines. We are using advanced machines from the Soviet Union, and there is guidance by experts from the Soviet Union. Also, we have the Soviet Union's most advanced technologies. Fu Guangzhong's eyes widen. Mr. Feng is able to get your hands on these. In addition to agricultural machines, do you still have other technologies? Mr. Feng, why are we doing these manufacturing ourselves? We can just sell these technology data, and we will be rich. How about this? We will partner, and I will come out with the capital, but you will get the bigger share of the profits. Feng Yu shook his head and said, Mr. Fu, things are not as easy as you think. You might not understand the situation in China now. If you do not have the backing of the Chinese government, you will be arrested before you are able to sell those technologies. I am now working with Bing City's machinery factory. But the factory had been renamed as Bing City's Machinery Corporation Limited. My father has a 10% stake in the company. If you are investing, I guarantee you will get more than 50% returns within 3 years. Fu Guangzhong lowered his head and was deep in thoughts. There were lots of problems when working with state-owned enterprises. He had met many state-owned enterprises leaders in the South, and the thinking of these leaders were conservative and lacking management skills. Will the prospects be good if he were to work with them? But now, the factory had advanced technologies and machinery from the Soviet Union, and it will be easy to capture the market. Furthermore, Feng Yu is a very capable person, and even his father has a 10% stake in the factory. This investment should be fine. Also, what Feng Yu said was true. Without the Chinese government backing, it will be very inconvenient to do a lot of things. Mr. Feng, can you tell me why you wanted me to invest in this? Fu Guangzhong looked at Feng Yu. He felt that Feng Yu was not telling him everything. Actually, I can contact a lot of people. But the reason I asked you to join me is that you are a Hong Kong businessman. There are a lot of things which I dislike about the factory. The finances are in a mess, the management style is backward, the factory leaders are conservative, and the city government kept interfering with the factory's operations. With your investments, I believe that all these will change within 1 year. The biggest shareholder will call the shots in a shareholding company. What makes you think that they will listen to you? What if I am able to be the biggest shareholder? Feng Yu replied Fu Guangzhong with a question. You are going to inject more capital to dilute the shares of other shareholders. Fu Guangzhong's face changed. Dilution of shares would mean that his shares would also be diluted. Then what's the point of investing? Just to help Feng Yu. You can also carry on investing. If you have not enough funds, you can borrow from your father. With these shares as collateral, he will lend you the funds you needed. You should be able to foresee the potential of this factory. You should know that China is an agriculture country and the market for agricultural machinery is very big. Also, I will not be using money to inject capital. I will be using advanced machinery and other types of technologies to invest. They will not reject me. Also, these machines and technologies are at least 10 years ahead of China. How much can the factory make in 10 years? You should know the math. Fu Guangzhong was feeling giddy from Feng Yu's beautiful picture. He hesitated for a while and said, Mr. Feng, can you let me consider first and get back to you in a few days? Feng Yu understood. Fu Guangzhong needs to discuss with his family first. Of course, you can get back to me before New Year. After Fu Guangzhong left Taiwan Trading, he went straight to a post office to make a phone call back home. He felt that he needs to discuss with his father. Although his father does not really like him, if it was regarding business, his father will still give him some pointers. After hearing the circumstances from Fu Guangzhong, Fu Rongjing felt heartened. He might treat his elder son better, but Fu Guangzhong was also his son. How can he not care for him? Fu Guangzhong had not walked the path Fu Rongjing planned for him. He had taught him about investing, but he was not interested. Instead, he just likes to meddle with antiques and had wasted lots of money. Luckily Fu Guangzhong had learned his lessons and at least was able to not make any losses now. However, Fu Rongjing still felt that antique business was too risky. But 2 months ago, Fu Guangzhong started a British used luxury car business, and the profits were not low also. This business attracted the attention of Fu Rongjing. If his son could know some capable people in China, it will be useful for the whole Fu family. Fu Rongjing had never heard of Bing City's Machinery Corporation Limited before. But if it was as what his son had said, the factory was using Soviet Union's advanced machinery and technologies, and there were also experts from the Soviet Union there, then it will be worth investing. But the thing that made Fu Rongjing happy was that Fu Guangzhong got to know Feng Yu. A teenager, who was still attending high school, was able to do Sino-Soviet trades and able to get his hands on the most advanced technologies and machinery, which even the Chinese government were unable to gain access to. There must be someone powerful behind him. Fu Rongjing felt that building a good relationship with Feng Yu was worth more than letting his son making some profits now. He was glad that his son could have such capable friend. He decided to give his son the money for the investment. It's only 3 million rubles. When he heard that his father was giving him the money for the investment and he does not need to raise funds from his friends, Fu Guangzhong was overjoyed. This way, not only he was able to have a good relationship with Feng Yu and stable investment, the most important thing was that he still has his own money left. He can even do his antique business. Li Mingde was having headaches for the past few days. The machines Feng Yu sold to the factory were excellent and much more advanced than their existing machines. They also researched the technology's information, and these technologies were indeed at least 10 years ahead of China. The experts from the Soviet Union had helped them set up and calibrated the machines, and also helped them to modify their old machines. But it was also this restructuring process let him become a scapegoat. Initially, he had told the city government leaders to increase the value of the fixed assets and then inject a large sum of capital to reduce Feng Xingtai's shares proportion. After the restructuring, the money will be returned to the city government. After all, even when the factory was converted into a private company, he was still the general manager. It would be easy for him to transfer these funds out. But he never expects Feng Yu to bring in a finance officer, and even added a clause in the contract, stating that any financial matters involving large amount would need Feng Xingtai or Feng Xingtai authorized representative approval. If he can only transfer a few thousand RMB at one time, how long will it take for him to withdraw the capital injected by the government? Furthermore, anyone looking at the accounts could easily spot this discrepancy. He will be in big trouble then. Now, the city government was chasing him to return the funds, and Li Ming went to Zhang Ruiqiang for help. But Zhang Ruiqiang asked him to think of a solution himself. In the first place, Zhang Ruiqiang was the one who had hinted this idea to him. Zhang Ruiqiang himself also did not expect Feng Yu to be so sharp and had already preempted the tricks they might be using. Now, he was also in trouble. He had promised the mayor that the funds injected into the factory will be returned to the city. He thought that the funds could be withdrawn after a month, during the year-end dividends. But now, the city government needed this money urgently and can't afford to wait for 2 weeks, let alone 1 month. Zhang Ruiqiang was still thinking when he saw Li Ming entering his office again. "Old Li, is there anything else?" Zhang Ruiqiang was unhappy. He was helping him to think of a solution, and there was no use for Li Ming to keep visiting his office. There were many other things to handle besides the machinery factory. "Mayor Zhang, I had just received news that there is a Hong Kong businessman wanted to invest in our factory. Do you think we should sell some of our shares to him? This way, we will be able to return the 20 million RMB to the city government." Hong Kong businessman, does he have the financial strength? How much can he invest? Zhang Ruiqiang was ecstatic. Now, China wanted to attract investment from Hong Kong first and then followed by other foreign funds. Bing City still does not have any investments from Hong Kong yet, and this will be the precedent for them. Li Ming replied embarrassedly, I have yet to find out. That businessman will only be visiting the machinery factory in the afternoon. I will find out after his tour of the factory." "Fine, then what are you waiting for? Go back to the factory to make arrangements now. You must get him to invest." Li Ming left Zhang Ruiqiang's office, and Zhang Ruiqiang immediately went to the mayor's office to report this matter. This was good news, but if he were to make all the decisions himself and claimed all the credit, then it will be a wrong move. Mr. Feng, you are not coming with me. Didn't you have a stake in this company too?" Fu Guangzheng was feeling puzzled. Feng Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "I will not be going with you, and it's better that you don't mention me at all. Most importantly, don't tell them that I was the one who asked you to invest in this factory. If not, you will not be able to invest." "Why?" Feng Yu pointed to his own head and said, "Because of the different thinking and views. They were cautious and wary of me. If this is Hong Kong, I will still be working with them. I will be thinking of ways to take over them as I am the one who provided them the machines and technologies. However, this is China, and I must work with them for the time being. If not, there will be lots of trouble later." Fu Guangzheng frowned and said, "Even if we add both of our shares together, it will still be less than 50%. They will still have the final say. Don't worry, this is only temporary, and it will not affect our profits. China's policies will be liberalized further in a few years' time, and that's when we can flex our muscles. If you are regretting, you can still give up this opportunity." Feng Yu said smilingly. Fu Guangzheng remembered what his father told him, and he looked at Feng Yu. "No, since you said that this factory is worth investing, I will trust you. Actually, this afternoon visit to the factory is just a formality. I will surely invest my money in this factory. No matter what happens, Fu Guangzheng will not suffer any losses. The funds were provided by his father but under his name. Even if it were a failed investment, he would still have close to 20 million RMB worth of assets more. Worst come to worst, he can just sell off his shares. With this money, he will be one of the top antique dealers." Feng Yu nodded. Since Fu Guangzheng trusted him so much, he might include him to earn money together in future. "I can promise you that you will not regret making this investment. Hang the banner higher. Why is that colored flag crooked? There is a leaf at that corner. Hurry and go sweep it. The big boss from Hong Kong is arriving soon. He is a foreign guest, and everyone must welcome him properly. This does not only concern our company's image and also the city government and even our provincial government. You all must take note of this. Factory, no, it should be general manager. What do you think of this arrangement?" Li Ming looked around and nodded. "It's fine. What about the arrangements at the canteen?" "It's settled. We have prepared a lot of wild games, and it will be something that this big boss from Hong Kong have never eaten." "Good. If we succeed, you will get some credit." Honk, honk, a black sedan car appeared at the entrance of the factory. The appearance of this car was majestic. There was a small flying goddess standing upright at the front of the vehicle. Many felt that this car was luxurious but had not seen the logo before. It was not Mercedes-Benz or BMW. The sedan car stopped, and the driver alighted to open the rear passenger door. A man wearing a black coat, bowler hat, a white scarf and polished leather shoes alighted from the car. "Which one is Li Mingde, Manager Li?" Li Mingde hurriedly steps forward and used both his hands to shook Fu Guangzhang's hand. "I am Li Mingde from Bing City Machinery Corporation Limited. We are here to welcome Mr. Fu to invest in our factory." "It's visiting. I have not decided to invest yet," Fu Guangzhang said. His Cantonese Mandarin was making Li Mingde uncomfortable, but Li Mingde had no choice. That car was a second-hand Rolls-Royce which Feng Yu had kept for himself. Feng Yu had lent Fu Guangzhang his Rolls-Royce, but the driver was Fu Guangzhang's man. The driver was from the south but knew Mandarin. He also doubles as Fu Guangzhang's translator. Feng Yu had told Fu Guangzhang that for this investment, he needs to position himself highly. He must not show any eagerness. The more he showed that he was not anxious about investing in the company, the better the conditions he would get. As for his dressing, it was still okay if he was in the south. But this was the northeast, and it was November. The temperature was lower than -10 degrees Celsius. The moment he stepped out of the car, he shuddered. He should have worn a few more pieces of clothing inside. He secretly swore that he will not come to Bing City in the winter. It's too cold. It's the same. After your visit, you will still be investing in our company. Mr. Fu, this way. I will bring you around our factory. We have the most advanced machinery from the Soviet Union, the most advanced technologies, and experts to guide us. We are the best in the country, Li Mingde enthusiastically said. Fu Guangzhang strolled with his head held high. He looks like he was just casually looking around, but in fact, he was observing the factory carefully. This was different from what he imagined. The factory was huge and lean. But when he saw the banners and colored flags, he knew that the place was cleaned up to welcome him. Fu Guangzhang was not interested in these welcoming ceremonies. He will invest in this factory if what Feng Yu said about the machines and technologies from the Soviet Union were real. Mr. Fu, look, this production line was just set up and calibrated. Everything in this workshop is new. This is the digital CNC machine. It can produce engine parts and sophisticated bearings. Those workers are working on it. There is little noise, efficient and definitely the best in China. Fu Guangzhang nodded. It was not as noisy as he expected and the workshops were spacious. The factory covers a large area. There were no factories this scale in Hong Kong. But Hong Kong was not an industrial city in the first place. Fu Guangzhang saw a foreigner instructing some workers. This is the expert in mechanical engineering Feng Yu told him about. Mr. Fu, this bearing was just produced. It has 0 defects, and 100% will pass the QC. Fu Guangzhang was not interested in these. He was only concerned if there were advanced machines and technologies from the Soviet Union. The purpose of his visit here was completed, but he still got to pretend. He must at least tour the factory for an hour to show that he was seriously considering investing in this company. However, he also can't stay there for long as it will show that he was very interested. Also, the air at the factory was terrible. Fu Guangzhang used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose while he was walking around. He did not even touch the finished products shown to him by Li Mingde. Those products were oily, and he does not want to touch those with his bare hands. Fu Guangzhang had some OCD, and he had to bathe at least twice a day and washes his hands 7 to 8 times. If his hands were stained with oil, it would hard to wash off. Even if the stains were washed off, the smell would still be there, and he would not be able to eat or sleep. But now, Fu Guangzhang still cannot leave yet. Li Mingde was getting more excited as he speaks. He saw this big boss from Hong Kong nodding his head and thought that he was satisfied with the factory. It was the office director who noticed Fu Guangzhang's discomfort, and he whispered to Li Mingde, "General manager." The Hong Kong boss kept covering his nose with his handkerchief. Could it be he disliked the smell in the factory? Why not invite him to the office to look at our past achievements and honor? Li Mingde looked at Fu Guangzhang and saw that it was as what the office director said. Visiting the Achievement and Honor Office. This idea is not bad. This company was Bing City's machinery factory previously and had gotten numerous awards. These awards should attract this Hong Kong businessman to invest. Mr. Fu, so you still want to tour the workshops? Why not go to the office to look at our historical achievements? Fu Guangzhang nodded. Okay, I also want to look at those. Fu Guangzhong kept his handkerchief when they enter the office building. Li Ming started his introduction and explanations about the factory's history and achievements. These awards were issued by the city government and those awards were issued by the provincial government. Li Ming was feeling very proud when he showed those past achievements. Although most of these awards were issued during his predecessor time, he said it as if it was because of him, the factory got these awards. After half an hour, Li Ming still had not finished, and Fu Guangzhong was getting impatient. He interrupted Li Ming. GM Li, can I look at the financial report? Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although the company's finances were not in a mess, it was not transparent. During the restructuring, the value of the fixed assets was inflated, and even Feng Yu could point those out. This Hong Kong businessman might also notice it. Our company's finances are in order, and we have surplus funds. The fixed assets are only the land, factory, machines and technologies. There is no need to look at these. Really, the value of these fixed assets should be quite high. If I am investing, then will I have some rights to speak on the matters involving finances? Fu Guangzhong asked casually. Of course, we are a shareholding company, and all shareholders have the right to monitor the finances. One of our shareholders even stations someone here to monitor these matters. Li Ming said. Shit, why is this fellow from Hong Kong keep talking about the finance? But no matter what, he must invest in the company. If the money is still not returned to the city government, then he will be in the bad books of the city government leaders. Everything was going along as what Feng Yu expected. Li Ming was eager to sell the shares but dared not let Fu Guangzhong look at their financial reports. Fu Guangzhong had studied the situation and discussed with his father. They were willing to accept some losses for the time being. If this company continued to develop, he could get back his investments within 2 years and enjoy the profits for at least the next 10 years. Also, he would be closer to Feng Yu. Fu Rongjing and Fu Guangzhong take a serious view on their relationship with Feng Yu. Fu Guangzhong deliberately acted like he was taking the bait, and invested 20 million RMB for a 16% stake in the company. He was now the second biggest shareholder of the company. This was not something Feng Yu expected. He did not expect Fu Guangzhong to be investing so much and the city government to give him so many shares. But looking closer, the city did not suffer any losses. Whether it was Fu Guangzhong's investment or Feng Yu buying into the company using technologies, their shareholding ratio was lowered. On the other hand, the city government had got advanced technologies and 20 million RMB funds without coming out a single cent. According to the experts in the city, even with 74% of shareholdings, the city government's profits would be more than doubled compared to previous years. Also, the government was still the major shareholder, and the company still had to pay taxes. The expansion of the factory would also create more jobs. This was a big bargain for the city government. Fu Guangzhong had used all his money for this investment. His father had given him 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and his mother also helped him raise some money. If it wasn't for their help, he might not even have enough to pay for those used cars. Now, the factory's current assets had more than 30 million RMB. This made Feng Yu very happy. The coming 2 years, Feng Yu intended to do the Soviet Union's advanced equipment and technology reselling business. He had disclosed some of this information to the motor factory and Fei factory. He was now waiting for them to contact him. Once the orders came in, then he would be able to work with Kirilenko to earn some profits again. Also, he would be able to raise China's technology standards and also leave a good impression on the leaders. As for the time being, Feng Yu would be helping his father manage the food processing factory. Now, Taiwan premium cooking oil was very popular in Longjiang province. There were even some inquiries from Lin province. The sales had become stable. Temporary, the production was slightly more than the sales. There was still no need to import new production machines. After the new year, the value of the Soviet Union's machinery will drop further. These type of technology and machines will be readily available. Sugar was produced because of the animal feeds. Feng Yu did not expect to earn much from producing sugar. Feng Yu felt that the most profitable would be animal feeds, more specifically, pig feed. China's population and income were increasing rapidly. However, the supply of daily necessities, especially agricultural byproducts, still cannot meet the demands. This was because the country's focus for the past few years was in industrial development. Although the situation was not as bad as the Soviet Union, due to the focus on industrial developments, the government had somehow neglected the development of the agriculture industry. Now, the number of farms were increasing, but there was not much focus on agricultural products. For instance, the pork supply was not enough to meet the demands. The people had money, but they were unable to buy pork. The pork selling in the cities was not fresh pork too. The district which Feng Yu lived in had a chicken farm and pig farm. But these farms were struggling. Last year, the chicken farm had closed. Farming districts and farming villages were similar, but the only difference was that farming districts were more advanced and used more machinery. Everyone living in the countries would rear some animals themselves. Almost every household rear poultry, pigs, cows or sheep. They would slaughter them during Lunar New Year. That was the reason why many said that living on the farms was better than living in the cities. The chicken and pig farms had no way to sell to the people in the district as every household were rearing their own animals. They did consider selling to the cities, but it was not easy to set up the distribution channels. Feng Yu remembered that in his previous life, there was a ranking chart of China's wealthiest men. One of the first few to make it on the chart was in the pig feed business. In the 90s, his pig feed was selling all over China, and he made his fortune from it. Feng Yu did not expect his father's small factory to be the best in China, but at least it should be the best in Longjiang province or the best in the northeast region. Of course, the target right now was to sell the stockpile of sugar. Feng Yu was sitting with the leader of Bing City's food department to discuss selling Taiwan Food Processing Factory's products in their stores. Chief Zhou, you should know how popular our products are. Now we occupied 10% of the Bing City's market share, and this figure is still increasing. It should reach 30% next year. I am confident that if it is managed well, it can reach above 50%. Feng Yu was bluffing. With Taiwan factory current production rate and to supply the goods to the various stores in the province, they barely occupy 10% of Bing City's market. The sales in other areas were growing, and the supply cannot be stopped, or it would affect their profits. This was the time for them to increase their brand equity. But Taiwan premium cooking oil's popularity was a threat to the food department. They did not expect a small soybean oil factory to capture part of the market share. Most importantly, the food department was facing difficulties recently. Many people, including some leaders, were asking them if the oil extracted using the leaching process was safe to consume. Now it was the market economy, and the government allowed private factories to operate. The food department was unable to order Feng Yu to stop selling those oil or change the production method to a less productive method. They also can't change their current leaching process back to the traditional method. So, they came up with a way to stop the cooperatives from selling these premium oils and to sell them in their own stores. This idea was supported by the city government. However, the representative from Taiwan factory was a teenager, and he was here to negotiate about this. At this age, shouldn't he be in school? Chief Zhou thought that it would be easy to handle a teenager, but he was wrong. This kid not only wanted the food department stores to sell his sugar and still wanted the food department to help him promote his sugar. How can the food department support the products from a small private factory and not its own products? But Feng Yu had said that if they don't agree to his conditions, he will not allow the food department stores or the cooperatives to sell his products. He would push his products to those small shops. Anyway, there were more and more small shops popping up in the city. The number of these small shops were more than the food department stores and cooperatives. Chief Zhou was now in an awkward position. On the one hand, he wanted the rights to sell Taiwan premium cooking oil, and on the other, he does not want to agree to Feng Yu's harsh conditions. This negotiation had come to a standstill. Author's notes. P.S. The requirement to be the major shareholder was to hold more than 2/3 of the total shares and not 51%. Translator's notes. I am not quite sure why the author states that the requirement was to hold more than 2/3 of the total equalities to be considered the major shareholder. From my understanding, owning 51% of the shares would be viewed as the major shareholder. Maybe this is something that only happens in China, or it could be because the factory was a state-owned enterprise. Director Feng, we will not do any promotions for your sugar. There is no room to discuss for this, but we will place your sugar together with your soybean oil, and it will be at an eye-catching place of the store. This is the biggest concession I can give. Feng Yu saw Zhou Keihua's firm attitude and knew that there was no point bargaining further. Anyway, he still has advertisement slots in the papers and TV stations. The sales of his sugar will not be too bad. Feng Yu only wanted to sign a 3-year contract with the food department and nothing more than that. In 1993, this department will cease to exist. Actually, from this year onwards, after the opening up of the food and oil market, the status of the food department had been declining. Now, Joe Kehua had a lot of authority, but in 2 years' time, he would either be transferred to another department or forced to move to a more relaxed position. Wait, Director Feng, why is your sugar so expensive? The supplier rates you gave us is almost as expensive as our retail prices. Joe Kehua saw the contract and said, ours is pure fine sugar, and it is sweeter. Also, the sugar will be in packets. We do not sell in bulk. Furthermore, this sugar is produced using the most advanced techniques from the Soviet Union. It will not be discolored easily or attract pests. These are some things that the sugar produced by your department can do. In this era, people buy sugar loosely in small paper bags. The sugar in the food department stores was stored in a large paper bag. If they did not store the sugar correctly, it could attract ants easily. After people buy the sugar, they would transfer to small bottles to store them. The sugar also turns yellow easily. This was not as attractive as packing the sugar in small packages. Sugar is not like salt or cooking oil. No one uses sugar every day. We also produce fine sugar. The cost is not that high. Who would buy your sugar when you price it so high? Joe Kehua felt that Feng Yu was messing around. People buy the cheapest product typically. Who would buy the most expensive ones? Chief Joe, don't need to worry about this. You just sell according to the prices I listed. If the sales are not good, you can look for me, or you can be a consignee. I will give you 2 cents for every packet sold. Feng Yu sighed in his heart. Old mindset, thinking that no one will buy expensive things. Wait for another 2 years, people then will not buy food products if they were selling at low prices. Consignment. No, we will not do consignment. Then let's see if your sugar will sell at this price. If there is no one buying, then you don't blame me if I don't order more of this sugar. Fine, if you have no problems with these terms, then please sign. Feng Yu left with the contract. Chief Joe lit a cigarette and was deep in thoughts. Why was that kid so confident that people will buy his sugar? Isn't those regular fine sugar? Why were they priced so much higher? Feng Yu made a phone call to notify the newspaper agency to release the advertisements for the sugar. It was still soft sell advertisements. These advertisements will continue for the next 2 weeks. Feng Yu believed that with the people's current knowledge, they would be buying his sugar. Also, with the help of the TV advertisements, everyone would remember this Taiwan fine sugar. The contract was photocopied to a few dozen copies, and Feng Yu arranged Wuzigang and the rest to other areas in the province. The cooperatives were still smaller compared to the food department stores. People in the cities prefer to go to the food department stores to purchase oil or rice. Feng Yu wanted the food department of that area to look at the contract signed between him and Bing City. He will then use the same conditions to sign a similar contract with the food department of those areas. This would let most people know about Taihua's brand. What are you here? Is it a holiday today? Feng Xingtai saw Feng Yu at the factory, and he did not behave like other fathers, who were happy to see their sons. He asked angrily, you skipped school again? Dad, don't hit me first. I have something important. Have you discussed with the farm department officer? Is the pig farm buying our animal feed? Feng Yu dodged Feng Xingtai's slap by jumping back. The officer had agreed to try it out. But the quantity will not be large. There are not many pigs at the pig farm anyway. What are we going to do with these animal feed? You still asked me to increase the production. Also, the sugar is stockpiled in the warehouse. Why not we sell it to the candy factory to make candies? When Feng Xingtai thought of the sugar, he starts to get worried. Other people sell their sugar in a big sack, and when their customers want to buy sugar, they would wait and put the sugar into smaller plastic bags. Only his son would package the sugar into small packages. These packaging also cost money. Now all the sugar were still lying in the warehouse. They will even make a loss if they sell it to the candy factory. Feng Yu waved the contract. You see this? This is the sales channel for the sugar. I have settled it. Contact the trucks for delivery. The candy factory wants our sugar. They can dream on. The sales channel is settled. That's great. This is Bing City's food department seal. Finally, I can rest assured. If not, the money earned from soybean oil would be used to cover the losses from the sugar. Right, what about the animal feed? There are not many people in our village that rear pigs. 1 week's production can last us more than a month. Dad, did you tell the farm department that we want to take over the pig farm as a contractor? Contract your head. I am already so busy with the factory, you want to work me to my grave. Feng Xingtai was furious and raised his hand to slap Feng Yu. But he noticed that after Feng Yu had finished his last sentence, he had stepped 2 steps back from him. He could not reach Feng Yu. Dad, I have told you many times. A good boss does not do everything himself. Must know how to use people. I asked you to rest, but you just don't listen. We can hire 2 experts in pig farming from the agricultural technology station. We have the animal feeds now. If our pigs can grow faster, then our animal feeds will be selling well. You are talking nonsense. Don't need to manage. Do you know how hard it is to rear a pig? When you were young, we also reared a pig. Do you know how tiring it was? If the pigs fall sick, you will be so busy till you fall sick too. We will hire people to take care of the pigs. Your job next time will be drinking tea, watching TV and playing mahjong every day. Occasionally, you can walk around the factory, and if you are bored, you can count your money in your passbook. If not, you can go on holidays with me. China is big and should be enough for the both of you to tour a few years. When you are bored with China, you can go overseas. Anyway, you don't need to worry about money in your lifetime. Feng Yu starts to persuade his father. Get lost. Your father is still not that old. What drinks tea, watch TV and play mahjong every day? Talk about yourself. You should be studying hard to get into a good university. I don't expect you to be someone great, but you should not be worse than others. Don't worry, I will definitely be entering university. I can even enter the best university in Beijing. Let's not talk about this. We shall go and look for the farm department officer first to be the contractor for the pig farm. We might even be in time for the New Year and Lunar New Year festivals. Feng Yu dragged his father to look for the farm department officer. When the officer heard that Feng Xingtai was looking for him, he immediately put down his work and went out to welcome him. This was the first private factory in the district, and the factory was renowned throughout the whole province. This factory was built during his time at the district, and this was considered his achievement. Maybe next year he might be transferred to other departments and be the leader there. You want to contract the pig farm? Old Feng, I had agreed on behalf of the pig farm to buy your animal feeds. Why are you trying to rear pigs yourself? The officer was feeling weird. The sales for animal feeds was not doing well, so they decided to rear pigs to consume their own animal feeds. What logic is this? That's right, officer, we do not want to contract the pig farm. We want to buy the pig farm and the land behind it. Next year, we want to build a bigger pig farm. A modernized pig farm. Feng Yu used the pencil to circle an empty plot of land on the farm map. Modernized pig farm. Modernized pig farm. Machines to feed animal feeds, water and clean up the pigsty. It will only require a few people to rear more than 1,000 pigs. Feng Yu said firmly. The modernized pig farm that Feng Yu mentioned was something he read in the papers in his previous life. He knew that it was not too complicated, but the initial investment was a bit high. However, if the scale is significant, the cost will be lower than using the traditional method. Also, building this pig farm had other benefits. He would be able to get the attention of the leaders and at least get to appear on the provincial TV station. This was much better than advertising on the papers. As for the distribution channels, Feng Yu was not worried. The coming few years or even the next few decades, the demand for pork will keep rising, and there will not be the situation where no one wants to buy his pork. If no one from the district wants to buy his pork, he can sell it to the cities. If no one in the cities wants his pork, he can sell it to Lin province. Anyway, the distance was not that great. If Feng Yu were to contract the pig farm, then it would be different. Once the modernized pig farm was set up and the profits start to come in, there will be people who would be jealous of his success. What if the current officer was transferred out and the next officer wants to take back the farm? Picking only the ripe fruits was the skill of some government officials. Contract. You think government officials will talk to you about the contract? How much are you going to invest? The officer looked at Feng Yu. He knew that this kid, who was still attending high school, was the one who makes all the decisions in the family. At least a few million RMB in the initial phase. Just the construction of the pigsty will cost a lot. However, the farm should be able to produce at least 2,000 pigs in a year. In future, it will be producing more than 2,000. Feng Yu might not be investing so much after all. But the more he said, the more the farm department would be willing to sell. Feng Yu wanted to tell the officer that the farm would produce 10,000 pigs a year, but that would be too impractical. 2,000 pigs. This pig farm can be sold to you, but I need to discuss with others to determine the price. But don't worry, we will sell the farm to you. The officer was beaming with joy. This was another political achievement. The pig farm was struggling to make ends meet. The most pigs it can produce in a year was only about 500. Now, this number was multiplied a few times. Feng Yu said, "Oh yes. Initially, we did not want to buy the pig farm. We had set up the sales channels for our animal feeds, but Deputy Farm Officer Wen kept persuading us. That's why we had come to this decision." Feng Yu knew that this was a great political achievement and he cannot let this officer get all the credits. He must at least let Uncle Wen get part of it. Wen Dongjun wanted to be a civil servant in future, and it would help if his father were a high-rank officer. Furthermore, even if Wen Dongjun's father got promoted to be only a deputy mayor, he would be able to help Feng Yu a lot. The officer understood Feng Yu's underlying meaning and smiled to Feng Yu. Deputy Officer Wen must be part of this project. He is also one of the leaders in the farm department. The farm department discussed for about 2 hours. Their primary concern was that who would be in charge of this and how much to sell the pig farm and the land for. The pig farm was losing money every year, and since there was someone who was willing to buy it, then they should sell it fast. There were only a few workers at the farm. They can be transferred to other departments. Previously, the chicken farm was losing money every year and eventually it was closed. In the end, just like the food processing factory, this pig farm would be under the charge of Wen Deguang. There were others who wanted to take on this role, but the officer only said one thing: they are only buying this pig farm because of Wen Deguang. Wen Deguang knew immediately that it was the Feng family that helped him. Even if others were jealous, there was nothing they can do, as Wen Deguang and Feng Xingtai were good friends. As for the issue of how much to sell the pig farm and the land, there were arguments. There were some who said to sell it based on the market rate of about 300,000 RMB, there were some who wants to refer to the price of the food processing factory, 500,000 RMB, and there was even someone who said that since the Feng family was so rich, then they should ask for more. At least 1,300,000 RMB was suggested by Wen Deguang. The others all wanted more than that. There were even some who questioned Wen Deguang if he was giving the Feng family special treatment because his wife had shares in Feng Xingtai's factory. Wen Deguang just kept quiet after that. After all, he was the most junior and the youngest there. His wife did own some shares of the factory. But what's wrong with that? That time, he was still a small village head. Finally, the deputy farm officer that suggested the highest price was assigned to negotiate with Feng Xingtai, together with the farm officer. If they could get more money, they would be able to use it for other things. These were also considered political achievements. Have you finished talking? Feng Yu said and looked at Deputy Officer Shu as if he was an idiot. This guy thinks that his whole family were stupid and would pay whatever they asked for. It's only the pig farm and the land. The location was also out of the way, and there was no one staying nearby. Yet they still wanted such a high price. With this price, they can buy a piece of land in the suburbs of Bing City. I will only offer 500,000 RMB for this piece of land, including the pig farm. Also, I have a condition. You must fix the road leading to the farm. It doesn't need to be cement road, but at least a dirt road. The road cannot be flooded during heavy rains, and the width should be at least enough for 2 trucks to travel side by side. Impossible. Why should we help you to fix the road? You want to set up a pig farm, you should fix it yourself. Also, 500,000 RMB is too low. At least 1.3 million RMB. Just the pig farm alone was worth 500,000 RMB. Deputy Officer Shu shouted and continued asking for more. Really, since the pig farm is so expensive, then we can't afford it. Treating a loss-making pig farm as a treasure, you can keep it for yourself. Let's forget about this project. Just treat it as if I had not mentioned it. We shall make a move first. Bye. Feng Yu and Feng Xingtai stood up. Feng Xingtai did not partake in the negotiations. He had complete trust in his son. After they reached home, Feng Xingtai asked curiously, "You are not buying the farm?" "I am buying." "Then why did you say all those? They didn't chase after us. How will you carry on with the negotiations?" Feng Xingtai said. "Dad, just wait patiently. They will contact us, and if I am not wrong, the one who will be coming to us is Uncle Wen." Feng Yu said calmly. At the same time, the leaders in the farm department were having a meeting. Deputy Officer Shu still insisted on that price and said that the Feng family will accept it eventually. But the rest did not believe him. The Feng family was wealthy, but they were not stupid. You mentioned 1 million during the meeting, and when negotiating, you told them 1.3 million. If it was you, will you accept it? It was evident that Deputy Officer Shu was not suitable to carry on with the negotiations. The chief officer also should not lower himself and go over to Feng Xingtai's house. Finally, this task was assigned to Wen Deguang. Everyone discussed for a while and decided on 800,000 RMB. They felt that Feng Yu would be able to accept this price. This was also because of the insistent Deputy Officer Shu. 800,000 RMB. Uncle Wen, do they know what 800,000 RMB can do? Do they know that the pig farm is not even worth 100,000 RMB? You can go back and tell them that I will be present at your department's morning meeting to do the calculations for them. We will put everything on the table and discuss. Wen Deguang sighed. He also knew that Feng Yu would not agree to it. But for Feng Yu to go to his department meeting tomorrow and explain personally, was already saving him from embarrassment. Son, how much are we buying the pig farm for? Zhang Muhua asked her son out of curiosity. Mum, not much, the most 500,000 RMB. You don't stare at me like dad. I will show you the potential of the pig farm, and within 2 to 3 years, I can recoup my investments. After that, we will be enjoying the profits every year. In Feng Yu's heart, even if the investment failed, after the provincial government built the highway a few years later, the value of the piece of land would increase over 10 folds. Author notes. P.S. Many readers reflected to me that they do not like the Song Laozi part. The later part of the story will have nothing to do with them anymore, but Song Zhaofang will appear again. Thanks for supporting my story.